The day has come. It is Fed Day. Futures trying to hold on to slight gains, depending on when you look at the market. Pretty flat, let's be honest, to kick things off for all three U.S. Indexes currently. That's the way the board is shaping up to start things off for the S&P, the Dow, and the NASDAQ as we get set for Fed Chair Powell coming through at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Make sure you're with us. We'll be back on a little bit early, 1:45, to get you set for the announcement at 2 o'clock. Yeah, it's about 90%, according to the Fed funds tool right now, that we're going to get a quarter-point hike from Fed Chair Powell. What could be, and most likely will be more important, is what is said after that at 2:30 p.m. when he takes to the microphone and answers questions from the press. We'll have all kinds of nuggets to mull over, I'm sure. If we do go a quarter point, does he then come out and say, okay, that's it, we're done for now? Let's see how these hikes that we've already done filter through the overall market. Ton to talk about going forward this morning. We'll get to NVIDIA back to the upside this morning. More positive analyst moves for NVIDIA. Tesla as well back to the upside after a monster day yesterday. A lot to look forward to today. It's Wednesday, March 22nd, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. You saw it to start things off there. Pretty flat to start things off as expected. 0.22 for the NASDAQ right now, under a little pressure. The S&P, same story, flat for the Dow. Top to bottom, though, it's a wait-and-see kind of a morning as we head towards what is to come this afternoon. Again, all eyes on Fed Chair Powell today. But, oh, yeah, GME's profitable. Yeah, so that's happening right now. Sharif is here. Good morning. It's an exciting day, to say the least. Yeah. And then we get GameStop up 50% as well.
Right? Who would say no to that, right? You got the Fed, you got memes from 2020, 2021. What I'm looking for, guys, is what's said in the release of the FOMC statement. Something to the effect of, we still see it appropriate to continue rate hikes, to have a successfully tightened restrictive monetary policy. Something to that effect. It's been used over and over in the last few statements.
Yeah, I think it's going to be all about what is said. I mean, it's like I said, it's about 90% towards that quarter point right now coming up this afternoon. But if we do get a quarter point, does he say, okay, we'll take a pause, everyone take a breath, and let's see what happens now? Or is he still leaning towards the hawkish side? So a lot to contend with, a lot to think about going towards this afternoon, guys.
It's always going to be fun. Throwing GME up 55% and approaching, got to like 27.5. Spicy one there, still has that short interest. See, that's what we have. We actually don't have.
Get those apes going.
Yeah, we don't have a GME one, but hey, it's the same story. And adjusted profit, by the way, I'm going to throw that one out there because if I clown Uber for adjusted profit, I can say that when we come to GME. But as far as the Fed goes, you know the situation. 2 o'clock, we'll get what happens. Probably the quarter point, as you said, and then it'll be all about what he talks about. If for some reason you actually don't have a hike at all, I'm fully expecting it'll be like the hot. If there's no rate hike and it is zero, there's going to be some pretty hawkish talk in that situation because they're teetering a pretty big line here right now. Like with a bunch of regional, like if too much more money deposits were to come out of the regional banks, they could be in some serious trouble. And you know, the Fed is kind of towing this line of adjusting to the new reality with the banks, with the regional banks and what's going on in that sector and what they have to deal with for inflation. So they're trying to toe that line. I think they probably give the market what they're expecting today, which would make a heck of a lot of sense. We wait around till 2 o'clock for that. And then what comes at 2:30 is, I think, going to be the bigger move that we're going to get today. But there's so much actually happening, like Tesla 200. I mean, NVIDIA is rubbing up that 264 again. So I mean, Coinbase is in the high 80s. Like there's a lot of stocks. Meta's been on an incredible run, so there's gonna be plenty to trade. Just fully expect the market itself to make its bigger moves at 2:30.
Yeah, Tesla bouncing off 200 there. Yeah, I didn't even realize that we went up there. I didn't look at Tesla today. I just wrote some very basic stuff on the sticky note today, man, with NVIDIA, Microsoft, GME, Apple. Like, it's just, I feel like we just want to, and what I wrote down was we just want to play the ranges. I mean, a perfect example here, let's call up Microsoft just real quick here, just to talk about some of the ranges that I'm talking about here. If you just go over the last couple minutes, you get 275 top and you get 270 bottom just over the last 2 days. So it's like, wait for some sort of dramatic move in these names that aren't really moving around right now. And if you get the tops or the bottoms, I think that's the right play for now. And then we'll just wait. We'll try to play some momentum here. I think the market might be in trouble if we pause. I don't want the Fed to signal too much worry. I feel like if they stay the course here, continue to raise, but just raise a little bit less. There's already, the terminal rate's already come down 1%. So I feel like we need to slow down a little bit, not want, an absolute pause, which if we get it, we get it. We'll see what the market does. I don't know. I don't want them to signal more possible bank issues or anything like that. I want them to stay the course, but maybe just not raise, which we're not going to get, hopefully, that 50 points. I did put out a tweet yesterday, and thank you for all the responses. Like, wow. Oh, no, that's the sticky note. I was looking for this right here. So thank you so much for all the responses for this one. It doesn't say how many. Doesn't say how many responses, but there's I think there's about 70 or 80 responses to what we're gonna do here. Cut 50, cut 25, pause, hike, or hike 50.
Cut?
Cut, yeah. No, I don't think anyone chose cut, I wouldn't think. But right here, we also have a poll. Oh, how come I can't open that? There it is right here. So I've already selected raise 25. So I think that's 90%. I mean, if you're selecting raise 25, you're not doing anything, rocket science or anything like that. You're kind of just with the wind. And that sort of goes with what Brendan was talking about. 90% rate now to go up to 475 from 450. So, that looks like what the market wants to do. I just want to thank everybody for supporting that. Maybe if I go here, we can see how many people. 71. So thank you so much for that. 13,000 views, 71 people voted. So let me see what one of the first ones did. There it is. Hike 25, Gabby. Hike 25, Hike 25, Paul, GPT. What's up, Paulie, GPT? 25, 25. So most of you there are 25 points as well. You know who's in here? And I saw last night Mr. Dan Emmons right here. Where's Dan? Where's Dan? Where is he? He's in here somewhere. Shout out to you, Dan. Anyways, you said raise 50, I think, or didn't you? Yeah, so I don't know. You're in here somewhere, Dan, but I did see your note, and I thought that, yeah, no surprise there, as I know that you've been going short a lot. So shout out to you, Dan. Thanks for all the support to everybody there, in the chat and in our community, as, we wouldn't be here without everybody. So we'll dismiss this for now and look back at the poll in a couple minutes, as I think that 25 is going to win the day there, as we just get ready to open up. We still got an hour to go. So, let's talk about a couple names here and what we're feeling.
Yeah, there was a ton of, it's a great point, there was a ton of volatility going over the past week or so in the percent of which way it was going to go when we got this mess in the banking sector. Just a chart to highlight that for you. We're going opposite directions now. This is 25 basis points. This is no change, obviously. So opposite directions. But when the SVB collapse and the banking crisis came out, you can see the incredible volatility that came into this, which typically, I mean, these are foregone conclusions, or at least they have been over the past year or so. Just the same story of what John was mentioning there. This just highlights the same thing. 84.9%, 21.21 basis points being priced in right now, if you want to get really exact, but we'll see. Obviously, a lot to happen before we get to that.
And you and I were talking off camera. Why does it have to be 25 bips? Why can't it be 10 bips, right? 15 bips. Kind of that happy middle to make everybody satisfied on both sides, but unlikely to do that.
The one good thing I wanted to mention, the one good thing with this GameStop move this morning, probably the only, or maybe one of the only names this morning anyways, or today, that won't be overly influenced by a general market move. Okay. And definitely something to look to as far as opportunity. I mean, AMC up 10% or 8.4% right now. Even APE up about 6% on that.
Yeah, all sympathy moves going back to the 2020 pumpers. And yeah, this is going to be a completely secular move. The market could be tanking after 2:30 and GME could be pumping. Completely regular in this case.
8:38 in the morning, guys. 4 million shares already traded on GameStop.
And still going higher. But I was looking at some of the sympathy names, as you mentioned. like AMC had actually pulled back. Like it was up more and then it pulled back already. And Carvana's making a little bit of a move and Bed Bath & Beyond's dead. And it's some days it's multiple names that you're going to be trading. And today it just feels like GameStop is the only one. Like we said, like it's not necessarily about the numbers. Like the revenue declined. Like it's not all roses here, but that's not necessarily the story when it comes to day trading this. So if you go back from when the split happened, there's a pretty obvious level which is standing out in front. If it gets to $30, I think there's going to be a lot of people looking for shorts out in the 30 to 31 range. Darwin, yes, I did forget costs. Usually, we say jokingly, but I'll never forget. Like during the meme craze, one of my best trades in the morning, picking up a bottom, was GME made a crazy bottom. And cost kind of like bounced, like GME had already bounced, and cost was kind of lagging off the low, and it was just sort of following the other meme name, so you could get it off the pre-market lows, and it was almost like an easy money long because it was just going to follow GameStop, which had already bounced. So yeah, you do want to look at these sympathy plays. But that 30 to 31 level, I feel like it's going to be a lot of shorts in there. It's 22% short interest. That's going to be one of the big driving factors of the move here today. I don't necessarily think it's going to hold up the entire day. I think there's going to be a flush in this just because of how far it went. I thought that the 25 break was going to be the one. Like that would be the open shortable level, and if that broke, then you play a reversal. But that was pretty much gapped up above and already gone. So it kind of went there. It was the right price area, but we've already gone through it. So it has to get to 30, I think, or at least test that 30 to get some kind of a big dump. Otherwise, it needs to be beneath that 25, which looks like it's turned into a support level from resistance in the aftermarket. So we got to watch this. I know we just said AMC is moving, and look, it's up 9%, but there's a very different story going on here. Gapped up, touched 5. Fell back 10% and is now just slowly climbing up when you've seen sort of GameStop blasting there. So I'm not completely convinced that this is going to give us other opportunities in some of the other meme names, at least not the way that they've been trading this morning. Just GameStop.
Yeah, look. Yeah, I know. You guys are already missing the fun, Sean. But the thing is, Neil's wife phoned me and said that it didn't dress very professional. So I was just playing around. Obviously, we talked about other things.
Actually, what's hilarious is there's a reason we're. Anyway.
Oh yeah. No. Yeah. Yesterday was just for fun. Yeah. Today we're actually filming.
We're taking
some pictures for our. Oh, by the way, our website. I mean, our website's been worked on for about 9 to 12 months or so right now, and we're trying to get 4 pages up. So that should be really great. We're going to get that going today, hopefully soon.
Yes.
And we're taking some pictures, so we're all in some lighter colors today, which is why we're in this. But. Look, if you want to go long GameStop, I think you might as well just go long now. I mean, ever since I sat down here, it was $26, $27, and now you're busting through $28 again. And I don't know. I feel like, why not? I mean,
whoa, what the?
This just looks like it wants to go again. I paid for shorts just to be able to go short in case it does happen. But I think we just want to go long, guys. I mean, I don't know. I wrote down here 22.50, kind of where the move started and stopped and then kept going, just in case we do fall down. But I don't, when you're up 56, 70% today, 56.7%, maybe 70% at some point, you can just keep on going. I mean, there's nothing stopping this name. The main question is, do you want to step in front of it? And if nobody wants to, then, the buyers are going to outright win and crush this name. You're coming into the end of the month as well. It's like a perfect storm here for GameStop. So I don't know. Neil's already talked about some key levels up here. And I think if you can get to, forget about that, that was the split. If you can get to this $30 mark, which I think we do, you may want to test a short there, but I wouldn't be in it for that long. I just think that, breaking this 28 seems like it could be something. I'm going to test a little long on a break through 28 and then see if we can hold it for a bit. That's it. I mean, I don't know what else to do. I feel like this name could be off to the races. We've seen many names like this go nuts when Silvergate wants to go, when Carvana wants to go.
Speaking of, Carvana just went.
Carvana's going now? Yeah, so see, this is what I mean. Like, getting $10 again? Like,
it's just happened.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, Carvana on no news, unless there's news, right now, just going up on sympathy. These are the plays that I worry about.
There's news, I think.
Is there news? Okay, because we can go, if Brendan has news, we can get it. But like, it's AMC, it's all the plays that are going in sympathy. I feel like this is a GameStop specific. They just turned profitable, and why not? Let's let this fly to the high side. I'm going long on a 28 break, and we'll wait to see if Carvana has news, as people are mentioning. Potentially it does. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's why we got Brendo over there scouring our sources for that. Brendan does have, it's an Icon terminal, but it's similar to Bloomberg. So on that note, let's go over.
Yeah, this was out earlier, guys, at 8 o'clock this morning. They said they were going to restructure part of their debt anyways, or attempt to restructure part of their debt. So more details coming out on that as we talk right now. So 2.4 billion to 2.6 billion as of the end of March 31st. As far as financials are concerned. So I'll read through some of this, but just be aware there are more details coming out as far as how they're going to possibly restructure some of this debt. But it was Financial Times that put that out earlier on this morning for CVNA. But yeah, I mean, when we talk about some of the short interest names, that's going to be, you know, top of the list there for Carvana. I wanted to mention this real quick as well. NIO, 3 days in a row to the upside. We're gapping up again here, 2.5%. The CFO on Bloomberg saying they're, quote unquote, very confident that they're going to meet their production goals this year. So been a pretty good week here for some of these Chinese EV makers as well.
I smile because it's ambitious, but here's what he's saying, Brendo. He wants to expand production using new models. He also wants to expand his charging battery and swapping network, as well as unlocking autonomous driving technology. We know that's a big race between the EV makers.
Yeah, so more positive catalysts possibly for some of the Chinese EV makers. PACW, Pacific Western Bank, guys, also providing some financial updates currently. So that's one of those regional banks to be careful of. I'll jump into that as well. But first segment of the show is always brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV, bottom of the screen there. Get you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader once again. It's been quite a week here for individual names, not the entire group, but individual names from that Chinese ADR group. Still looking pretty good here.
Yeah, look, you talked about NEO just there, but XPeng has been a pretty solid move over the last couple of days. On the daily chart, it's not going to look that great because you're still in this bit of a downward channel. I'm not going to draw the channel for you, but you can kind of imagine that we're essentially breaking it right now. If you were to pick it up, it broke the 50 period. But what's interesting is what's been happening at the open every single day. I'm on the bid in front of pre-market lows in front of the pre-market low, and also yesterday in the afternoon, it had some support down there at around like 980. So if I can get anything beneath $10 and 980, I'm kind of liking that today. I know it's a double top, but every single day at the open, that's like $1.20 at 8:30 when it had already gone to the pre-market. That's another buck. It's made more shallow moves, made like a 70-cent move there. We caught a little bit of this in getting a dip later, but then it did nothing in the afternoon. And that's been the case. Like, it does a big move, retraces, kind of finds some support in the afternoon. That ends up being a good level the next day. Typically speaking, there was a breakout there and then kind of held out for support. So I'm just looking at that level where it consolidated for some support on XPeng, and sort of talking about, I can throw it in there. I'll just gently throw this in since it had the last little spike above the 50 period. If you were to draw a trend, this breaking the top right now would be breaking that kind of like little trend that it's the downward channel that it's been forming. So that would be pretty significant where XPeng to do it. The other stock that has a very similar setup like that, I think I said in the afternoon show, completely unrelated, is Block. Block actually would break a similar trend if it gets above like 79 today. So yeah, I'm watching XPeng. If it can get through this high, hold like 10.25 at the open, fantastic. I am initially looking to buy the dip because it's ripped at 9:30 every single morning. So if I can get in on the dip, that would save me from having to take the breakout of this double top. But I'm more concerned about that trend break than the double top that just happens to be icing on the cake.
What's up to Prenea? Pranea. Okay. You got punched into Nike yesterday on earnings, made some on GME, lost more on Nike. Should have waited for things to calm down. Lesson, this is the big thing to me, lesson learned. Thanks for what you do in an awesome show. So I want to thank everybody, new member here as well. What's up to Dora? Thank you so much, the Explorer. That was, I mean, look, Nike, talk about China a little bit. They had a little disappointing sales from China there, down by 8%. This is probably what, Pranya, what you punched into. And boom, nice move to the upside, just really, elevated itself. And this is what happened on earnings, right? They read the headlines because revenue outlook, they posted a raised, better year outlook. That probably got it going a little bit there. And then it came right back down, and now you're starting to hit a little bit lower here on Nike. So yeah, I was just gonna say thank you so much for the super chat. And that's part of the issue, right? When you're trading some of these names off earnings, it's a risk when you're getting in. I mean, sure, if you get in on GME and you're able to buy this somewhere in here when you get that earnings report, then great. And I'm glad that you wound up net positive, making more on GME than you mentioned there on Nike. So I would just say, yeah, try to. Look at that, man. We almost got punched in right now. I didn't even notice that at 28. So we almost got right back to 28 right there. But yeah, I would say you don't really, unless you're some sort of an algo, you don't really want to play earnings right away. And if you do, just play it on smaller shares, because look at the win you can get, right? So it's the same way for the risk. We've seen names pop, like Meta, I think went down first and then went up like $50. So, you got to watch out for some of these plays off earnings. But thank you so much for the super chat. I'm glad you're learning as much as you are possibly here on the show. For as far as Chinese ADRs are concerned, I still think NEO is the one to trade. For me, it trades the smoothest. It has a lot of volume and a lot of activity, and you're still under $10. So I still think this is a short. No matter what this move says to you, it's still a big, huge move. But I think today, especially as we wait for the Fed to come through, not only that, I mean, President Xi is running around with Vladimir Putin right now. I just don't know if these Chinese names are buys or not. I still want to try to get short. So every time they come up, I think they're short. So I would look for this at $10 NIO.
Hey guys, let's get I wanted to show you this before we get some analyst moves. Here's BTC and Ethereum back to the upside for both right now, in fact. Nice little pop there, back above 1800 for ETH. Here's Bitcoin. That's a daily chart, so we're starting to lean back to the upside as well. About 0.6% on the 24-hour period, but really, really nice looking chart there. Tight consolidation forming on Bitcoin. And I bring that up because there's Coinbase, Barclays with an upgrade today at the bottom of the list. Adobe, Meta, NVIDIA, big hitters on the upgrade side of the board today. Boeing, ChargePoint, Charles Schwab, and 3M downside.
Yeah, one of these days maybe I'll go long Coinbase, but not this day. So I mean, I was thinking short like a few times yesterday, but it's in that range. Like the long to me, like I said this, kind of going over the day's trading in Coinbase. Like the long would have been off of 80. I don't know that I would have ever taken it at any other price there. And it gave you a pretty good opportunity. The first time shorting in front of 80 worked, and kind of the second time in there, that was the time to reverse and play the blowout trade. From there, I'm usually just looking for the curl. There was a decent one at the end of the day, but not much of a significant pullback. Look, the day is coming. And usually, you look for these type of opportunities when you have a bias on a stock, but it's there on the daily chart. Like it hit 85. This is the top end of the last range. It's made a successful squeeze. I'd say going all the way from 50 in a matter of a week and a half to get back to this level. Now you've been making a bit of a top in crypto. You have the Fed coming through in the afternoon today. Like are we going to make another leg to the upside squeezing here? I don't know. There's GameStop going. There's a lot of other names which are at significant levels. There's so much to attract attention. I'm just going to be looking for this top not to get taken out. Now this is wick. This wick is at 88. However, 85 is in play, and of course that 87.5 to 88 area. I'll be looking for shorts off both of those. If we're through 88, then I obviously am going to be giving it up. I just don't think you can fight it forever. Just because I'm going to throw it out there. Didn't do it 2 days ago. Did yesterday. First available pop on Silvergate, we'll be taking it. Yesterday, it did make a move. I think I'm missing data from the pre-market. So in the pre-market, I don't know why you can't see that. Maybe I'll go to my 3-minute, we'll show it properly here. Yeah, there we go. So it made an early move right at the open, right before the open, where it popped past 175, got to 180, stopped me out, but then kind of reestablished the 70 level and was a short for the rest of the day. I'm looking for a similar thing here, except if you think the resistance is at 55, I'm willing to short this one into that, at 50. I'm willing to short it into 50, take some above that 50 area, kind of giving it into that 56, just to give it a little bit more space. I think the selling was at yesterday at 70, but it had to make a move into 80s before turning around. So any spike in Silvergate, the stock's going to, I said yesterday as a joke 0, probably more realistically 1. It will never get to 0 because, quite frankly, it'll get delisted or something else will happen before that happens. So it's going to have to break a back before I stop shorting this on every single pop. This is like Bed Bath & Beyond was, where every single time, like once things fell apart for Bed Bath & Beyond, like there just were no spikes that you couldn't fade, and Silvergate's kind of proving the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big, huge run up in the last week for many of these names. I mean, there's Bitcoin up 15%, Ethereum's only up 6%, but still nice. Tether, forget about it. Binance Coin even up that 6% right here. These are all coins. Ripple up 19, Cardano up 9. Cardano back to number 7, that's nice. And then as you go, so, there's Shiba Inu. Shout out to everybody that's looking at that, down 3% over the week. But anyways, as you're just looking at all these names, up 14% is real nice, man, for Bitcoin up to 28.4 right now. And I just think that you want to keep playing the strength, man. We've seen gold start to go back up to the upside. You've seen names. I mean, here's GLD right now on the Amex. Where is it? Okay, so still paying off that 180 level, but still nice little move up for gold as well. As there's been a little bit, as we know, the run on banks, so on and so forth. I think that's created some pressure on Bitcoin a little bit to the upside, right? Like more people wondering, hey, maybe my money is safer on the blockchain possibly than some of these other depositing banks like an FRC or Signature or Silicon Valley. So I don't know. We've seen a big run up in gold right here. We've also seen the big run up in Bitcoin. So I don't know. I was pretty bullish on Bitcoin and things like that, but I mean, we've now had a pretty big banking crisis. We've had a huge move down in the stock market as well, and Bitcoin is kind of just, hovering around. It's been a huge move up. If you like it, I think you could take some off around this $30,000 mark for Bitcoin and then see what happens after that. And if you still like it, you can go long on a breakthrough, but it will move at 2 p.m. So we're going to wait to see what happens with that, as well as the US dollars. So I feel like everything's going to be moving today, and it's not the right day to put a lot of money into something. You got to wait to see what happens. I think tomorrow and maybe 3 o'clock today we'll have a little bit of a better idea. So let's wait to see on everything. But hey, I like Coinbase for the short side, especially as we approach that 90 into $100. I don't really like that company. You're going to see on their next report, which I don't know when that is. Obviously, it's going to be I think we've already seen Coinbase. I think they're early when they report. But we're just going to have to wait on that for a short. So I'm going to wait for it to pop up. I don't think we have to pay for shorts, but for me, I don't know. Coinbase is such a huge run that I think we got to just let it settle down a bit.
Chip stuff. I was just looking. It's May. Yeah, it won't be until May again. So we're almost there. We're almost back to earnings season, which is kind of exciting. Anyway, something to look forward to. I had somebody ask me a question yesterday about SOX-L, with all the positivity and all the hoopla surrounding semiconductors of late, and specifically NVIDIA yesterday, NVIDIA again today, back to the upside. The question was essentially, isn't it better to not worry about individual catalysts and individual positive momentum and just buy something like SOX-L? The question was essentially, what are the risks in doing that, in that it's a leveraged ETF?
Exactly. You and I have been talking about this ad nauseum the past few weeks, months, I would say. We've been talking, it's a stock picker's market.
Yeah.
I don't know if holding the ETF is the best play, but let's look at SOXL's chart. It's not a bad play. Having had a $7 low in October, and now up over 100%, Brendo. We're at 1661, but we were as high as 1848, so maybe not such a bad idea.
Yeah. If you want to dig into it a little bit further, maybe, Sean, we can get your opinion on this. If you wanted to spread it out a little bit further, and again, the question was, what kind of risks are there involved in something when it comes to a 3x ETF versus why not just buy, something like the Qs where you do get exposure to the chips in general? But the question was more specifically about SOX-L.
Yeah, I actually missed it. We were just talking with Fahad there. That was jamming out a
It's
little bit
Foxhole
early today.
versus.
Yeah. So,
I mean,
look, I mean, whenever you're trading, I just think it's a matter of confidence. How much confidence do you have in your play? And, you know, is it going to move a little bit more? Yeah, it's going to move exactly 3 times. So you're going to have SOXL versus SMH, right? SMH would be the semiconductors holding. This is a 3 times. Let me just see exactly. SOXL. I know it's 3X. I just want to see who's running it. Direxion. Okay, so again, semiconductor bull. So it's the same as the SMH. It's just going to move up 3 times. So I think it's a better trading avenue. That's why I choose the TQQ. It's only $20 or the SQQ as opposed to what the actual Qs are and as opposed to the actual market themselves. But is there more risk? I mean, I don't know. I don't really think there is too much more risk other than the fact that you have to understand the movements of it. Like when you're looking at something like a TQQ, like I'll trade it just because if you look at the price here, it's $25. As opposed to trading the futures are probably going to have a little bit less cost for you, potentially, to get in and out of the futures trade. I just like it because it trades like an equity. So, you know, I'll go long. I understand the ticks. You know, 1 cent is 1 cent. But again, it's not super violent when you're looking at it. It just moves a little bit quicker. So when you're try to zoom this out a little bit here if I can. So here's the move yesterday. Like you can get out of the way. This is $25 up to $25.90. So we had a huge move in the NASDAQ, right? But because it's only smaller priced, that's what you get. And then if you're looking at SMH, which is on the Amex's, SMH must be on the NQs. Yeah, there it is right there. So this is going to be a $253 stock. Look at the spread. You know, so that's another thing, right? This has only done 2,000 shares, and the spread is 60 cents. If you're going to go into something a little more liquid, which we need as day traders here, this has already done 1.7 million shares, and look how clean it is. Like, easy to get in and out of levels, easy to get in and out of whatever quantity of shares you want. And on the 3 times ETFs, just like this TQQ trade that we were talking about, it's all programs here. So you want 100,000 shares, you just try to punch right there. You'll probably get 50 or 60,000. I don't think you're going to get that. Sometimes, I mean, I even talk to Arun all the time. The NASDAQ futures and the ES futures will dry up like crazy. And if you're trying to get, I mean, 100 contracts or something ridiculous, sure, you can get them. And sometimes you'll get them right away. But I just feel like getting shares on some of these levered ETFs are just easy. There's so many algorithms and just so much availability there that it's pretty safe to trade them. So yeah, whether or not you like NVIDIA, AMD, Micron, you have to like the whole sector to trade them all. And I think that I should be adding that to my repertoire here. I just feel like, yeah, we are missing a little bit by not trading as many ETFs. Even in the banks, there's FAZ. There's
well, as a day trader, that's the thing we should say, because Nate said this in the chat, and he's dead on. Like it's a little bit different when you're swinging or holding for a longer term because you got things like time decay and then you have fees. So I understand that aspect of it. As a day trader, though, you're absolutely right. These are great ways to express trades, but that's what it's all about. If you're not a day trader, I don't know that these are the things necessarily for you. But to each their own. Like the other day we had that crazy. Oh, sorry, it wasn't the other day. It was actually 2 weeks ago because I was off for a week when we had the crazy move in the regional banks, and I was like, what am I going to do? I didn't know that I specifically wanted to be trying to catch bottoms or shorting bottoms on FRC, and it's like what to make a move on, and then you just went over to the KRE. It's like, okay, well the ETF was perfectly tradable that day, so I have no issues with the notion of trading a SOXL for a day trade. I tend to prefer trading the equity because that's where my comfort zone is. I just love what NVIDIA, I like NVIDIA, I like Intel, and I kind of just sort of trade those two from a comfort standpoint. Find what works for you. If you trade the ETF, well, that's a perfect place to be as a day trader. On Fed days, there are traders on this floor that they like to trade GDX and GDX only. Pick your poison, man. Like they're great vehicles for a day trade. There's nothing against them.
There's one trader that likes to trade GDX, I think.
Oh, there used to be a bunch. There's one now that really does, but it used to be a bunch. So
yeah. So I just go back to that. If you're talking about as an investment, just because again it wasn't so clear on the question for myself. There's time decay, right? That's how they get 3 times levered. So it's options. They're playing front month options and things like that. So as that starts to happen, you do have to. you get time decay on all that, and you got to keep changing, keep buying more and more and more every month to keep the you know, the right pricing and everything like that to make sure that you are levered 3x. So there are more costs involved also in managing and running these ETFs. I do not think that they are great long-term opportunities to hold them, because you do lose percentage points like every year and every month on what you should be earning because of the management and the time decay on all of that. So I would say just, you know, like yesterday, made $5 on NVIDIA long, and then also made it 80 cents or whatever on the Intel short. So again, both of those names would be in the SOXL, and both have different trading opportunities, right? AMD's been rocking, Intel's been fine, but it's just yesterday we were short Intel.
It's been tanking.
Well, tank is, I mean, it was at 25. We got back to 30 there. I still think Intel has good chances, man, because they're also
25, 30 over and over again.
Yeah, 30 is a good level. Intel, remember, man, Intel has kind of put on their meta hat a little bit, trying to get rid of some of the costs. And honestly, it's, you know, oh man, bad wick again up there. So just gonna look like this is more dramatic than it really is. Because if you just go all the way back to October, then you have $25 there as the bottom for Intel and the top of 30. So this reminds me of what Microsoft's doing right now, back and forth in a range. But Intel's cost cutting, so I feel like Intel does have an opportunity to get back up. Next quarter, I think, if it's a great one, then I think we buy Intel no matter the price and see if that cost cutting continues and we run upside with Intel similar to Meta. All right, back over to the rundown.
Just quickly, guys, SoFi popping up here, 2.5% right now. They just said they're going to participate with this new program from the government, the FDIC insurance program, increasing their coverage from 250 to 2 million. So 3% here for SoFi. There was a move in PACW, as I mentioned. They updated their current cash position and also said they secured more funding as well. So PACW downside. So yeah, let's get into everything else you need to know here. We'll jump over to Arun real quick ahead of what's going to be exciting this afternoon, possibly a little bit quiet. Heading towards the Fed. Arun.
He's coming soon.
There he is. What do we need to know?
The Fed days here. Market has done absolutely nothing overnight, so that means we're going to have to go sideways on this one, right? Let's put in some tops, some bottoms. This is a little too tight of a range for a Fed day for me. I'm just going to work with this for the morning, and then we'll just kind of remove it going into that 2 p.m. number or 2 p.m. decision. So for now, we're going to put 50 up top, 20 down below, kind of 30-point range from top to bottom, and we'll just see if we can catch a bid south of 35, maybe closer to 30 if we can, to control the risk on this a little bit. But for now, it is sideways. We're not doing a whole lot. We are up 0.01% on that S&P. So clearly not a whole lot of action there. I think the bigger level to work with is going to be the one down below. And this is going to be more likely in play as we get into the afternoon, which is going to be that 39.65. There's a huge buy zone south of 4,000. Let's see how we react to that if we do get down to that after the Fed. So that's in play. And then, of course, on the Fed day, you got to go not just 2 levels out, but also 3 levels out. And, of course, we've got that 39.15 all the way down here. So I've got a few levels down below. Nothing up top apart from the 40.50. Just goes to show a lot of this is going to be price discovery to the upside if we do go to the upside. So for now, we're going to keep that 40.20 by 40.50 range for the morning. Bring in 39.65 and 39.15 for the afternoon, and then we'll deal with that. But this market is dead. Oh, no, we changed. We were at 0%, so no change whatsoever overnight. So here we are at 0.01% now to the upside.
So thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again, maybe even after the Fed this afternoon. We'll get Arun back to have a look at the futures. If you haven't done so, guys, make sure you grab that every single day. It comes out for you for free before we come on at 8:30. Use your email address. You can scan that QR code, and then you get that. Everything you need to know in the pre-market, as I mentioned, for free before we come on. Just quickly, DWAC, if anyone's watching that, it's been moving lately. Looks like Patrick Orlando, who was the CEO of Digital World Acquisition Corporation, is leaving. So the CEO exiting. And remember, they just came up with that new extension or latest extension to get that deal done with Trump Media. So no reaction there yet to that news, but CEO Patrick Orlando leaving DWAC, so that was coming in as well. Let's talk about NVIDIA. A couple of positive notes yesterday, and then we get that event. We get the CEO making the speech yesterday, unveiled a ton of AI-related products and new agreements that they made with other companies. We come in today to more positive moves from analysts on NVIDIA.
Yeah, we were monitoring the headlines yesterday in the closing show, and it was just one collaboration after the next that they were announcing at the show. But JPM sees what they see as strong growth in data center segment as customers embrace the GPU accelerated deep learning. So you and I were talking about this off camera. Now the data centers and what would like the AWS style are basically going to be GPUs instead of CPUs. It looks like to help with AI.
And if you want one of these supercomputers to make your own AI, you can get one for the affordable price of $37,000 a month on a rental deal, guys. So I don't know, why not?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we talked about this months and months ago that NVIDIA was going to be one of the winners in this AI talk. And I mean, just look at the chart. I mean, January, you're down here to 150. You've almost, I mean, I don't say you haven't almost doubled, but you're getting close enough to making that move right now. And yeah, they are the big winner. And then Jensen Huang comes out yesterday and makes it sound like they're even going to be even bigger winners than they already are. So, I mean, it's a huge move up for NVIDIA. Yesterday's trade for me, was amazing. I feel like, I mean, it really set my net off yesterday where we were buying right into here. So we let, their sort of talk end there a little bit with the CEO finished. Then we had this move back down to the downside right there coming in at, this was right as we went off air, man, right around 12 o'clock, or well, we did anyways, 11, 12 o'clock. Came back, based out right here at 255, 256, then based out again right here, and this is where we wound up buying. We took the first buy on a 50-period break right there at 257, and then we just started buying more and more and more, and then we were able to get some out up here. Our best out was 260. 50, somewhere right into here, I guess, on this break back down below. And then we traded a little bit. We traded AMD at the close, which was also fantastic as we kept going short on that name and long. And that's what we were talking with Fahad. We were trading that back and forth. But there's the high move right there of 264. So right now today, catching some upgrades. Is it able to trade through 264? I think we're going to have to find out for that once the market opens. So 264 looks like a decent top there. We made that top yesterday, and we talked about always trying to go long when we break yesterday's highs. So yesterday's high right there on good news is 264, also today's high. So I really like that play. What I wrote down on here was, hey, if there's a chance we drop back down, and again, the NASDAQ was down early. Right? Like when we're writing this sticky note, here's 730, the NASDAQ is down 0.5%. It's looking like NVIDIA wants to get back in, right? So there's NVIDIA's drop down yesterday to 255. I'm just wondering if it can come back again to 260, 258 and change. We'll see about picking up some longs. I believe this is the day that you just be patient with NVIDIA. Wait for it to give you the trade. You don't want to take a 264 break right away. That's probably going to come in the first 5 minutes. If you take it, great. I've been burned on doing that before. If the momentum sticks with it, then it's going to be an absolutely monster trade, and I think we can get to 270 today. But you got to wait for it, and you got to let it happen. It was a $6 move yesterday, and you know what? I didn't trade this yesterday until 12 o'clock. And it was still that $6 move to the upside. So I think there's going to be lots of opportunity. NVIDIA, stay the course, try to stay long on this name. But hey, if it fails off 264 numerous times, then it's going to be screaming a short. So I'm just going to wait for NVIDIA. It's a huge move. It's positive today, Neil, against the rest of this market. So, stick with relative strength, and NVIDIA's your name today.
Yeah, I think the issue is, like you said, it's at 264. The way I see it, like if 264 breaks and is going to be good to 270, then you can be long like 64.5 or 65 or something like that. You don't have to have 264 long, because if anything, like in late afternoon, I know I shorted 263.50, the first level. That was yesterday's morning high. Shorted that, it was no good. Waited for it to get to 264, and then that short was good. That is the price. So if it fails at the open, I'm open to shorting right there. If it can't get through the top, and I know pre-market, I got to print it like 264.20 or something is the high. So if it can't really make a fresh high at the open, I think that's going to be a shortable level. But you got to be willing to get out of Dodge pretty quickly on that. The risk to reward is going to be pretty nice because you're risking less than $1. And if it makes any kind of a significant pullback, $1 is nothing on NVIDIA. You just got to understand that if it clears out and holds above, you're off to the races with this one. And that 50 level, that 265 could take you pretty much anywhere. Like you go to the daily chart and you're going to see air. That's all you're going to get. Well, we go. You're going to see pretty much air from that 264. Like this level, there's nothing in here until you get into like the mid 70s that had any kind of significance. And even then, not much. Like obviously you can talk about the PE ratio all you want. 150 is kind of ridiculous, but it hasn't mattered up until this point, and when you're day trading, sometimes you have to suspend that belief. I do think that if we do have some kind of a tank in the afternoon, if whatever happens at 2:30, not necessarily 2 o'clock, but 2:30 from Powell were to tank the market, then NVIDIA is the stock I want to be shorting. There's no question about that. With its PE and given how the kind of run it's been on, to a certain extent, Coinbase would be in that bucket as well. But that would be one I would be looking to short if we did have some kind of a huge market reversal at 2:30. But we'll save that until the afternoon. For now, it's all about 264. That's the level I'm glued on at 9:30.
Rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on this desk by everyone you see on the show. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description at the bottom there. Trader TV 20 will get you 20% off. Shout out to Trade Ideas, as always. 51.6173, oh, there's 61 again, percent for GameStop right now. I just can't take my eyes off this thing. Coming into very long-term levels, obviously 30 staring everyone in the face as far as possible resistance. Surprise Q4 profit, they pointed to cost-cutting, the biggest benefactor to this quarter. But, I mean, fundamentals aside, GameStop's up 50%.
Yeah, here we go, baby. I have no comment on the fundamentals. I'll leave that to the Twitter warriors. But I'm looking for a dip trade on this. And my levels are simple, 26 and 24. I'm going to look for tests on the dip trade. Bradley, come to my screen, please. There we go. The 26 level here, consolidated yesterday in the aftermarket, again in the pre-market at that 26. And yesterday, this is a clear level of resistance going, support, excuse me, into the early hours of the morning, Brendo.
All right, let's continue along, guys. What do we do with GameStop here, up 50%?
Yeah, like those are the levels. I don't like necessarily like chasing it here. I want to. It's a timing thing. It's 9:15, so at 9:30 volume's going to come in, and the question is going to become, can it support 26 or 25? One of those is probably going to be a pretty solid dip zone. I'm not really sure. I like to see it bounce first, because when you catch a falling sword and something up 50% that has no fundamental reason for being this high, then I think you can be in a little bit of trouble. But those are the levels, and if it goes higher, it's got room to like 30 to 31. So, like, there's no question. Like, the upside, if it holds either one of those two bids, is going to be able to support the risk to reward, because you can easily get to a 30 or 31, where I see the short. That's where I'd be looking for the short on GameStop today. We had a late move in CVNA. You saw that Brendan brought the news. Just to quickly go over this one, it broke the 50 period. It's got a pretty big level. I kind of glossed over the daily chart there. It's got a pretty big level that it already chewed through, and it's broken a trend. So these levels here, it has to get to a more significant one. 11's a pretty solid round number, but 13 I think is, if it gets to 13 Carvana, I just feel like there's going to be a heck of a short opportunity on CVNA. It doesn't feel like it should be squeezing as much as it is. There's some sympathy to this, but it does have its own news.
All right. I just tweeted something out about SoFi. I think SoFi can go through $6 right now. You know, raising their FDIC insurance to $2 million from $250. I mean, that sure as hell gives me a lot more confidence in putting my money with SoFi than maybe some of these other little banks. So I mean, little bank. I mean, SoFi is right here. But yeah, raising up to $2 million for insurance purposes. I don't know what that deal's all about, but that seems to be a good one. I like the $6 break here on SoFi. I'm already into GameStop very, very small here at this level. 26.90 I'm long. You can see at the bottom. I want to buy some more down here at 26. And if we break through 25, I think we'll just get out and then reassess it after that. It's not... It'll be a hit, obviously, because we'll take some more averaged in down here at 26. So if we get down to 26, we'll take a little bit more. But let's just wait to see what happens now on GameStop. I think it is better to, you know, sort of wait to see. But again, you know, maybe we do bounce around a little bit right down here near this $26 mark. I think that's going to be a decent long. That 25.50 is this sort of wick down there on the daily, on the minute chart. And you're at 4.5 million shares, so it's all good. There is enough liquidity in order to trade this. Oh, sorry about that. Hold on a second. I'm looking for the imbalance locator right now. AMC and GME. AMC, GME, APE. They're all right here as the number one names to trade right there. But Again, AMC up 10%, GME, it's only 300,000, but it's on there. Yeah, no Carvana on there. Space is on here. That's still around. Alibaba's on there as well. But anyways, I look at GameStop and I just say the same thing. I'm long right here for the dream. We'll see if it can go. I still do like a 28 break as well. So I have both those orders in. A 28 break up top. I also have some more buys down here near 26. And if it breaks down through 25, that's a pretty good psychological level. We'll get out of that. Probably some options being traded around that level as well. We'll see if they can support it. But for me, GameStop, nice to see a profit. But you know, it still is GameStop. It still is up 51%. And if you were long yesterday, and especially if you bought equity, would you not be covering a little bit right now? So I do feel like there is a pullback coming on some cover here. So let's wait to see. Hopefully there's enough liquidity to hold up the bids. But I do expect a little wave of selling to come in off the open, and then we'll see where the bottom is. And then I expect it to blast off. So I still think GME can get up there today. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up much higher than 50% today, which seems ridiculous, but that's what GME can do for you.
All right, let's talk about Tesla here. Nothing significant as far as additional news for Tesla today, but I mean, this chart says it all. This is a pretty impressive week so far. That started 2 days ago, and then, yeah, yesterday was just a march higher all day long. Really, the only thing to know is 200 is back again. Staring us in the face here. What do we do with Tesla?
I don't know, man. I mean, it's been tough to trade lately. If I'm taking a trade on this, which I'm not, I'm looking for a dip trade, possibly off yesterday's close, but nothing organized for this.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that, the Chinese numbers that came out yesterday, guys, but wow, what a day it was yesterday. Even volume was 2x, I saw almost, over what it normally does on the day by the end of the session. So big level here for Tesla today.
So quickly before we get into Tesla, I just got Pack W short, and I just want to go over it pretty quickly because Brendan brought you the story. But look, 1250, you can see that kind of high double top yesterday. And if you look at the chart, like this is one of the regionals that got absolutely sort of crushed. On the bounce back up, I'm looking at this kind of lower high from yesterday in 11 quarter, that's where I just started, and then kind of right into that 12 area. Like that's the pocket under which I want to be looking for the short on a retracement play to see if it rolls back over at the open. If it holds trend, then I think I want to be adding on the way down. It's 9:20 now, so 9:30 would be the time that I'd be looking to ideally add to this position to look if it can roll back over. Because I could see like this could easily break 10 and just absolutely flush. Like you can't think in terms of sense with like Pack W today. Tesla 200. You kind of nailed that one, Brendan. It's just, that's the level. This is so much like NVIDIA today at that 264 that, like, I don't know that I want to be taking a 200 break on Fed day. It's got lots of room, and I know we had the dip buy in there yesterday, and that was a good one. I did not hold on to it long enough. I was shorting in the afternoon at the highs. Did not hold on to that long like I probably should have. Only took a couple of bucks on it, but at 200 level, it's got room to run. But if it's going to trend into the trend in the morning, I'd rather get involved in it like at 250. Let's see it holding higher levels before getting involved in the trade. There's lots of room for it to go. I just don't want to be taking a breakout of a level like that long this morning. I'm not really feeling that trade today. Sometimes you get those breakouts and it just runs the entire day. I'm not really feeling that for Tesla at the moment. So I'd rather fade NVIDIA if I get a chance at 64 than necessarily Tesla at 200, but I'm definitely not taking the breakout. I can go long 200 if it carries later on in the session, like 950, something like that.
All right, just real quick here. GameStop does make a nice move back up to 27 right now, so that's a good move back up there to 27. We'll see. It just held 26.50, so let's see what happens right now with GameStop as it continues to make a move higher right now on that. So yeah, I mean, Tesla's still at that $200 mark. We can talk about that all day, every day. Let's go over to Ford just real quick. I mean, I think Tesla can break and bust and just continue to go higher. The NASDAQ has just turned green right now, so that's a huge move for the NASDAQ back up. What's up to Momo wants to talk about Ford again. I mean, and look, unless there's some real volume coming into Ford, I don't know. I mean, you're right at some highs from yesterday right now. You could break out through that 1180, and then you do have $12 top for Ford. So I still like it, but I'd rather buy these dips down here to 1115, which we missed yesterday. So I'm going to say stay away from Ford. Don't stay away from it. You can trade it if you want to, but I think there's bigger names. I'd rather look at Tesla that's just moving a little more actively. I still like Ford as an investment for sure. Rivian even off these bottoms as well, looking not bad here. Bottom of 12 or 13, looking to take some levels out here again as well. Like if we're getting a big move up in Carvana because of restructuring and things like that, you know, these are relatively new companies. Now Carvana's come back down through $10 again, but you know, you could hear anything. I mean, Bed Bath & Beyond, the restructuring obviously hasn't worked there as that's still below $1. But, you know, you're going to get some news like that, and I still think Rivian has something underneath it, whether or not Amazon comes back or that Ford again as well coming back in. Lucid, we know, has the Saudi sort of backing, or do they? I don't know, down here to $8. I mean, if the Saudis aren't going to be putting any more deposits into Credit Suisse, I don't know if they're going to be doing anything with Lucid either right now. So as you can see, a big bump up Lucid there on that talk, and now you're right where we were before all that Saudi talk. So maybe there is going to be another bump coming up here on some false reports. Remember when this came out, I said this is fake news, and then it just came right back in the next day. So that happened, it was fake news, and now it's all the way back down again. I expect another fake news story to go here again at some point where somebody will randomly say they feel the Saudis are going to back Lucid even more, and then you're going to get this bump up again. So for me, if you're going to take a flyer on anything, it probably would be Lucid, but that Dream and the Air, Lucid Air with the Dream model is so expensive. So I don't know, man, you got to watch out for some of these names coming through here until they get their cost cutting and actual like boots on the ground or wheels on the road, rubber on the road. Then I feel like you want to wait for some of these names. But I would put my money with Lucid, just hoping that you're going to get one day a crazy pop. But hope is not a way to trade.
All right, let's get on to Nike here. A few people mentioned Nike, whether it's worth a shot to the upside today. Decent report, although they did point to some inventory issues still lingering along, some China question marks, not necessarily issues coming out of China, but still some uncertainty maybe for Nike. So a mixed report, we'll call it, for NKE.
Yeah, they beat on the top and bottom line, but they said they're concerned about margins going into 2023. I think the China issues are behind them. They reported double-digit growth in some of their other industries, so I think overall it's probably a good report.
Yeah, and I guess reflected in the price action that we saw after the close yesterday, initially higher, but here we are now down almost 2%, or exactly 2% here for Nike going into the open, guys.
Quite literally not moving right now. However, we've sort of seen this story before, and that it'll probably have a significant move at the open and start trending one way or the other. All the retailers have done that in this earnings session. Most of them to the upside, like they've kind of tanked and then gone up. So this one down, I kind of feel like you could rip and then fade because it's right at the 50 period. I kind of thought we'd be trading away from that and testing the 130, which I thought would have been an interesting level to short. So I don't know if I have a trade for this. If it does make a pop, and then fading 130 would have made a heck of a lot of sense to me. And then as far as like the longs go, I don't know if we'll see the levels that I would like for a long trade. If you get down into the low teens, the mid-teens, I should say, that's where I would have been anticipating is a better look. I don't think it wasn't that great. I mean, they're not down more because everyone loves the brand. And the guide wasn't all that great. And the way that we're talking about the future, I could see some downturn for them. But they got a lot of brand loyalty. I think you can definitely pick it up on support on the higher time frame. That's probably more of a swing thing. Today, there's just way too much moving to care a lot about Nike. Sorry.
I had like half of this coffee. I'll wait on a coffee, but soon. Thanks, Randy, for that. Yeah, Nike. Not in my toolbox today. I didn't even look at it. I mean, I was so much more concerned with everything else happening right now today. So I'm going to pass on that. I mean, I'm in GameStop. So that should show you where my focus is right now, not on Nike. But there's SoFi with the sell. I still like that breaking through $6.
I'm good.
Mullen is right there, 600,000 coming in for Mullen. Helbis, AMC as well, right there on here. So there's no big NASDAQ names. It's very mixed, buys and sells here today on the imbalance locator. And there's GameStop right now trying to take out 27. We're long right here at 26.89. Let's see if it wants to work out with only 3 minutes to go right now. All right, let's just go back to Brendan because we only have 2 minutes till the bell.
Well, to go here, big tech, obviously, bottom of the board there, a group we've been looking at all week long in relation to not only what's going to come this afternoon, but interest rates in general, I think. So if we do get something along the lines of positive comments coming from the Fed that does help the market, this group's obviously going to be moving.
Oh yeah, super interest rate sensitive, so keep an eye on that. If we get 25 bips, look for maybe some fluctuations, but if we get nothing, oh baby.
Yeah, could be off to the races, guys, for big tech this afternoon.
So like you can pick your poison what you want to look at. Meta's flat. I mean, the market's flat, Meta's flat. But if there's a pop into like 05, 06, I think if you get an inside day until 2 o'clock, there's some big levels that'll be out there that I'm not sure breach. And I think that could be one on some strength, 05, 06 on Meta. If it does dip down, 198, that's where it happened to close. But I know the day before, it's like if you took where it closed as a dip by price, it blew through you. Then yesterday, it just on an absolute dime, it turned at 198 where it closed. So I'm a little bit skeptical that, you know, if it gets down, if it doesn't hold 202, like that's completely insignificant. I wouldn't care about it. 198 feels like a decent level, and then 205, 206. But that's one I'll be watching here. Oh, I should have just taken more of PAC-W on that last move, but I said I'd wait until 9:30. I wanted to see the market open back up, so I wasn't really adding as it started to go higher. I will take some out on the south side of 11 and then try and get a few more shares in somewhere along this trend. I just kind of feel like with this one, the chance of an absolute flush all day long is going to be in play. But yeah, if we get any of those levels in Meta, if it drops enough to 98 or like it goes up to like an 05, 06, I'd like the short. I'd like the long if it got to that 98. Not really concerned about the 200 level per se.
Yeah, I'm only looking at Microsoft here. I'm just trying to fix this bad wick that we have right now with only a few minutes to go. It's not even at that time. Okay, I was trying to fix that, but I'll have to fix it later. Microsoft back in between 270 and 280. 275 right now. I'm going to try to get that short or the 270 long. That's all that I'm bidding right now. I still have GameStop on board, and I am looking at Apple right now, trying to look at that 160 mark from yesterday. Again, if you look at Apple, just looking at some highs from the other day. That's 159.40 right now to go. Okay, that's Brendan's second espresso. So, you know, I'm trying to keep track of everybody's there. It might even be more than that. 159, because we don't have Luca here, right? So we got to keep track of our Spro counts right now. All right, here we go. Apple right now, 30 seconds to go in this market. Let's see what happens right now. To the upside, I'm looking at Apple. We're looking at everything. The imbalance locator doesn't seem to be, we just showed you, it's not very spicy here to open up the day, but I'm only in GameStop, which is moving around pretty good right now. With only 10 seconds to go, here's GameStop 2650. Let's see where we open up on this Fed day. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It should be a good one. What is that? What's in the background there?
Bavarian
what? Crepes? That looks like crepes to me.
There's kiwi
Bavarian crepes, I'm going to say. Let's see when he moves. Oh, it is Bavarian Crepe Day. Good job.
And he drops the mallet. So now we know, like the market up or down when Sharif drops the mallet ringing the bell. That's what we're going to get to find out here today. I was just checking out on Carvana because it's right at that $10 level. This, GME, both moving. PAC-W is already moving back into the downside. Just took a little bit out there. Was kind of hoping we'd get a chance to get more shares off the open. That's fine. I can ring and register. Looking for a continuous trend down. NVIDIA just got to 264. And made that first turn. So while I was looking at PAC-W, NVIDIA did the over-under at that 264 level. So it looks like it got 65. Didn't happen, did it? Oh, that might have been it. Hopefully somebody got that one because NVIDIA already at 263. If it does pop back up, I'll look to short off of that failed breakout just now on NVIDIA. Didn't want that break at 64 with good reason. I just feel like it's a bit of a trap early.
Yeah, so we said we wouldn't get into anything too early, but here's Amazon. We're already in that one, and I'm just trying to, there it is. It's going to break, and it did break, and now we're going to get out of this in a second here because it broke lower than this $100 mark. We just wanted to test it at 100, so it's going to be a temporarily bad trade here, I think. There it is. One more penny out, and we're going to break lower there on Amazon. We're just testing that $100 mark. It is definitely not printing right now. It's printing downside as this market trying to figure itself out. And the NASDAQ right now, 0.04. So we'll wait on that Amazon trade. And then there goes GameStop right down into $25. So we're going to wait to see where this one breaks now. We've got another long on this. We're only holding it $225. And there breaks lower Amazon now taking out that $100 mark.
Oh, man. So Tesla is moving to the upside. I just got a little bit of a reload on PAC-W, but Tesla is making a move. I'm still trying to grab that NVIDIA, but Tesla goes over 200, then over under, just like NVIDIA did there. So am I really going to take a shot shorting both of them on a pop? It got to 201 almost and then faded. Yeah, I'm going to go for it. If it gets back up there, I'm going to take a shot at that one to the south side. GameStop is testing that 25 level. It's about to come into play. Oh, XPeng just filled me, so I'm going to get to that in a second. GameStop trying to bounce off that 25. We thought that'd be like a first line in the sand. It blew through 26. I think 25 is kind of where it has to hold up. But that's not the trade I just got. I got XPeng looking at that support from yesterday. So it's screaming into it, a little violent into that support at about 980. 975, a big level on the higher time frame. So let's see if XPeng's going to catch a little bit of a bouncer. Didn't want to chase that one up. that dip buy came rather quickly.
Yeah, we're again. Microsoft's not doing anything. We're back now. Like, this is so funny because now we're short and it's gonna rip up for us now, Amazon. So I don't know, man. I took the short against $100 now. So now we're short at $100. Sorry, we're short at 99.88. So it looks like, again, you know what I said this morning? Don't do anything. And right away I go long and lost. And now we're gonna go short and probably lose again. Again, you know, the one thing that I tweeted out was go less size and try to stay, you know, calm and focused in this environment. So let's just try to do that, man. There goes Amazon right. Oh, man, just to have held that, it looks like Amazon wants to be pretty strong here today. Well, I don't know if it does or not, but it looks like we're going to get stopped out again on the high side of this trade. That's too bad because that's irresponsible trading there. We should have just followed what we were doing there instead of losing 20 cents, losing 20 cents. At the end of the day, you're losing 40 cents, which shouldn't really been in my game plan there, so that's unfortunate. GameStop right here bouncing off 25. Hopefully that will come and go back into the upside for us here as GameStop looking to do something. Now NASDAQ, nice move down on the NASDAQ right now, down back to flat on the day, but that's sort of where we've been all day. So, you know, again, a little bit of a mistrade there on Amazon. Should have left it alone. Just got excited there at the $100 mark. Let's check out what Apple's doing. I don't think anything. Probably still 159.50. Yep. So that's not doing anything either. Microsoft was the other name that we wanted to check out quickly. Again, absolutely flat on Softy. So yeah,
Market's
man.
coming down a bit, though.
Yeah, things are moving, but yeah, I'm not really convinced anything's happening too aggressively here.
Yeah, I was able to get a little bit more of PAC-W here. That's the only thing. I'm in XPeng, but it's not really doing much. I got the 990. That's flat. PAC-W gave another fill in there. Was able to get some in the 30 range. 35's average price will be 32.5 right now. But that just came right back in. Filled at 11. So been able to get some scalp out, but it's not really falling apart like I would like to see, obviously, being in the short. I just picked up GameStop in front of 25. Wanted to wait for it to test that level. I'm on my 15-minute because I was having an issue with my 3. But if it holds 25, I think there's a chance. But this has been falling since the open. Not a lot of buying. So we want to make sure you pay something out on the way back to 26 here. Brendo.
Decent start here for LAZR. It was down huge in the pre-market. There was a Goldman downgrade on this late in the day yesterday. So that was the gap to the downside. But huge volume came in there at 7, trying to get this back to session highs for Laser.
All right, lasers right now. So, yeah, we'll look at that. I'm still watching this Amazon, hoping that we can fall back in a little bit. Looking over here, GameStop is now going to take out 25. I mean, it's down here for a reason, I'd say. We just bounced off 25 flat, so I'd say alert to that right now if you are on GameStop at all because you're at that $25 mark. So I'd say watch out for that. I'm going to take out 20% if Amazon gets back somewhere. There it is. So GameStop just flushed down. If Amazon wants to flush as well, I am bidding 93s. There it is. We'll take out a little piece there just to sort of feel a little bit better about that position. There comes GameStop right back in. So we're going to watch out for that 22.50 level here on GME fading back to here. I don't know. Let's just wait. It doesn't look like that 28 wants to go today for GameStop. So I think that's a hold on GME. Quickly check on. So if you still have it, I mean, I'm out at 25, but I think you got to let it either drop down or make that move back up. All right, so 578 right now for SoFi. That bounced off $6. That was a level that I was looking at, so I'm actually going to cancel that as well. And then just go back over, man. Exactly what we thought would happen is happening. Look at Google today. An absolute nothing of a trade right now for Google. I mean, you could have had the short if you somehow knew that you wanted those top wicks, but there it is right now coming back in again. So, yeah, I feel pretty irresponsible going back and forth with that Amazon, which is why we wind up taking some out. So let's just wait to see what's going to trade here. And I don't have anything hitting any significant levels right now.
Well, the only thing that hit, something that is significant level, NVIDIA, the initial flush off that wick top to 65 goes all the way down to 62.5. I'm in the second time. The second time's not always as good as the first. I'll be the first to acknowledge it. So we got about $1 worth of risk in here at that 65 level, and it could easily chew through it. We said at the open, didn't want to have that break at the open. It made its move. It might be making the break right now. I'll get to PAC-W in a second. And also, I'll talk about Square because I think someone asked about Square. But NVIDIA is absolutely churning. Should have just had this the first time. There's absolutely no question about it. I know I should have. There's the break. I'm out. That's a lot of slippage. That is a lot of slippage. That's insane. Really? 35? 35.
What does the spread look like?
On a 50? On an even break, I got 35s long.
Yes, sir.
You got to be kidding. So look, you can see it's already at 266. I'm just kind of Usually the stops are a little bit better than that. Like you're getting like 65.11, 65.20. In that particular situation, I got the price that I bid. Like I bid, I was crossing the 35 and it just gave me 35. So that'll be, look, it's a reversal. We talked about the long and wanting to break that
AMD
65. Should have taken the 64, did not. I'm now in the long on NVIDIA. Tesla is, come on, chart. Tesla is making a run at its high of the day, so basically the same play. Short it off that first failed break. If it makes a fresh high, then I want to be out. That high is not exactly at 201. That high is at 265 cents or something like that. So it's a bit of a random level out there. That's the high of the day.
Yeah, so a little bit of a negative start here for us, but that's fine. I mean, I'm not putting out anything, big amount of shares into anything right now. If anything, Amazon has been showing some weakness, so let's see if that does want to eventually get down to a reasonable level for us. Apple is getting up to that 160 mark again and starting to go higher. The one trade that I normally have on, and you guys know that I'm all about AMD, but not today for some reason, that name has been doing a nice little dance upside today, man. Started at 95 and just kept on blasting to the upside. So congratulations, man. Anybody that's been on AMD, put that money in your bank account at some point because it's a nice move up again for AMD. Let's look to see what levels we need to look at. It already took out yesterday's high. We talked, well, again, we had the high from there, but yesterday's afternoon high of 96.70. You know, if you're going to go, I would definitely look out for this 99, but you're only at 97, so a move to 99 is nice. So we'll wait to see if that can happen right now, but 98, I would say a 98 is a good short for AMD, but let it grow to that price if you did want it. All right, let's take out a piece now. We're now 10 cents. Wow, amazing 10 cents. Okay, in the money for Amazon. We'll let this fall again, hopefully into the 70s. That bottom wick was 66 and change, so we flipped it up. Obviously, we went short. We've been short now for a couple minutes here. Let's see if we can get a 75 fill like I like, and then we'll get some more out here on Amazon as it's a little weaker. There it is. Yes, sir. Nice little trade there. That's good, man. We're back in the saddle now with this Amazon trade. What's up, Beef?
Big mover yesterday, guys. Off earnings starting to go, or trying anyways. ON, the shoemaker, sneaker maker, just taking out that high from yesterday right now. Volume coming back in above 28 there for ON.
Just I said I'd get to XPeng, so just very quickly, was able to get some out in front of 10. Bit of wall there happening at the $10 level. So I got 990s. You can see that 980 support that it had in the afternoon. So if it gets through that, probably 75 I think is a better level. I'll probably reload, but only a little tighter to that 75. Obviously I reversed in NVIDIA. You saw the L in that short. And again, it broke the high, so you had to be able to get out. I decided I wanted to wait for it to get to 65. With Tesla, the short is kind of like it's doing that same fade, right? But what didn't work in NVIDIA, similar setup, and I'm going to take profit, like take some first out, then continue talking. So it got to 199 there. It just kind of rolled over from that 200, grabbed it a couple of times shy of that, able to take a scalp out 99. 98 will be the next level there. Did think that would be pretty significant. If you get an inside day, some of these levels are probably going to hold up a little bit. So Tesla kind of fading off that top, NVIDIA continuing to break out. NVIDIA is now at, I mean, give me a break. NVIDIA's now at 266,
yes, sir.
50s. It just continues to scream to the upside. You could definitely see that 70 the way that this one's moving today. And by the way, that PAC W it's in the money, but it's not really flushing past that $11 level. It's finding a little bit of support there. NVIDIA, huge runner into a flat market. Tesla pulling back even, so very similar setups. Two completely different results. One holds and flushes, the other one breaks out and continues going. Very stock-specific open, so you got to be trading what's moving. This is not one just, hey, we can follow the market, it's going to trend for us. We're not having that kind of a day, and I don't think we're going to until 2 o'clock.
All right, yeah, we're banking out pretty good right now, man. We just went long on AMD instantly there, long at 20s, out at 47s on a nice move to the upside. We still have a piece. We're going to wait to see if it wants to, now we're getting more. We want to see if it wants to hold this 97, not too sure, as the market is coming back in right now. Wow, okay, big aggressive move back down to the downside. We are in AMD, more shares right now, but watch out here as this is coming back a little bit. We should watch our NVIDIA trade with this as well. We're long right now at 14s. Whoa, nice little move up. All right, we'll get some out here. Look at this. Wow, holy crap. We are now back in this game, baby. Look at Amazon. Yeah, ye of little faith, I am. Look at Amazon to the downside right now. Short at $100 right now, down to 99.50. That's going to be a big one. And look at that. Okay, Fahad, we're reloaded right there as we got a nice move on AMD, Fahad's favorite stock, right there. Nice move to the upside here as we just reloaded that at 97, man. Play the damn strength. And that's what we did here with AMD and NVIDIA, obviously, as Neil has that one. And we just made everything back there. So there we go. That was pretty easy. Again, take a 20-cent hit on Amazon, and then how about just make 50 on the other side of it? So, all right, Brenda, what you got?
Kramer making some comments, apparently, guys, on NVIDIA right now. So just be careful. Could go either direction, as we've seen. Boeing, meanwhile, downside, big time. Huge flush there at 200. Obviously, some stops getting run maybe for BA. They came out this morning saying they're going to take additional charges on their KC-46 tanker program. More quality issues being raised for Boeing.
Wow. So, I mean, I don't know, Kramer comments, whatever, when it comes to NVIDIA. It's just... So NVIDIA is having some chop here as it gets to like 67. If you look at the higher time frame, it's like, okay, you'd think you have a little bit of room, but there's just there's a battle sort of happening at that 67. Whoa, that was, quote, levitation through 67 when it just broke. So it just kind of chewed through that level now, and wow, it's right back beneath it. So another kind of failed break. There's a lot of offer and supply here at that 67 level. If it breaks down from here, this is exactly the situation where I covered in NVIDIA yesterday, and then it kind of went another couple of dollars here, and I wasn't able to get back in on the dip. I think the dip will be at that 65 to 66 area, but I don't want to get in, trailed out of this right now. It doesn't feel like it makes a heck of a lot of sense. Tesla's just flushing as NVIDIA flies. Now 96 is about to come in.
Dog.
So this is now all of a sudden, you go like $4 from that 200 level, and you're right into the afternoon support on Tesla. That's 96. That would have been the target anyway, so I think we're going to get an early target here. As the market is generally heading to the downside, it's like everything except for NVIDIA is going down, I think. Unless you guys have something else that's moving. I can't see anything else up except for...
Yeah, Apple, AMD's up right now, Google's up. Yeah, lots of names going a little bit nuts here. SoFi, obviously, we talked about that earlier. AMD, I mean, it's just absolutely ripping right now, as is your NVIDIA, as I know you see that. Amazon as well taken on that tank to the downside as well. Tank, I don't know. But there goes, I don't even think I want to get out of AMD, man. I mean, we have an offer in the 60s and then again in the 80s. But look, I mean, this is about as good as it gets. Have faith in what you're doing, right? And I think that's what we did down there on AMD. It came into 97, took it the first time, double took it again down there, and then we just got, I mean, there's a bunch of outs right here getting out of that trade. So let's just wait on it now. We have a good, I feel like we have a good trade now on AMD, but I just mentioned SoFi quickly there. Let's go have a look again at SoFi. Again, yeah, I guess, yeah, it's good, but it's still down on the day here since this move off the open. We did have that insurance talk there, but they upped it to $2 million. I thought that's amazing, but I don't know enough. I thought that would have really rallied the stock a lot more than where we did. Let's go over to the bigger banks just to have a quick look. JP Morgan. I feel like I'm going to empty out all of the bank stocks. Basically, maybe even today, maybe tomorrow. Let's just see what happens after Fed. But I don't want to be too, rash on it. But sometimes when there's, smoke, there's a lot of fire. And I just feel like the banks are holding up too well in this environment, and they probably should not be. So I mean, First Republic's another example.
They're basically telling you that things are worse than they're letting on.
And then we're going to get that rate. And especially if there's a pause, then I think that the writing is on the wall for all of that. Yeah, people saying that people in the chat are like, oh, Sean's my hero, but man, was he wrong on GameStop. Was I, though? I mean, we went long there at 26 and got out at 25. If you can't take a $1.20 hit on GameStop, then honestly, you're probably using way too many shares. We talked about that earlier. I even tweeted it out that we did not realize where the stopping and going spots were going to be for GameStop. I wrote down on the sticky note, I mean, if you watched out for that we had 22.50 as a long, so the bottom here was 23. These are just little small trades. I even talked about when I took them, man, that we weren't putting any real capital. Once we broke through 26.50, we tried it again at 26, and then we broke down through 25. And then for those people people that are saying, oh, you know, wrong. What did I also say? I also said that, hey, if you woke up today and saw 51% in your account, you're probably selling a little bit of that off. So there it is. It's a nice move to the downside. I still think we could try to go long again. Well, let's maybe try to push to 24 long because now we have $1 worth of an out. So I think the 24 long can get us back up here, right? So that's the logic that I have. And I just want to say thank you to everybody that's, you know, trading with me and everything. Just try to understand that I'm not using a lot of shares on these positions, and they're small hits, but they're hits nevertheless. So if you want to trade GameStop, you can't just be like, oh man, I just lost $1 on it. Yeah, you did. I mean, you're up right now, just from yesterday, you're up $10 off the open. So I think you got to be a little cautious and a little bit weary of the risk that you're putting into these names and understand that they are a risk moving forward. AMD did just break 97 there, so we are out of AMD. Still a profitable stock on the day, but AMD, we are out, and now all we have is 50 cents in the money here on Amazon.
Because I was long AMD. You got out of a long. I just trailed out of
Nvidia.
No, I just trailed out of Tesla short just now. Like, Tesla just caught a serious bid off that 95.80 or so. Caught a bid right back through 96. That trailed me out. I said that 96 was kind of like that decision point for me. Like 98 was a decision point. Like 99, 98, then after 98, 96. So I'm trailed out of Tesla. If it does make a lower high, I can always try to jump back into the trade. But congratulations! Because sometimes you look at a setup, and that one, like the fade off the high of the day, works out perfectly. On NVIDIA, the fade off the high, you can see what happens. I had that fade short. I reversed it into a long, and look, this one's still going. It hasn't trailed me out just yet. 67 is putting up a battle. Thankfully, that's not a true wick. That's just a dark pool wick, so it hasn't really failed this 67 level. If it does, look, you can see a retracement, but this market is wanting to come back to the upside. I just saw the bid that Tesla caught there, and it's like, okay, NVIDIA's catching one as well. I'm going to get my trail in. Just want to make sure I don't want to give this one up. PACW, is this chart going to work? PACW, I'm having issues on PACW with that chart, so it's still holding that 1140 area. I'm short here at 32.5. I've been able to get 11s, been able to get 1090s, but not really much else. The big flush was in the pre-market. I'm not sure it has a second salvo in it, but the trend obviously still valid to the downside, so no reason to get out of it. Nothing in SI for me. I was talking about Square this morning. So I blocked this morning, monster level, trying to break a trend, breaking 78 and 79, does not break those levels, so you can see it's actually flushing. So I don't have my stop order in to break out this anymore because it's fallen too far.
All right, we're going to try a little bit of an Apple trade right now as we are. Oh, sorry, that's AMD, my bad. But I did just put a bid on Apple down here near 159.60. Let's see if it wants to hold 159.50 for Apple on any pullback in right now on that name. And the reason why, the NASDAQ just now took out that high and then just came right back. So look at all these wicks here. This is only a 1 minute chart, so you know you got to look at a little bit of a longer time frame if you're planning on actually holding this. But you know, like we just took out the high, and then right before then we were just in the middle. So, you know, it's not an overly aggressive market right now. It's kind of just waiting out, and we have 2 o'clock coming. It's only 9:50 right now, and of course, Fed on tap in a matter of minutes. So we're going to wait for that. I mean, matter of hours, I guess, but still in this world, pretty close. So right there, we just took a long in Apple. Let's see if it wants to work off some of that break. We will also take a 160 long on that break to the high side as well. But right now we have a better average price down here at 159.70. Let's see if that can work. We'll put some offers up there in case we get back into the 90s again on Apple, which it looks like it hopefully can go. But right now we're long $10 now in the $10, 10 cents. Now 20 cents in the money now, and even more on a reload of AMD. AMD went to the downside. The minute we saw the market starting to take out highs, we're starting to get longer right now. There goes Apple. Nice little 20-cent win for Apple. 50 cents in the money now on AMD as well. So far so good here as we're rocking and rolling, and we're way light on AMD, so that's all good. There it goes, or sorry, on Amazon. There goes AMD. Look at this, man. Ye of little faith again for me. We went back into the long on AMD. That was turning out to be quite the nice trade, as there it goes, man. So again, lose 20 cents, make 70 cents. I like. And right now, Apple trying to break as well. Right now, at that breaking spot of 160, we're going to go long again. We just got 25 cents in the money again. GameStop. And there goes GameStop on the break. We're long GameStop as well. Man, we're going crazy here when I said I wouldn't, but it's a profitable day. So whenever that's in your blotter, then you're pretty happy. So let's watch out for Amazon. That's the only short we have.
Yeah, we're getting close to the 270 on it, and NVIDIA here. I just kind of feel like we're not getting through 270.
Wow,
so we'll
AMD,
see.
I'm a
If we
dollar
get
in
up
the
there,
money?
that's where we're going to get it out. It's about 3 in the money now, but I don't think it's going to go too much further. I have a trailing stop on it. GameStop is trying to make a move here. Like, obviously, it's making a bounce off 23 even, but 25 to me is a big level. If it pops into 25 and curls, I would look for a fade off of a 25 level. That's just the level I happen to like there, guys. And it looks like it's going to be a good one in this day today because the market is showing you tops and bottoms. Like these, you're getting pretty, come on, Tesla. You're getting pretty significant levels here. Tesla's about to retest the bottom. I got trailed out here 96. 96 looks like the support level as far as I'm concerned. I'm laser focused on AMD. I don't want to ignore a couple of other moves here because look, there's some other things moving in the market, and I just want to get something like a SoFi. I thought there would be a decent bottom at, I have to enter twice every single time. At 575, I didn't really look into it too much, but it's now double bottomed at that same price. If you go out a little bit here, you can see there's your kind of break, 570. It's now really holding up at that level. If it never makes a bottom, I think the trend is actually still there in SoFi. Risk to reward, it's about 5 cents here if you get the 75 break to that 70 level. But I need it getting back
Holy
above
shit.
75 first.
Holy
69 already.
crow, guys. The damage that is being done right
Oh my
now
God.
on AMD, I would not have been able to live with myself if I did not get back in on this trade. And it is an absolute monster to the long side right now. Advanced Micro Devices off that 97. Wow, did it ever just blow up, man. Trade the right names, and that is exactly what we do right there today with AMD. You want to talk about trading the right name? Like, we just took Apple from low to right there. We only have 30% left. Let's see where Apple wants to go. Amazon, this is what I was getting at with trading the right names. Look what Amazon's doing right now, guys. Amazon downside here, and we're short on Amazon. So, like, as this market just took out some of those highs, we're just banking right now on Amazon right now. So flush down Amazon and watch this market just continue to go up to the upside. From worst to first here goes AMD. Nice move to the upside right now for Advanced Micro Devices, as that is just climbing. And why get out of this one? I do not know. It's a huge move up, and there it goes, man. AMD. Look, we're only into 30. We're still in 30% of it. So if that's a change for me, that's, you guys know, that's absolutely huge. Normally we're not in that much for AMD left, but we still are. Let's let this thing just continue to climb, man. And then Apple's just really waiting for the next move. I'm going to get a piece out if it comes back up to 96 again. That's been the high, but for right now, it is just rocking, and we're still going, man. Tesla's moving, everything. What a great day here for the NASDAQ again, even though we're only up 0.12. I guess it's specific on what stocks you're trading.
It is, and like that's the thing. Like I saw Intel kind of breaking support levels to the upside. That's kind of going crazy. The chips are very strong. Coinbase down 2%, right?
At AMD.
I'm not even short Coinbase. Coinbase 85, broke 85, went to 85.38. It's at 82. I mean, you can't. I liked Tesla off that short. I liked NVIDIA at the 65 level. I mean, obviously, you can't look at everything at the same time. The next available pop, I think I'll look at the 83 short, 83.5 or something like that on Coinbase, but I don't want to chase that one too much there. I did just grab SoFi. I'm only risking a few pennies on that. And then the other one that just caught my attention was Alphabet. 105, double top here, 105 in the afternoon, and it just changed like 105.15 or 105.10, something along those lines. Not very far away from that level, so I want to short this and fade it. If it breaks yesterday's high, it's kind of an easy out on Alphabet, but that's a new one that I just put in there, that offer. We'll see if it reverses. I'm open to the idea of a reversal trade there. Just grabbed SoFi when it broke that 75. Actually got 77s. So I thought I'd get 76s, got 77s there, but I'm only really risking back into 570. And then if it can trend back into 6, I think 6 is obvious resistance. Was that Brendan?
A little Chinese online education company going crazy here, just trying to see if there's anything on this. Nothing yet, but 74% for LXEH. Broke through $1 and then just straight to the upside. Still looking here, guys, for LXEH.
Alrighty then. I just basically been ignoring GameStop here. We did take a break through 24 again, and it went to 24.25. And now we're just going to wait for it to break back down below $23 right now and take that $1 worth of a risk, right? So that's what we're doing on GameStop. It's going to be the only red name that we have here today, of course. But you know, that's par for the course. I mean, we're sitting in GameStop hoping something happens, and it's just hasn't happened. It's only been coming to the downside right now. And hey, I paid for shorts. We could have easily been short on all of these levels, and then I would have got roasted for going short on GameStop, right? So right now we're going long on it, and it just, look, it doesn't want to break. Like every time it tries to go up, there's always a seller there. So like, let's see if it can break back down. See, it can't break through 50. It needs to go, man. There needs to be a big buyer coming through here because the momentum is just to the downside, and it's never gotten going. The only time it got going was off 23. So if it breaks 23, then we're gone, and that is that on that one. But $1.75 in the money. We just tweeted this one out with simply the word yup. AMD, huge move to the upside, and yup, we're on it. And that's what it's doing, and we're just going to keep on AMD now as it's approaching 99 bucks, man. It's, like I said, the number one name here, AMD, just ripping upside. Apple right here for me as well, but it's come in a little bit and faded. So, you know, Apple, we're already out of 70% of this name. If it takes 50, then we're gone out of the rest. So let's maybe buy a little bit more because we do have that 50 out coming through, but Apple right now coming back in, so it's a good thing we emptied out most of our, you know, weaponry there on Apple.
Yeah, I'm having so I keep thinking, okay, strong market, strong move up. It just tested the highs. The NASDAQ went green. You're going to get the fills at 105 in Google. It doesn't seem to want to get there. So I don't want to chase it too far. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wet my beak. I've kind of a term, get in the position, not at the exact entry price that you want, but don't do it for a full amount. And that's going to be under that 105. I kind of felt like it would test 105 because overhead resistance at the previous day, and you can see that just above the 105 level. But I just grabbed 75s now, so we'll see what happens with that one. SoFi still kind of bouncing a little bit here. Oh yeah, Tesla. So Tesla got back up to 98 and is starting to roll back over. So 98 turning into a bit of resistance as the market gets to the top. I see you, Daryl. He's saying Nvidia very strong, but I'm playing the 270 fade. I'm kind of pretty sure I said this morning at some point, I'm not sure we get through 270 today. So, you know, 65 was kind of the 64 was the break. That was the top. 65 was the entry for the long. When it got there, it was a lot of slippage on that trade because I got 35s. I don't think we get that past 70. I'm not really feeling it on a Fed day. I think we find some kind of a level. I have a trailing stop in here now. I would have liked to have a break of 69 and then taken the fill up there, but I don't want this breaking back 68 all the way into VWAP. So we'll see how far this one ends up wanting to go. I feel like GME, Jimmy, Amy, whatever you want to call it, I was waiting for 25. I don't know, like that was probably the short there. The over-under happened at 24, and I didn't take the trade. So I'm going to back away from offering 25 because at this point it would have to scream $1.50 to get to that price. Don't want to short it under those circumstances.
So the reason why we're getting out here of the big one today, AMD, is we're just hitting up to that high again of $99. We've been up here before. That's $98.70. That's $99. That's $99. And right now we just topped out again at $98.70 right now again. So I'm going to put an offer at $98.80. See if we can get that fill. But man, it's been a good day here. Apple on the reload. Look where we just got that. We just got that at 64. We just got a piece out at 78 there. 79. On a nice move up for Apple. So yeah, man, we're holding out hope right now that it can hold out. But what, the only red name in our blotter right now is GameStop, and it looks like it wants to take down 23 now. So, we went long again there. Looks like we'll lose another $1, but it's batting an eye. We're going to be positive on the day, but it does hurt that GameStop isn't working out the greatest for us either. Amazon 23 cents in the money. AMD just a paltry $1.70 now in the money, and Apple will wait to see if we can get a bigger move back up to 160 for Apple. So, all right, let's go over to the big screen now, or the big desk with Brendan and see what else is happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, just like that, 10 o'clock, pretty muted start as expected ahead of what is to come this afternoon with the Fed on deck. Quarter point still in the works, it would appear anyways, as far as interest rate hikes to come today. This is how the market's looking right now. You really got to dig in deep to find some moves at this point. A lot of those coming from the Russell 2000 regional banks, heading in both directions. That's why this number is a little bit smaller than we've seen over the past couple of days. WAL, PACW, the bigger movers, FRC doing a ton of volume, but not as big a mover as the others so far. NASDAQ 100 green. Yeah, 0.11 there for the NASDAQ 100, negative 0.04 for the composite. Pretty flat there for the S&P and the Dow. If you're with us to kick things off this morning, we got you caught up on, what a move for GME, not only after hours in the pre-market, now once the market is open and underway as well. More positivity coming for NVIDIA after yesterday's AI event. And Nike, decent report, but still some question marks remain. There it is, down 0.8%, but trying to get back to that 125, which came into play early on this morning for Nike, guys.
Yeah, I didn't think Nike was going to be much of a trade here today, and it's kind of proving that point. I think we might get to that one a little bit later, maybe even later on in the week. But NVIDIA, I got trailed out. I said, it kind of did that over-under at 269. I would take a shot to see if it would get to that 70, and then the second it gave that move, I put a trailing stop and tightened it up a little bit. It does feel like, to me, a fade is incoming. I just tried to get more Google and it just didn't work for me, so I tried to get 104, like 90, 95s, and it just keeps turning around at that 105 level. So out of NVIDIA, you've got to ring the register on some of these because the market doesn't seem to want to break that top, and I know the chips are strong. At some point, I think they turn around. Oh, this PAC-W chart. I'm going to do, here, I'll do this. Let me just get my black chart up for PAC-W because it's kind of frustrating. So it's now back up to the top end of that range. So I was scalping some out here. I had a lot of executions on the charts that I watch up here. But I was short in this range, scalped some out 11s and 80s. But I've been waiting for it to get back up to these pre-market lows and then afternoon bottoms, I guess, right? So this is that level. If it puts a curl on here, I'd want to short it to 60 to 70 range. That's the only place I want to get my full position on. Just waiting for it to make that move. Alphabet still in the pocket a little bit. And then the new one was SoFi on the long. Broke VWAP there, so, I don't need to bid these 72s. Ended up with 77s long. It cracked the 80s, just got up to 90s. Remember that $6 is a pretty significant level here for SoFi. Big move, obviously. Decent move yesterday. Bigger move today. Can it get through 6 is the obvious question. I think you got a profit in front of 6 because 6 is probably a break on its own. That's almost like a separate trade. So let's see what happens there, guys. And Jimmy. Yeah, it's okay. I thought it was maybe going to make a little bit of a bounce, maybe retest VWAP or test that 64. Still kind of going sideways. I kind of thought it would float to 30 for the short trade. That never ended up happening. I took the long in front of 25, like I think a lot of people probably did not hold up at 25. And now 23 seems to be holding. I want to short a pop in here at some point, but it's got to make some kind of a pop first. Otherwise, I'm going to be stuck with no trade. Here comes that 270 on NVIDIA, by the way. Looks like we're going to get a shot at that pretty quick.
Yeah, AMD's coming back upside right now, so we're going to wait to get out of that one. But we'll go flat on Apple right now, unfortunately, as we tried to get that. We got a little bit out there when it came back into the 80s. You saw that on that upside, but there we just took out 159.50. So, whether or not this market goes up or down from here, we've sort of made our bet a little bit today. We've taken some good longs there in Apple. And then really I'm just waiting for AMD. AMD has topped out here a little bit, I feel like, at this 98.60, 98.70 area, but I'm still waiting for a higher bid. So let's see if it can come through. This market doesn't really know what it wants to do right now, so for me, that's fine. I don't have to do anything either. We'll just sit here in these positions that we have. We still do have GameStop. Hopefully that can go back up to the upside. Don't know right now as that's not moving around too much. What else is actually doing something right now? I see Disney maybe.
Really?
Just showed up. Yeah, okay. So Disney is
Carvana
making a new move to the downside right now. Disney trying to break lower, right back into $96 right now. As that sort of, thanks to Rob, by the way, he reloaded us up with a coffee here. That must be what it was. Green to red right now on Disney scanner coming through right now. But yeah, so far not much happening in these markets. To be honest with you, look at the NASDAQ. I mean, if you think that we're going to sit here and I'm going to sit here and put on real risk into any of these names, you're not right. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to wait around and wait for a great opportunity. There must have been a missed opportunity in Google, though, because I see Google at 105.50. Oh, no, sorry, 104.50. Oh, it was
105.50.
It's the other Goog. That's why.
Yeah, okay, that's
my scanner here on eSignal, I have eSignal Trade Ideas and this, it was zoomed over there. But yeah, Google right now 104.50. So I thought this was 105.50. But yeah, nothing happening right now on all these names. It looks like for me, anyways.
But a bit of so I don't know what's going on with the other Chinese ADRs, but I can tell you Alibaba's through 85. So here's the 15-minute chart on Alibaba. A little bit of a higher time frame. I just zoomed back in there so you could see. Breaking out. There was a huge flush off this last week. Well, I wasn't here, but on Friday, I don't know. I don't know what it looked like, but it looked like it's pretty nasty. Now you're breaking out that 85. When the Chinese ADRs go, you tend to want to join. If it holds this upper channel, like this was a short off 85 early and then a huge recovery. That's always a bullish look for me. So if it holds 85 on the back end here, this stock could really start to go. So Alibaba is definitely going to be on my radar for sure. Google won't give fills at 105, won't break 104.50. So I'm short 75, and it's just right in the middle of that range, looking for a new trade. I feel like BOVESPA is going to be it, but the other one that's still testing that high is NVIDIA, baby. I haven't put the trade on, but there's your red candle wick to 269.75, and now retesting the high. So the short would be on this next consolidation or push up to the high. It looks like it's going to be a push up to that high, at least what wants to be next, and I want that short off 270. I don't want to chase it too far. I'd rather be getting a decent price, but I feel like the time is now on NVIDIA. 270 is an obvious level. I'm going to use the Edge A stop because my other script stop slipped 35 cents at the 265 level, which to me is crazy. NVIDIA usually has better liquidity than that, so I'm going to use a different one here, expecting when 70 breaks, you get like out at 10s or 20s. There's going to be slippage on a level like this, the way it's screaming though.
Yeah, exactly. And that's it, man. We have so much access, so much access
to
many different keys. So I feel like, yeah, if one's not treating you properly, which could easily not be. And what he means by slippage there, just when you're punching into something, like for example, on my Apple, yes sir, spin it right now for AMD, just took out the highs right there. So that's that. We just got filled at that day's high, and look at it run. I know you're in NVIDIA, so that's going to be a good name. Or no, you were in NVIDIA, sorry.
I'm out of it now.
Out of it now, but there it goes. Yes sir, let's just go, man. Hit the damn sirens. This is a $2 winner on decent amount of shares as this continues to rock, man. Yes, sir. It's AMD, and it's party on right now for AMD. And the market is saying, Sean, what the hell are you even talking about? As many of you probably are anyways as well. The market is like, yeah, just hold your horses, man. We ain't doing jack right now. But Meta is trying to go as well. Meta right now trying to get through this 203.50. Looks like it wants to bounce off 203. That's the only reason I put this on here, not to go long, just to look at this level right there, 203. That could be a level for Meta if it does come back in. The S&P is at zeros right now. It's at 4,033. What is that? 35.50 right now. So here's the ES, just to show you that it's not just the NASDAQ that's sort of waiting for this rate announcement today. It is also the ES as 35.50 right now and not doing much. You can see the ES flat on the day as well. So yeah, pick your poison with some of these names. And I sure as hell am glad that we went right back into AMD, man. Like if I got stopped, like first of all, we went long early. We talked about that 940, then we got stopped out, and then we bought it right back thinking that was crazy to not be in AMD. And there's the move back up to the upside. So well traded there, and thankfully we don't have to hold out for some despair, because I would have been pretty upset if that didn't fill. So that's a good little level there for AMD.
Yeah, NVIDIA went right to 269.69, which I'm kind of mad at myself that that's not my price. I did take another fill up there, but I got a 72 price as my short. I was able to just get some out there as it kind of turned around a little bit, and then just immediately filled me again. So it just reloaded on this one. Like, that's how crazy this stock is right now. Like 2 seconds ago, and I mean literally 2 seconds ago, I was getting out on the bid, sub 269.50, and then in the next second, I was getting more short at 269.91. And now it's right back at 269.30. Like, I should be, why am I not scalping some out here? Like, that's crazy. I should get some out here if I can around that 50 level. It's crazy back and forth here. I understand, like, Google's kind of making a move back into the downside, but NVIDIA is having a war at this 270 level. If it dips, look, VWAP is a thing, but I think 268 is a little bit more significant. I just got wicked out of PAC-W. If 12 ends up being a fail point, I might jump back into that one. But NVIDIA, this is just way more interesting what's going on with the chip names at this particular point. Because if we pull back from 270, it just showed me a vacuum of 50 cents, probably closer to 70 cents, when it just rejected 270 the last time. That was nuts. You're not usually getting fills at like 35, and then 1 second later getting short at 91. That's not really that normal. That explains why there was so much slippage on that break long, because when people aren't sure about the price action, it gets pretty darn interesting. Google, just to go back to that one now that NVIDIA is kind of settling down a little bit. Alphabet, I should say, back into VWAP. I tried to get some shit. It went up to 105. I tried to grab shares and it bounced off, and I obviously didn't get those, so forget that. But as it comes into VWAP, going to have to take some out here. This never broke the high of the day, so it's kind of like, sorry, not yesterday's high, I should say. So it's not like Tesla, but it's kind of like Tesla, where the resistance level isn't breached. If it wants to trend from here, I think it could be a good trend, but it's still going up. Like if it holds VWAP, you're in an upward trend that could still break out the top. So everything I said about NVIDIA reversing, that all applies to Alphabet here if it takes out yesterday's high as well. It just has to actually do that before I want to think long.
All right, Amazon up to $100. We keep on wicking upside a little bit there into that $100.10 into right there. I feel like we are a little safe here trying to go some short on Amazon. We're just short right now at 99. Let's take a little bit at 89 there if we can get it, and then we'll watch to see what Amazon wants to do right now. But here goes GameStop, right back up to the upside again here for GameStop. So let's see how far we want to get through this 24 level. Again, let's take a piece out at 24.50 if we can. If it does get up there, we'll take a piece out for that as we're coming up, taking out the 50 period. Then we have VWAP right there. Let's see if it can go. I told you, we're already down about $1 on this name, so let's see if we can make it back. We'll first take 50 cents, and then we'll look to see what happens at 25. Won't even take a piece out, and then we'll get back up here to where we started this game, about 26 or so for GameStop. But man, our net is now back into the Greensville. We talked about that as the only red stock that we have on board is going to be GameStop. But again, Amazon, I want to be up on this stock, but again, it's position pending. I want to get more shares right now short on Amazon just against these kind of top wicks. But you can see, man, we only have today 50 fills. Like this is like Twilight Zone for me here as we just relax, we calm down, and we have a lot of patience in our system, man. Yesterday and a few days, we would have got rocked on some of these plays today, but it's a good thing that we stuck with our guns here on AMD, made this push to the upside now. It's a green day for us as we wait for Fed to come at 2 p.m. So if there's any sort of stocks or SOX L or anything like that you guys want us to look at, please put it in the chat. I'm here. I'm waiting for GameStop to go, so that's going to be a play. But look what just happened. Normally if I was in a name and we just bounced off of that right there, that 50 period, this is not a bullish sign. This is bearish. We just tested it. We broke the 50 period here. We're testing it for the first time. This is where I went long on NVIDIA yesterday. We had a huge move down. We let it make a bottom, let it sort of zone out there, and then take the break of the 50 period. But it did not break the 50 period right now. So be very, very careful with that one on it. So that's what we have right now. Good shorts, it looks like, for Google and NVIDIA, I'd hope, because the market's coming down right now. So let's just wait, man. We're making that bread. Just wish we had a little shorter on Amazon. It's giving us this opportunity, but I wanted to bump up and play these ranges. Uber down 3%.
So the good thing about shorts being, well, obviously shorts, market going down is good for shorts. But there's always a but, right? So SoFi took that 75 break. It just kind of gave you a double bottom off a significant level, but it failed $6. Broke $6, got to 603, all the way back into VWAP. So look, I did scalp some out in front of that 6 level. So I do have more than half of the position out. If it bounces VWAP, the trend's still good here. So I want to give this a chance to go. Let's see if it can actually do that. NVIDIA just took out that 69. Let me zoom in because I got that wick there. It just took out that 69. I have scalped them out. 68 is the next out, then VWAP down here at 67. So this reversal looks like it was the right one. A little bit early getting out of the long because I kind of could have had an extra 50 or 60 cents out of the long, but I wanted that short trade. We added a couple of times there, especially when it got tight. 269.99 is a literal high. You can't even make these things up sometimes. It's a little bit insane. But that's where we're at here. Google, you know what, this isn't really... Market just came back. I would have expected us to be through VWAP a little bit better. So Google is an upward trend. I think it's going to retest that high, and the breakout feels like it's going to be in play. 105.10, I want to say, was yesterday's high. It might be 11 or 12, but I'll double check that. I think it's a reversal. If the market takes the top and Google takes yesterday's high, then this should be a long through there. I just wanted to short the resistance. If we get an inside day and you get an opportunity to short off of levels like this, you're probably going to want to go ahead and do that. No trades at all for me in GameStop since that long. I just can't find my way into a short. Someone just typed Meta and then made me type Meta. I actually meant to type Coinbase because that's where my head was at. But Coinbase is holding the bottom end of the range. 85 is the level I liked. I missed that one early. The question is, I liked 83 yesterday. Do I want to short 83 today? It's the pre-market lows. Usually VWAP, pre-market low level. Shorting it here is not that bad. We closed at 84, so it would have to go 84 to go green. I'll let it get up to 83, kind of test VWAP, and then take the fills, hopefully north of that with like an 83.5 stop. So I am looking for a Coinbase short. I'm just not necessarily wanting to chase it too far here. I see FRC apparently is making some moves. I'll check in on that.
No, it's making moves. Yeah, FRC too. But look at Microsoft. What the hell?
Not.
This Microsoft just came in here, and this is a strong move. Like, I was looking for something to trade here,
75.
and I was sitting here on Microsoft all day waiting for something like this to happen, and there it is right now. Monster move up for Softy, as if something just happened to it, but the market not doing anything, and Microsoft just jogged itself all the way back up to the upside right now into that. Okay, all right. Bang. Just like Neil just said right there. Look at this, man. We're taking it with decent shares. I mean, we sat there and waited for this. So there it was right there, man. 75 we got. We just got out at 50. Let's see, man. Let's see if Microsoft wants to just float around here. This is kind of what we thought. Our out is about as easy as it could be, man. If we break through 275, we gone on this one. So it looks like it's going to come through even a matter of time right now. We'll see about the slippage on this one, too. It's coming right up right now. Good thing we took a little piece out there. Only 20%. This kind of came out of nowhere, this Microsoft level, and all we're doing, man, is just shorting it, just like you shorted NVIDIA off 280, 270, Microsoft here off 275, the same kind of a trade again for us right now. So I'm trying to look at, we have too many bad wicks right there, but there's 275.32. So I'm going to get out on a break, but we are going to watch out for that high, 275.50 basically, there to come in for Microsoft. So we're going to watch out for that one. GameStop still trying to go, man. We have our outs for GME up near 50. So if it gets to that, that's all good. Man, I have a lot of positions right now. I have 4 positions. We have the short here in Amazon that's not doing anything, looking to get more. We have the AMD long, that's $1.50 in the money. The AMD long is just this. It's been a monster move there for me on AMD, and that's my whole day is AMD right now. I'll tell you like it is right now as we go back and forth on the Amazon trade. First long, then short, bank to short, but definitely did not misstep at all on AMD. We got right back in on that one. But we're watching out for Microsoft. It just went to 275. This is not a reload situation or anything. Microsoft is definitely on one, back up to the upside here, and let's just hold out on this, man. If it fades back again, then we will take it, as my screen is flickering like it's going out of style over here. So I feel like it's the cable. Yours is too?
Oh, it's happened 3 times.
Three
no,
times.
It's
mine's 3 times a minute.
It's what we were saying before.
Yeah, I feel like, see, there it is. Mine's literally 3 times a minute. So hopefully it's the cable because you've already
It's all the hot fire.
It must be. I'm just burning these up.
Super hot fire. But I'm not a rapper. So I'm in Coinbase now. So, don't pump this. Sharif's yelling pump it because the market's bouncing back to the upside. ES just went green. NASDAQ went just green. That's the perfect time to short Coinbase,
GME,
right?
baby.
But it is back above VWAP. Don't take the fills at 83. Let's wait for it to break 83, take the fills kind of above here so I can have a relatively tighter stop. I said 83.50. I want to make a bit of a correction. 83.60 is kind of where that's where the liquidity was on the bid at the open. So I just want to make a clarification. That's where it turned around. So it got to 83.60, not 50, and started to fade. So I'm now into that short. NVIDIA is still holding 69, so a buck in the money, but not more. That's not enough. But Coinbase is definitely a new one for me. I am looking for a reload on SoFi as well. We're about to go to the small cap recap, but SoFi is about to bounce off VWAP. I might take my reload in here at 85 as we go to Brendo.
Hey guys, busy morning. Ton of these little ones moving around. Obviously, AMC, GME on everyone's watch as well, but a few others to be aware of. ETNB, which is 89 Bio, out with positive results on a mid-stage study for a NASH drug treatment that they're working on. So huge gap to the upside. We're above 15 and holding right now. So nice look. This was kind of the last line in the sand over here, 15 on the daily chart for ETNB, up better part of 40% right now. JAN, one that a lot of retailers or retail traders enjoy trading from time and again. 150, 175 on the daily chart. If you go out to it, definite line in the sand for this one. They sold part of their business for a decent amount, actually. So 30% upside, 150 coming into play. As I mentioned, yesterday, we were talking about this one off of earnings. ON up after Q4 sales beat estimates. You can see yesterday we get a move to 28. No longer 28, we're at 29. Just took out the highs, in fact. Still very, very strong for ON. AMC, obviously, as everyone's been talking about, back to 450, trying to bounce right now through 460, 465. FRC and PACW, the most active as far as these regional banks today. We had the big move down pre-market on the headlines for PACW, straight back to the upside. FRC, meanwhile, has been doing a ton of volume, as I mentioned earlier, but action-wise, not really doing much, guys. Back over to you.
So I was just telling Sean there, I'm like, why didn't I just get filled like twice on NVIDIA? Because remember I said I was changing my stop order? So there's 2 stops that we use. One of them sits in my order log and means I can't trade against it. So if I have a stop to go out to buy above 270, I can't short because I can't be on the offer. That's why you use 2 different stops at Day Trade the World. And of course, as it pops the ups, I'm like, oh, give me 90s, 80s. No, it was like rejection. So I have to use the other stop order, the one that slipped to 39s, 35s. But it goes right up there, gives you 70s in front of 70s again, right back into 69. It's a free money trade right now. You just got to take the offer, have a stop to protect you because these levels are holding, but the NASDAQ just took out the high, so be careful.
Yeah. Let's go GME right now. Hopefully we can get GME going a little bit now. So we did get out of our Microsoft, and it's a good damn thing we did. Look where Microsoft's going right now. So we'll lose a cup of coffee or maybe like a latte from Starbucks, but there it is, man. It's a nice move to the upside right now for Microsoft, taking out these levels. We talked about it right here at 275. Should have still been long, but we are not, which is fine. Not still be long, should have gone long there. But I was not expecting that. When that came in, I should have thought, hey, man, there is some sort of a strength here in Microsoft. As honestly, man, I'm about to throw this monitor just through something right now, but I can't because then I won't be able to trade. But right now, let's see what GameStop's doing. It's bouncing off of it's bouncing off VWAP, which is 2480 right now. Let's see if it can continue to move to the upside. We've almost made it back on GameStop. I mean, if we could break back above 25, remember where we lost? We got some in here at 2680, then we got some in at 26 flat, and we got out at 25 break, right? So that was like these are the same amount of shares, so about $1.30 on the hit there. So of course, when we're going long at 24 and getting out at 24.50, we're only making back 50 cents. So we still have that other 70, 80 cents to make back on GME, and that's not what I'm doing. I'm not trying to make it back. I mean, I'm trying to make it back, but that's not the logic with holding this. It's let's see if we can take down VWAP. And I'm not just going to get in and out and scalp this thing for 50 cents. Although if that's what's in it, then that's what's in it. But, you know, we want to try to hold to see if we can get going on GameStop. We've already been up here today on decent volume in the morning. But the problem is all the volume was to the downside, and we don't really have any big green candles lifting this name. So let's see if it can continue to work, man. Wow. As Microsoft still mooning, basically, I'll say that, mooning right now for Softy. And what we're doing for Amazon is trying to do the reverse moon. Hopefully it can go to the downside. Whoa, what? Where am I sitting at? I'm sitting at 09. Oh man, that just came to my level and turned around. So I was like, what? We're waiting here at this 200 period. Hopefully we can get that short. If we break above some of these wicks up here, then we're gonna get out well in the, well in my playground here to take a 20-cent hit on Amazon. So if this goes back up to $100.20 or so, then we will really reevaluate this short. But for right now, I like this play. That sucks because we could have had another 10-cent win here if we just get that short. But we're there. Now you know where I'm sitting at $100.09. Hopefully we can get some more into that one as, NVIDIA fades off 270 again. And AMD, I mean, we only have 5% left of this trade. So AMD, we're basically out. Could reload this right now, but I'm well dug into this Amazon short. So hopefully that will work back down for the short side here as well as I'm running some races. I'm going to show those in a minute for you from Trade Ideas.
I love those races. So a couple of things here. One, I just reloaded Alphabet, but Daryl Flinch is like, yes, sir, on NVIDIA short. 269.75. You have a better price, but nice win. You know what? I just described what happened. I know it's a good trade, but to me, I actually failed on this because I should be back in here. Like I had every intention of getting right back into the original fill when it popped back up to 70, and now you're back to 690. It's essentially giving you that trade over and over. I used the wrong order. for a stop order, one that didn't allow me to take the short position. It's just, I know the platform. You have to know your platform. You control what you can in the market because the market's going to do what it's going to do. So knowing your platform and executing correctly, that's the best that you can do, and then follow your plan. So I'm going to call myself out there because then I won't make the same mistake the second time. I switched my stop order because of the slippage I got on the reversal to the long side off 65. When I made that switch, it changed the manner in which I could trade against having that stop. One, I can get short in front of it with a stop. The other one, I can't. So I went back to the old stop because I really like the short. I'm back in a coin after the wick out, and as I just said, I reversed back into Google, but the market is, like the NASDAQ is, well, I just meant to drag this one over here so you guys can see my black chart here. The NASDAQ is taking out the top right now. So 12.9, we're not really through it, like 12.905, like 5 handles. Arun will probably tell you the same thing. It's not a complete breakout yet till you really start holding above there. This is a 15-minute chart, but it is breaking out. So I do feel like it's in play that some of these shorts are going to eventually just turn into reversals long if we start trending to the upside. Like if we get to 1% on the NASDAQ, like Google break of yesterday's high is going to be gold. I'm short it now because the short's been working off resistance, but at some point, this turns into a jailbreak long if we continue this strength. Now, Google's down on the day, so it has relative weakness. I like that. I was able to just get some SoFi on a reload. I like this one, but you know, like the market just screamed through the high of the day. SoFi bounced off VWAP, but 5 cents is not a huge bounce. That's not what you're looking for.
SoFi down there?
Yeah, it's, you know, if it's breaking the high, I would have expected to come back and see SoFi at 95s, even that 6 level. 6 turns out to be a bigger wall than I'm anticipating here. Maybe SoFi doesn't have it in it here today. It's holding support where I want to, but it's not just holding a level. It's what does it do and when it trades above. And it's not really doing a lot. So if I can, I'm going to try and get some 89s. I just offered that, went to 88. I want to trim SoFi. Maybe the better longs are down here in the 70 range.
It just sucks because like you write down Microsoft and 275, and all you do is take the short and then basically ignore. Did it break long? It's at 270. It's up two straight dollars right now.
I'm watching Google. Oh my goodness.
But alert, 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 because we ain't flushing down the toilet. We're going the alarms right now because there goes GameStop up to $25. So we got $1 in the money right now. Okay, there goes Amazon. Next move up, Amazon. Okay, Amazon just takes out the high, so that's okay. We're out of Amazon. We talked about that one. Look at GameStop trying to go through 25. That's good as well. AMD trying to bounce, but look at Apple. It's all the way back up to 160 again right now for Apple. So wow, what a move, man, this market's having right now. Amazon to the upside, Apple to the upside. I feel like this is a short for Apple, so let's try it. But again, one break and we're gone on this name. So let's not like think that we're trying to be too cute here with this name at all. But it's a short for me for right now on Apple. And let's just see what happens here on a break long. Well, it could break long. If it breaks long, we're out. But we're going to go short right now on Apple. Has nothing to do with this size, nothing to do with anything. I don't, size matters, not here, because there it goes. See how easy that was? It just took that level out, absolutely no problem. And there it goes off to the races with Apple. We're a couple more pennies and we'll be out. Oh, we already are out of Apple. Okay, so right there. Oh, yeah, that's right. We had that bid going through. So we're out of Apple and now long. So now we're long at 04. Let's see if this one wants to continue to move. We saw a parabolic move happen on Microsoft to the long when it broke 275. Let's see if Apple can catch wind as well and start to go back up to the upside. As I don't know, man, did someone get wind? Jerome Powell is on the mic in 4 hours. Let's see what he wants to say. But right now, the market be pumping and we're all longs. GameStop stopping at 25. So let's see if that can continue. Come on, Apple. Follow your brethren there with Microsoft and get back up to that upside.
So, I mean, like at some point, this top's going to get taken, that 270, it feels like on NVIDIA, but I didn't get the reload the last time. I just got it now. I'm going to take my outs on the way down to this 68.5 if it wants to give it to me. Like I keep saying, you have to be cautious. You're cutting me for a second. No.
Oh, it's still me? Yo, what up?
It's still on. There we go. But yeah, we're not going to hold this forever. I don't think you can, but as long as it wants to do this, I'm just going to be rinsing and repeating. This is the third time, even though it's only the second time I've had this short. If it gets beneath 268, there's my flicker. That just happened on my other screen. Then VWAP is down here. I still think it can hold that. Alphabet has not broken yet either. I just feel like that's a matter of time too. So this is what I'm talking about with Alphabet. It's like, I don't know, it's like you're teetering on the precipice of just everything going absolutely ape, you know what. But Alphabet doesn't want to go through that other high yesterday. So forget about 105. It's like 105 is not the level here. It's the area, it's the price area, but yesterday's high is 105.10. So that's where I'm reversing on Alphabet. It has yet to go, but you saw what Microsoft did. Microsoft had like what? Like how many green candles was that in a row on your?
It hasn't stopped.
It hasn't stopped. So you've been all green off VWAP on Google. So if this one breaks that top, I'm out of Dodge, and it'll be only NVIDIA. Coin's still at 84, so I guess that one's still kind of holding resistance. But yeah, Google looks like it's going to be a reversal. I still feel like we're sniffing something out here on SoFi because it's not going. No movement in SoFi. My guess is like you're having the banks not really go anywhere on this move, and that's probably a little bit of it as well. But there goes Alphabet. Right through that top. Now the question becomes, does it just turn into a bit of a jailbreak here? So on the higher time frame, I know it's been a big move in the last couple of weeks, and going long at the top doesn't always make a lot of sense, but double top, I just saw what happened over there in Microsoft, and I want to see, can Google do the same thing, screaming through. I'll give this back to about that 50 to 75 area on a break. You always have to have a defined stop. So the last short it'll be in will be, which makes sense to me. Like if I'm going to be in shorts, the first two, like the name from yesterday that I love, Coinbase, obviously I was short a lot of times, and then NVIDIA, those should be the last two standing as far as I'm concerned, which is where I'm at. Brendo, and good timing for the crypto update.
Yeah, pretty quiet, guys, for equity markets. Pretty quiet. We are drifting higher for crypto markets, however, going into the Fed this afternoon. Bit of a seesaw for both Bitcoin and Ethereum, though, with all eyes on a quarter point. Interesting note from Forex or FXStreet.com this morning, pointing out the fact that the past three interest rate decisions have moved Bitcoin in the same direction. Overall. So we've seen a little bit of disconnect as far as the correlation that we've been used to between the NASDAQ specifically and crypto markets. Meanwhile, yeah, we're testing these highs right now. This is a daily chart an hourly chart of Bitcoin. So going back to the weekend, the highs we touched over the weekend right now for BTC up 1.25% so far. Ethereum drifting back towards 1810 as well. Still in this kind of sideways consolidation. If you zoom out a little bit, you get a better idea. We're consolidating top end of the range as they have both been known to do over the past few months. 2.3 on this board, 28,413 coming into play. Yeah, there it is, 1,805 holding for Ethereum, but positive at least ahead of the Fed today, guys, for crypto.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
So
your NVIDIA broke, so let's go to that.
So let's go to NVIDIA 270 broke. I can tell you that it basically levitated its way up to like the 50 mark. That's right. Look, scalp trade on the first half. That's kind of how I always go on a breakout trade. But better this time. I actually last second changed to the better stop order because I wanted that in and got 15s. First time break long, I got 35s on the reversal. This time I got 15, so the scalp trade good. Now can it continue? I don't have a top for this. Like there's no, NVIDIA is going to X. To me, I'm just saying, okay, every dollar and then 75, because that kind of makes sense to me. Like you're in air at this point. It's also a Fed day, but always scalp out on the initial break when you're taking a top like this. At this time of day, the market fails the high, and the short kind of becomes valid again because you have a failed breakout that trapped a lot of longs. So as a day trader, on a high like this, I'm always grabbing at a half instantly because if it fails here, you could flush back into VWAP. Speaking of that, I think Google could be doing that right now. Coinbase is starting to work. Man, I should have stuck with that Alphabet short. I'm getting out of the Alphabet long. That never really held because even here, look at NVIDIA coming right back in. So you get out half and it's immediately starting to come back. I'm going to trim some of this if it gets back into the flat because the shorts could still be valid, guys. I see people talking about Square. Coinbase is now at 83 already. Yeah, we're flushing on Coinbase. Google, I'm getting out. I'm still in a little bit. I want to get out of that one.
What's crypto doing?
So NVIDIA's okay for now, but I just trimmed NVIDIA as it came back up to evens because I didn't like it. This is what just happened in coin. It just flushed beneath VWAP there. I'm like, got to get some of that out. And while that was happening, Google did this. Oh, you can't even see my out because that's too zoomed in. Did this. I was long on the break. That was the wick high. I'm like, no, Neil. You just made that wick. This is like, I would usually be short this. as I'm paying attention to NVIDIA on that big boom. But wow, Alphabet, this is still valid. That 105 is a great level. I should be trying to, I'm going to wet my beak here. I'll get some at 80, but I want 90s and 05s like before. Those are the prices that I like. So we'll see if I can get back into this one to the south side. That's still valid on Alphabet. Thankfully, I did have some Coinbase, but I'm out of that. I'm out of a bunch of NVIDIA because it didn't really smell right. The market pulling back in here, but I still have some of that long, but no way do I want that long in Alphabet anymore. This is definitely still a short off this level.
159.70. Yeah, so we went, this is why it's tough, man. We went back into the Amazon short there off of these highs again. It just kept on not being able to go. We got stopped out, that's fine. We talked about that. We got stopped out right there at 31. But then it just kept on bouncing around here. So we took the short at 40, and then we've cashed out of 50% of it down here at 20 cents. So there's that 20 cents that we lost, and here's it making it right back on the same amount of shares. So it's going to be good for us on Amazon. Although you never, all I'm doing is making back what we lost right there on this move. So let's hope that it can fall back in a little bit here on a market pull back right now into the 80s and whatnot. I don't have any bids on Amazon at all until we get into the 80s. So let's do that. I mean, I don't have any bids at all, period. So let me put something down there in 99 right now, 99.85 or so. We'll put a bid there and see if we get that fill. Hopefully we do. Let's be patient with it. If we take out that top of 55, then we'll get out of this name. See, like I just thought I got filled and it was just flickering again, but that's what it is. All right, GameStop right now. Let's go, man. Awesome on the reload right there. So I guess if you didn't like me here, hopefully you like me now because we are making a nice move to the upside right now for GameStop. Up in the money now, $1.50. You take $1.50 if you want. Don't at me again because I did not get out at the top there. So you take it if you want to right there. I'm still waiting. Why not, man? Let's see if it wants to moon. This is earnings day for GameStop. We're not in too much. I mean, we're in lots of other things here, but they're light. We're out of half of our Amazon, and we'll wait to see if GameStop wants to continue to move. I mean, it's now making, these are now higher lows. I mean, there's the low, 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 boom, boom, boom. I mean, do I need to keep on going? I think you guys understand where we're going with this. So there it is. Yes, sir. A nice bump up. I'm waiting right here. I'm waiting right here at 25.85, right at the 200 period. Let's see if we can get a move out here again, and then we'll take $1.70. We lost. Bang right there. We lost $1.30 the first time. We'll take $1.80 this time on GameStop and put us right back where we need to be. We're now positive on GameStop. Position pending, of course. So let's see where this one wants to go. There's the long. Hey, man. Let's go. Stick with this guy, and hopefully we will together fly high. So that's a nice little move right there for this move on GameStop. Just made the money back. I mean, we're not celebrating that this is a huge win. This is a nice win, but you already know, man, we're flat on the stock. Let's hold this last bit, man, and see where we can go on GME. Hopefully we can get back up to the highs. I have no more outs or anything scheduled on GameStop, but I did take an out at the 200 period. You guys know I'm going to do that. First piece out right here at the 50 in between VWAP. Next piece at the 200, and then let's go, man. So, we don't want to look at this like, too excited, but that was a good move. Happy to do that. Amazon 30 cents in the money and pulling back.
Yeah, look, this pullback in the market, I actually took some shares out again on NVIDIA above like the 270.30 there, and it's now back beneath. It feels like the short's still valid. I only have Coinbase short on, which is working right now. I didn't actually get the reversal back into Alphabet, which I know that was a good short. I probably could have hung on to that one. I'm getting pretty close to getting out of this NVIDIA long and just saying this should be a short, at least another attempt at the short trade. And you know what? Don't talk, just do it. I only had a piece left. I had the last 10% from that long that we had on the breakout, but I'm out now. If it's going to be a jailbreak to 275, there's other longs out there. There's 71. There's retaking the high of the day. I just think the shorts could be valid off these levels again, and it feels like that's going to be the case as we go to Brendan for Sector Watch.
Hey guys, about as mixed as you're going to see this board so far. Here is the S&P 500 broken down by sectors right now. 0.2, yeah, we are green, but very, very mixed board, checkered even. Financials top left once again. Much improved as far as the size of the move. Anyways, for FRC today, back to the upside, 2.5%. This has been front and center for the past week and a half or so, typically with double-digit percent moves, but not today. So we are basically flat to slightly lower right now as far as banking stocks are concerned. Tech is positive right now. A little bit of negativity in the software group and hardware group, but easily offset by the positive moves we're seeing in semiconductors at this point. There's Boeing on that note. We mentioned some more quality issues coming through for Boeing today, down 2.3%. Industrial still green on the day. However, we saw big time strength in consumer discretionary and specifically travel names yesterday, but they're all giving back today. RCL 2.2, NCLH 1.7 as well. Healthcare positive. We have real estate, then communication services, energy, and utilities all downside. Inventory numbers, oil inventory numbers out there at 10:30. Basically in line with expectation. It was a smaller drawdown than expected, but we're going to move to the upside and then right back down for crude. Anyways, I wanted to mention these as well. Consumer staples also showing some strength, but overall pretty muted. 0.2 right now for the S&P, guys.
But we are pulling back, so we'll hit this one. Don't look any gift horses in the mouth, but 83 on Coinbase, and then very creatively out in front of 82.5, and then the double. If it makes a double bottom, that'd be at like 81.5. So it kind of makes sense that it could catch a little bit of a bid here. Lower highs put in on Coinbase. Should have had the 85 short. I get it. Didn't have it. You can't really do anything about the trades you don't get. You just have to move on to the next. But that's a classic wick high at a key level. 85 was that top from yesterday as well. A lot of stocks did this. I talked about Alphabet, kind of wanting to get back into the short side of the trade, so I kind of did that. And I wanted to shout out someone in the chat for reminding us, hey, when in doubt, zoom out. You know, when you look at Alphabet here, look, I understand you got some crazy wicks up there, but if you do look at some resistance from the middle of the year, from February, then going back into last year, 105's been a big level. So if it's a really big level, then it should require some really big buy action for you to like the long above it, right? It's resistance till it's not. So all it did is wick the high. That's not enough. Like, where's the buying above? I don't see any up there. It was just me and other people getting wicked out of it. So if it carries through like the quarters and a half, there's longs above there that can work. So I'm going to keep that higher time frame in mind, get into that short again, and see if we can work that. SoFi, that's a bit of a nothing burger at this point. It's not out of the money. It's not in the money. If you didn't get the first long break early or the first dip buy, this hasn't really done much for us off of VWAP. I was able to scalp a little bit out, but if it makes a move to 6, great. I'll probably get some more out there in front of 6, and if it breaks a high, hold a little something for the home run. But SoFi, a bit of a nothing burger here for now.
All right. Yeah, we have a lot of burgers right now because we just loaded up on AMD to the downside. And yes, sir, man, there it is again. Just go back to what's paying you out. And there's AMD. Like, look at these longs, man. We loaded up our biggest position of the day right there at 96, right back into this level that we were long the first time. So now let's go. Let's see if it can go. We've already... You know what? I mean, obviously we're going to end the day green. Well, I don't know if we're going to end the day green or not, but this is a nice move upside for AMD. Let's just, while we're ending the day green on AMD, like I said, the #1 name there. And Apple also starting to go as well. Here we go. Apple upside right now, 1630. We tried to buy a little bit more on the downside, but let's get some more out as we come up to the tie side right now for Apple and all that. Let's go. Here we go. I'm going to take out another piece at O's. Oh, no, don't fail again, AMD. Let's see if it can go up. We just went to 08s there. We were at 09s. Doesn't matter. We're putting in O's now. Hopefully we can get, all that means is we're at the right prices. So I'm fine with that. Let's go back up. It just stopped right there. Like, this is, if you want to know like how I pick some of the prices, it's right there. Like, that's 10. So I went to 9. And it just stopped. It literally stopped at 9. So hopefully we can get back up there. That's how I'm picking prices. But man, here we go. I'm already, like, basically we've already made our day goal on AMD alone, but it's the other names. We've lost on Amazon. We're holding that GME. There, it just was flickering again there, pretty good. But as I want to thank Rob and Mark, they're going to work on our system here. I didn't realize we only have 15 minutes left, so that's fantastic right now in the show. So that's.
Remember though, we are back early. We're going to be on at 1:45 because it is a Fed day today. So we are leaving, but we're coming back a little bit early today because we want to get you that number live to be able to trade it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're coming back at 1:45. I'm just sitting here watching and hoping Amazon can go. So, AMD can go. Just a brief update on Amazon because we just got a little piece out of it there. Zoom back out a little bit here for that. It's not going, guys. It's not going. It's bouncing off the 200 period every single time it comes down here. So I did put a bid there at 20 and took it for 20 cents. I mean, the risk is only 20 cents upside, right? We're short at 40, we're out at 60. So the fact that I'm waiting for more than that, yeah, we're trying to get a little bit greedy. But the NASDAQ still has an opportunity to go back up, right? We had a huge move over the last couple of weeks here in the NASDAQ, and then it just waits for Uncle Powell to come through and say something to us. So we'll wait to see if that's coming out soon at 2:30. It's 2 o'clock is the rate announcement, but as we get closer and closer, let's have a quick look at the CME Fed futures right now and just give us a quick idea. Now, it was 90% 2 hours ago, 86 and a half right now. So, you know, take that for what it's worth as the CME looks to be pretty strong right now. I'm going to get another piece out
If it goes
here.
to 88, then we all get to see the future.
Eric Lindros. Oh, 88. What is that? What is
88
that?
miles an hour.
Back to the Future?
yeah.
Was it 88? Oh,
It
you
was-
would know. Yeah, okay.
88 miles an hour.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that
And then
fast, but-
fireworks, right?
Yeah, you need all that kind of stuff. man.
That is one of
You
the
need the reactors and all that kind of
the
stuff.
flux capacitor.
The flux capacitor.
Maybe one of the most rewatchable movies from the 80s out there. Like I'm telling you, like that.
I don't
movie-
even mind two. Like I
could
feel like they
watch-
did okay on all those.
The third one I watched in the theater.
We talked about Canadian legends again. Shout out to Michael
Yo,
J, man.
Michael J.
what's
Fox
up,
is
man?
awesome.
This guy's
The opening
killing it.
sequence of that movie. I could watch
I'll
it
have
a
to watch
million
it. My
times.
kids love that movie, so
It's a
that'll be
great,
something that
great goddamn movie.
we'll keep going
And
back to it. Whoa, Neil, keep.
What?
You know,
Oh, my bad.
A
Sorry,
little
you know what?
aggressive
Sorry.
opinion there. A little aggressive opinion.
We're having a fun day.
right
I've
there.
had to have some extra caffeine because that helps with my allergies, which quite frankly, I'm not feeling. If you hear me like sniffling, it's literally just it's crazy my allergies are going off. It's like a cat just dropped around somewhere here. Someone joked about it, but it feels like that's what it is. Alibaba is on one today. So I don't know specifically what's going on with BABA, but clearly one of the strongest of the Chinese ADRs. If it takes out this high, which it's not doing right now, first off, this stock has been languishing in the doldrums here for a while. Well, I don't want to draw a trend line. But if you see kind of like 86 in here, if it breaks this channel up, which it has not been able to break any channels on the daily, if it can do that, there's room to get to 90. It just has to happen. So resistance still it's not. That's what I'm doing with Alphabet. But I don't want to ignore BABA. Oh, you're right. Tom Vigor, there was some AI news with Alibaba. So it does have a bit of a catalyst in there. But only up 2% on AI. The last little bit, that's not much of a move here. I do want to check back in quickly on, I didn't get NVIDIA reversal.
We just got another AMD long.
Yeah, NVIDIA, I feel NVIDIA is going to be a short up here at that 70 level because it failed that break, but I am waiting back in that 70. We took the breakout trade, scalped the crap out of it as it couldn't get through 71s, and then eventually got the last out underneath 70. I think this is a short at some point, but Alphabet's the one that's actually at the level that I want to short, whereas NVIDIA, it's about $1 away.
Let's go, man. I mean, we're only 10 minutes away now from switching over to the midday show, but I mean, there's another AMD bid. Another long rate in there. We just got 80s. It's only at 90. It's like we're just taking out, just little pieces here. But hey, like all we're doing is stacking, right? I mean, it's kind of like if you can do that in this day, and I know you're going to go over to Arun and Sharif. Let's see if they got some trades on. I don't know, but that's sort of the thing here, right? Is like in a day where there's Fed talk coming, and I only say Fed talk because I don't know, the rate seems to be sort of locked in there at a quarter hike right now, but the NASDAQ made that nice run to 13. Wow, almost to 13,000 again on the NASDAQ. Huge psychological level there. I didn't even notice that. So we're just going to keep going scalping in and out. If we break that level of 70, then we're out of AMD, and then we're long at 80. I mean, we just took 10 cents on a little bit less than half. So if this takes down right now, if this takes down 70, then we will be loser on this trade. Let me take out another piece here at 89 in case it does go back up, and then we'll be basically flat 50-50 on this trade with risk to the downside, right? I mean, you're making a huge move down right now. I feel like the risk is to the downside. You break this, then we continue to go downside. The only thing that seems to be holding up the NASDAQ right now are some of these names. AMD positively and nicely positive here today. What has broken, or trying to break anyways, there's Amazon right at this $100.10 level. So guess what? We've seen it bounce off here numerous times, so we're taking it out again. As there goes AMD, right back into the money, another 10 cents. So we take another piece. It's the same 10 cents, but we're taking it out again. So I'm not reloading. Now let's hold. hands off the keyboard. We've reloaded it
Tesla.
multiple times now. And so, oh, sorry, I had an offer at 94. But now we're hands off of this. You want to talk about Tesla quickly? Because we have money now, money talks.
Yeah, well, I'll come back after on Tesla, but Tesla is making a nice higher low right now. If it does, like if this thing gets back up to that 200, another fireworks trade. I've been not touching it. I have one trade idea on Tesla and then nothing after that because, quite frankly, sometimes you only have one trade idea on a stock and you don't have to go back over to it. But let's go to Brennan because money talks matters, especially when crypto's making some moves right now.
Yeah, nice look back to the upside for Bitcoin, back to 28,700 currently, 2% on the 24-hour period now down here. For BTC, all about this though, everyone waiting for the Fed and yeah, more importantly, the outlook maybe on rates more so than the rate decision itself coming up this afternoon. Remember, this is one of those FMOC decisions, FMOC, my bad, where we get the economic projections as well from the Fed. So it's every 3 Fed meetings, I believe. I'll double check that, but they give 1, 3, 5, and 10-year projections for both economic growth and inflation. So that's going to be a key to pay attention to this afternoon as well. Going to be very, very interesting at 2 p.m. But right now, yeah, pretty flat, 0.1 to the downside for the dollar. Positive across the board otherwise, though, for all the exchanges, guys. Everyone sitting on hands ahead of 2 p.m. today, guys.
You can sit on your hands because it's cold. You can sit on your hands because you want to be a little bit patient with your trading. I think either one is a good thing. Let me just get back over. I didn't mean to. I was talking about Tesla, but I meant to go back over to Alphabet because Alphabet finally gave some fills at 104.90. Mine just did the thing again. But now it's getting back into VWAP. So it's held VWAP the entire time. So I'm gonna get some out on the way to VWAP as the market starts to roll over. Then try to hold a little bit more. The only long I got left is this SoFi, and I know. Like, it's there, but it's, I mean, come on, man. Like, it sucks. Like, it was on one. You get that kind of, like, good dip buy. It breaks out the top. Everything about this was just saying, if it can get through $6, you know, you're clearing out. You have room to 620 on the 50 period, which would be on the daily chart. That's your next resistance. I kind of thought that's where we're headed. Instead, we're failing back to the 200 period moving average, which is this 580 area. I've kind of been, you know, long in front of it, long underneath it, but that's the key level around this 580. If it can't hold this support, SoFi might just be done for the day, unfortunately. But it's the only long I have left, so I'm working the shorts as the market is pulling back here. Let's see what happens.
All right, so like AMD just ran our stop. We didn't get filled. We were very close to getting out of that there. And so it came back to 88, so we took another piece out for another 8 cents. But we were close to getting run there. So now we have about 40% left, and we're going to hold this for the remainder until that does hit. So, which is going to be right now. I feel like this market wants to just float back into, below 130. I wanted to see if this was below 130 yet. There it is right there. So now you're, again, if we can move anywhere up to these highs, 130.20, something like that, like I said, if we go 25, even if we pause on the rates, I think that's signaling bank issues. So, JP Morgan has had its day in the sun, obviously, up to that 140, 145. I apologize. I focus on JP Morgan because that's, that's a name that I'm in personally, but looking to drop it all. I talked about that after today. Hopefully it doesn't make too much of a dramatic move to the downside off of Fed today, but if it does hang out, I just want to see how, the big money treats some of these bank stocks. So let's just see where we go. We're well off the highs. I mean, just to look at, first of all, now, all right, guys, I have to get out of some AMD here. It's back up to 94 there. I'm just going to take out another 10%. Oops, there? Okay. So again, just another bounce right off that bottom. We did not get stopped out. It was very, very close, man. Our out was 60. We basically came pennies from getting out of that at 60, so we don't. And then now it's a nice move up to 97, 97.03. We're going to end the day positive, right? But like, that was, well, obviously we're positive on AMD, but that was a very, very close move. We take another piece out there at 05, again, right there, right back into that level. So there's another piece out at 05. Look, I'm going to take 25 cents now. We almost got stopped out. So now we have about 30% left. Now, whatever. See, look at this. That's why you want to scalp some of these levels, man. It's not, you're going to hear things there's going to be a lot of different opinions about, like, stay away, don't do anything, Fed's coming, why do anything? And it's going to be about your style. And if you're going to scalp, then we just made money right there, and more money than, you know, some people make on one long move. Like, we just made a good move there. Understand your strength, understand your weakness, and try to trade off of that. That's the only advice that anybody can ever give anybody, is understand where your money comes from, make it, and, you know, try to adjust, try to get better, try to increase the amount that you're making in the trading style that you have, because trading styles will go flat, right? And sometimes holding for huge winners would be great, and sometimes doing exactly what I just did right there works out, right? So, you know, that's the back and forth right there. Someone will say, oh, Sean, why are you scalping out, right? Like, when it gets all the way up here, yeah, fine. But for now, we get that piece out. Why? In case we break back down below, which is very, very capable of doing. So Apple right now at its day high. So you want to talk about staying strong long? We're going to stay into this Apple trade. We're now 40 cents in the money on this. We're 30 cents in the money on Amazon. Now GameStop came all the way back. We're still 30 cents in the money on that. We've got a bunch of 30-cent winners on, and we're going to keep them, man. Some long, some short, some in meme stocks. So, you know, so far so good. I like to think that I can trade all kind of style, and that's exactly what I'm doing today. So, you know, if you're with me, that's what you've been doing. But it has been a little bit of a tricky day here, trying to find, you know, bigger plays. NVIDIA was a great one, AMD was a great one, and then the pullbacks as well. So I feel like the semis is where we want to see.
Yeah, they've been good. It's like, for me, it was one and done lose on GameStop and one and done lose on PACW. Everything else has been pretty solid. I can't complain, with the exception of missing a few fills on NVIDIA, which I went over. Like, it gave you so many times, it gave you that rinse and repeat, and I missed a couple of them just because of how I had an order configured, and it's on me. Coinbase is now back above VWAP, so scalped it out until like 82, not everything. But I want to get some more shares in front of 84 here. It's making a lower high channel, so if I can rinse and repeat that off a resistance level, it makes sense. Tesla gets interesting here too. So, you know, like, I was one and done in Tesla, but now look what's happening at 198. Pre-market lows, also working off kind of like yesterday's high at 198 as well. So, you know, 3 times now it's been testing this level, getting above it by a quarter, and then rejecting it. If the market does want to pull back, that's a decent risk to reward in here. Like, you're risking, depending on slippage, because I guess it could always break like 35 or 50 and then just float up like 30 or 40 cents. But risk to reward is actually pretty solid. It's done like 50 million shares today, so there's plenty of liquidity in Tesla. If it breaks out, you're probably testing that 200 again. But this looks like a good level. What I want to see is it getting back up to 108 quarter, and then the second it does any kind of a little rejection, just try to hit the short. Hopefully get like 10, something along those lines, scalp some out to VWAP, and then try to hold some a little bit further than that. I'll try to clean up that wick a little bit later on. But with less than a couple of minutes to go, Tesla's something at that key level. I've already mentioned Alphabet at that 105, so I'm on that short. Wanted to give this one more space and more time to work. Didn't do so the first time I was in it. But Tesla will be the new trade for me. If I get some more Coinbase close to 84, that'd be great, but it's at 83. Yeah, it's about 50 cents in the money, so I'm probably not getting that short anytime soon.
I like that Tesla trying to break upside right there. That should be a good trade. With only a minute to go, I want to thank everybody for watching, and for sure do this.
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
Yeah, 1.5K right now. Over 8,000 watching. So if we can get that going right now, let's get up to 2,000. And let's see if we can get 500 likes in 1 minute before we throw over to Arun. I mean, we've got Arun coming out with Sharif as well. So, you know, that should be a reason enough to hit the like button. See if we can get it. If you haven't hit it yet, please do that. We are coming back. First of all, I'm about to get out of some more Apple right here. If we can get to 34, that's the high is 40. I'm sitting at 34. I mean, we could have just sat at 32 and got that as well. There it is, 1.8K. They like us. Thank you so much for doing that. And again, we're back at 145. So, you know, after you get bored of those guys, like you probably are of us, we'll come back and then you can get bored of us again. But the good point about it is we have Jerome Powell coming out. So he's going to come out. We have Brendan on the 1s and 2s over there. We'll be talking about, like, there's going to be no better place to find the rate hike cut information, plus all the updates from Jerome Powell. Brendan's going to have it in his ear. We're going to bring it to you live, just like we're watching all these stocks right now. It's 10:59, 57, 58, 59. So, I mean, you know, this is where you're going to get it. We're going to drop the news. We've got the Bloomberg terminal. It's an Icon terminal, but something similar.
Same thing.
We'll be back bringing you that news ASAP when it hits, and that's going to be at 2 o'clock. So join us back here at 1:45. A big thanks to Brad, Brendan, everybody today that's helped us work, and a big thanks to everybody there as well for tuning in and watching, and thank you so much. There it is, 1.9K. Very, very, I was gonna say I banged my table and that flickered, but that was pure ironic. So we'll be back
That's
there.
probably the cable then.
Yeah, I would say that was not. That was just a matter of time how that happened. We're gonna hold on to our Amazon short. Excuse me. Oh no. And our AMD long temporarily, and we're gonna throw it over now. Thanks again, Neil. Good show once again here today. As we put a lot of trades on for you, it's just, you know, we did what we could do and worked with what we have. As I got to drink some more water as we are now done with this. All right.
Here comes Coin and Tesla.
It's the midday madness, just as Coinbase and Tesla start going nuts. It's, I was going to say it's Brendan and Arun, but it is Sharif and Arun to my left. Let's go.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. You know who that is. I'm Sharif. What a day it's been. I didn't expect to have a big move like that up in the futures. I thought we'd be more inside day into pop-up.
You would expect that until it surprises you.
Yeah.
Right. And it was just a quick surprise, right? It was that small little window where the market's like, yeah, we're going to take off for a little bit and then we'll be right back. And here we are. There was a burst of volume. Now we're getting into 11 o'clock and it's getting quiet again as we get back to 40. One more thing I would keep an eye on is around 11:30, about half an hour or so when Europe closes. Oh, wait, hold on. No, wait.
12:30.
12:30. I keep forgetting that. 12:30.
Yeah,
okay, so you got another hour and a half. Time changes, man. Daylight savings. I think they're supposed to end that soon here.
Yeah, I know. They're always different. What a
11:30, 12:30, we got hour and a half. We do have to keep an eye out for European close when it does happen. There tends to be a burst of activity, especially on the day of the Fed, as people close out positions. They need to carry it overnight, right? They're not going to be able to trade it, so they're going to take care of their business around 12:30. We'll figure that out, and then you had a few trades on today.
Yeah, I had a couple.
Obviously, you guys
I'm in
know
one
me.
right
I'm
now.
fairly quiet, but
No, we are like building the mother of all tops here on Google. I don't know if you got a chance
let's go
to
to Sharif's
Yeah,
screen
Bradley,
there.
come to my screen if you're able to here. 105 top. Look at this.
No, hold on. Sharif,
Bradley?
Brad's busy doing other work.
Yeah.
There you go, Brad.
Thank you, Bradley.
There
We're
you go.
building a top here at Rune at 105, man. I mean, we've breached it, 105.13, technically the high, but I'm seeing VWAP holds. I'm seeing higher lows consistently in the face of a market pull down. The market's off the highs, 7 points off the highs, yet Google is consolidating sideways, and the market's down and to the right. Google is just horizontal and to the right. So not saying that this is going to be like a guaranteed trade, but I like what I see. I see accumulation. I see relative strength despite the fact that it's flat on the day. It is at yesterday's close, and yesterday's close is acting as a level of resistance. That level is 104.91 on my chart. So for all intents and purposes, that 105 area. So I'm building up here. I have another dip trade. Should this retrace into VWAP, so much that I like this trade that here it is. I probably have to adjust this because VWAP has increased since that time. No, so I'm still good. VWAP on Google 104.50. I'm sitting here at 104.60. I'm long 89s on an initial entry of 91 and a nice dip trade of a quarter position at 76. We haven't done anything. I've been in this trade for a while. So keeping my eye on Google for that breakthrough 105. We shall see what shall happen there. I've also been in a GME trade, a loss for me. So let's get to that trade quickly here. So what ended up happening is we made that big pull up, and I'm like, okay, here we're going to retrace into VWAP. Let's take the VWAP dip and continue up. That VWAP dip did not end up holding, and as a result, I got in with a quarter position here at 204.93, and I got out at 204.41. A little bit of slippage there, as I actually meant to get out through the break of the $0.50. Now GameStop kind of consolidating sideways on a move down. I love these setups, flat bottom breaks on small cap crappers below VWAP, right? That's the setup. I may look to secure shorts for this one and possibly ride this one short. A bit of a dangerous trade. So look, anything GameStop related today, automatic quarter positions for me, okay? Just gonna put that out there. So if you think I'm getting into a position, it's a quarter position. But before I send it to Arun, we are moving up here on Google. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably have to take a fill before that shows up, Sean. So I'm sitting here at 105.11s. on our friend Google to 105.11, but we're still doing that dance with 105. I mean, we broke through yesterday's high, but the market's actually not cooperating. So Google is secular at the moment.
That's the thing with this market, right? I mean, there's going to be individual names that are going to be hot. Then you're going to have the overall market, which is going to be fairly quiet. And I think that's what you're seeing here. Let me get you a bigger chart here. This market is quiet, quiet, quiet. And then there's a small, like 15-minute window right here, 10:15 all the way up to 10:30. And then runs up, a nice little move here, 15 points. 15 points is big on a day like today, right? Pre-Fed. And here it is, runs all the way up and then just loses traction, and here it does come all the way back in. So that's what you're getting right now. So it's not surprising there that your Google trade is, you're doing well, but I feel like that was from earlier on, right? When you positioned in?
Yeah. I got in, at what time? I got in, I thought like 20 minutes ago.
Okay, so the market's been dripping back down, but Google's been making a move to the upside. So it's doing its own thing, and I think on a day like today, if you want the activity, you got to find the names that are doing their own thing. We saw AMD earlier, obviously moving hot to the upside. That's gone cold as well. That was an early mover, right? Straight off the open. Here we are, quick move, about $3 to the upside, and now we're coming back in. You're going to see a lot of that. Unfortunately for you guys, I know you guys want excitement, but I mean, hey, we need the trade. We need the right trades.
Yeah.
I mean, we can just take the trades for the sake of taking the trades, but it doesn't mean it's going to make you a ton of money. So here we are, kind of waiting for the right trades where we can actually take some decent action. Are we going to find the right spots? That remains to be seen, but for now, we're going to just wait on that one. Oh, why do I have this chart? Crude. Okay, somebody was mentioning crude in the chat. I just had to take a quick look at crude. I'm like, they're like, oh, is it a trade against 71? Could it be a short against 71? I see the reasoning for it. The issue with that is the amount of time that it's going to require to set up that short versus the amount of time you have before Fed.
Oh, yeah,
It's
I see.
like you're going into that area, but at the same time, it's up about 1%. It's getting above, it has gotten above 70. It's going to need to get a little bit higher, then come back down, back under 70 to set up the short. We talked about this. We had this whole thing yesterday about how it's going to be like, long-term chart or bigger chart versus smaller chart. Bigger chart gives you the area, smaller chart, the trend needs to change to confirm that. What you're seeing here is good strength. That 30 says there's a level there. 5 says trend's still intact, right? So there's no trade just yet. The question is how much time is it going to take to get this set up to actually make sense of that 71 short. I see the reasoning for it. I just don't see the trade at the moment. I think the window is very, very tight. If you're going to make money, you have to make money earlier.
Right.
Like now you're dealing with lunchtime volume as everyone just preps for the following day, or not for the following day, for the Fed announcement.
Yeah.
So here we are, just kind of. You guys know me, man. I'm just waiting.
Oh,
I know not everyone's a fan of that. I'm like, sorry, but that's my style, and that's how I trade, and that's how I make money. I don't need to. I'm not about taking 300 trades for tiny winners. I'm about that, good trade that I can maybe hold on for a little bit longer, and something that's structured, right? Because I use a much longer term chart, I need to structure something. That means trades take longer to set up, but also trades take longer to actually start getting going.
No question.
But once they get going, they're gone, right? I'm more comfortable with it. So we saw that on AMD yesterday. I'm looking up here, see if I can't find anything that's moving. Let me change. What is it? Apple? Apple's up 0.5%. Maybe we can take a look at Apple. Yeah, I'm not forcing anything, by the way. So you might have to watch us for 2.5 hours or whatnot, just talking about trades.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm not forcing.
I'll nurse this Google long.
I'm not about losing money for no reason.
No.
Yeah.
Goodness, no. All right, out here, my first out on Google, we're long 89s, and I took just a piece out here through 11s. Reason being, 13s is high day. I want to take a little bit out, de-risk a little bit in front of that high day. That's my thinking. Macro though, where am I looking for my targets on Google? Let's go to the 4, and by that I mean the 4 hour. We got no levels on the 4 hour, right? We are at highs so far here. Okay, so now we get to a better level. 105, that's clearly a level. Then that 107, 108 area, no, sorry, I want to say that 108 area, definitely a level. Look at the amount of tops we have in and around that 108 area. For whatever reason here, put it at 107.79. Let's move that up. The better area obviously is at 108. So we're looking at $3 now. Are we likely to see $3 on Google if we don't get a positive catalyst from the Fed? I don't know, man. I think that, you know, Google's not that kind of mover, not lately anyways, not that $3 mover, but we shall see. I got another out on Google here as we break through the $0.25. So this was the right trade so far. Like it. Let's take a little bit more out of this trade as we ascend upwards. That top was yelling at me. It was saying, look at me, I'm making higher lows and a flat top. Go long. So that's what I did. And we're still printing on this one, everyone, up to the high side on Google.
Hell, still going. It's impressive, actually.
Yeah, it's not
if you
bad.
can find the names that are moving on their own merit and not like indexed and just gone sideways, I think that's what you need in this market right now. And you also probably need to position it a while ago. I mean, I'll take a look at Google. There are some trades, though.
Definitely, it'll give me some.
There are some trades. Where was your price? You said just
Long,
before?
now I'm 87s because of the cost basis.
Yeah, I see. You actually have a pretty solid trade, man. Like,
Yeah.
especially now with us being above 105 and that high. Oh boy, if you can.
If we can hold 105
If you can,
here.
yeah. I mean, we'll see
see.
how much strength it's got north of 105. But that 105 break is going to be to the upside. Somebody was asking what kind of chart time frame I use. There's a whole conversation yesterday about it. Obviously, we're going to have different viewers every day, so I'll answer it again. It really doesn't matter. I'm using the 30 right now, but for me, all that I really care about is I'll use the 30, I'll use the 60. I don't really care. All I need to know is structure. Structure. How do I build up a trade? Where can I find support resistance so I can actually build a trade comfortably? Now, keep in mind, if you're using a 60 or 30, that also means it's going to take multiple 30-minute blocks to get something solid set up. That means time, right? So that's why trades take longer to develop. So in Google's case here, this 103 seemed to set up fairly well. That was a nice little trade. I don't know if you had this yesterday, right?
No,
Google?
I didn't take Google yesterday,
Maybe
no.
that was the one that we missed, but that 103
Oh,
was
yeah.
the 103 was
up and
there.
to the right
yeah.
yesterday, yeah.
So 103 was there, and that's because if you go back a few days, there's some action up there. You know you want to put up a line right there. You through the bottom, you keep seeing these bounces, so you know there's some strength now down through the bottom towards 99. And essentially what you're trying to do is either play the breakout or maybe potentially catch a dip buy that actually sets up for you. So clearly Google took off and it kept going to 105. Today it came right back down into that 103. And this is where just because it's gone after one day, you don't forget about it. You do keep an eye on this one. Those levels that you worked with previously, you want to keep an eye on that. So as it comes back into this, expect some strength. Now, are you expecting pre-market strength like that? Probably not. But the window for this could have been there. I mean, I wasn't watching it. I also wasn't fully engaged. And I told you guys, I am not involved in the equity side. I'm primarily on the futures side. Futures falling off right now. I know your Google's coming back in.
Yes.
I'm primarily on the I'm only on the futures side, and the only time, especially after this long of this many years of trading, I've identified that I put my money in the futures. That's where I make my money. That's where I'm most, I guess, efficient. So if I'm not on the show, I'm not on the equity side. If I'm on the show, I'm taking equity for you guys, really. Yeah. Otherwise, you're going to sit here watching me for 3 hours doing nothing, right? Depending on the day. So I'll take some equity, but I don't put a ton of capital towards the equity because at that point, it's just like, okay, I'll put a little bit here, make some money, maybe show you guys what I'm looking with and kind of constantly show my strategy, not strategy, but like how I'm executing. And then if I get something on the futures, that's where the majority of my money goes. So for now, we are watching this market come back in. There might be something. I know Lone Zilfo's had a great short near the high.
Yeah,
I don't know what happened.
Lone.
He said he wasn't happy about it. I don't know if he got stopped out.
Held it or
but I don't know if he
stopped out,
got stopped out. But one thing I do want to say about that, though, futures, you know, on a day like today when the market goes crazy for no reason or just makes a move for no reason, we had marked off 40.50 as the actual breakout spot, right? That's the spot you're like, if you get above 40.50, there's a chance we expand going into Fed. So the fact that we went from 35, which was in the buy zone from this morning, all the way towards that high that they took at that pre-market high, or not even pre-market high, yesterday afternoon's high, and then failed, we're still boxed in. So there's no, the way I look at it, I'm just like, oh, that's a great spot to get short. So hopefully you did get that short. Hopefully I misread your reaction to that.
He wrote,
oh, he took 2 profits.
I took profit early.
On
I
a
wanted
day
to
like
hold it
today,
more, yeah.
no, on a day like today, there's nothing wrong with taking profit too
agree.
early. Like you cannot expect this market to come back 10 points after putting in that top. You take the win as it comes. On a normal day, yeah, maybe. You're like, maybe I screwed up. But on a day like today, take it. For all you know, this market's going to be right back up to 40, 45. So the way it's been moving around, you take the wins as you get them, and then you just move out of the way. And this is what you're dealing with right now. This is a tight window to play within. So if you're making money inside that tight window, best to you.
Futures pulling back, just 13 points. But Google doesn't care about your feelings. It didn't care about it yesterday. I use that same line. And it doesn't care about it today. We are continuing to make highs back up at 105.39. I've got a profit taker sitting there at 44s. I took another little tad out, I think at 31s or 32s. Here we go, knocking on the door again of that 40s. Do we see the 44 prints? Google stepping up now, positive on the day. In case you're just joining us, wondering why I took this, we had an accumulation. By accumulation, I mean a lot of price action knocking on the door of that 105. Where we saw consecutively higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, but we didn't necessarily see higher highs. Compression pattern, I like these type of plays. They usually pop to the upside because buyers are overwhelming sellers, and you're seeing that reflected in the higher low, higher low, higher low, and then usually it explodes to the high side. In this case, it is a very good trade. Oh, come on, man. Give me that fill at 40. Where am I sitting? 46s, that's why. Okay, so 45 seems to be a level. I'll just take that one off, and I'll take it a penny lower so that I can buy myself peace of mind, just a penny. I know you talked about this yesterday. Don't give me grief for adjusting my out. You're like, you know how you bring your out a little bit lower?
because you're staring at it? Because you're
Yeah,
staring
because
at
I'm
it?
staring at it.
Yeah, stop
And
staring
I
at
could
it.
have had a penny higher. Now we're knocking on the door of 50s, guys. Google moving to the high side. The futures, not so much.
Yeah.
We're still below. I think we just went red, Arun. I think we're below.
Are we? Yeah, we are.
Yeah, just below where we closed.
0.01% to the red. So that's what we're dealing with in the futures market.
Inside.
I mean,
hey, we
for now.
Yes.
It's just an overall quiet day. Obviously, you're not getting a whole lot there. What kind of futures do we trade? It depends. Me specifically, I'm on the ES.
Trades the big boy.
You guys, maybe the MES. I don't know.
I rarely trade the futures,
maybe not.
but when I do, it's the MES.
Yeah. So, or you can trade it through the spiders. That's more common, or some sort of ETF as well. And the other question was like, am I doing live trades on futures and paper trading on equity? Because I said I'm not taking much. No. We can only choose one or the other. You can't log into both systems, so I'm live on both. It's just, it's just throwaway money on the equity side if need be. But anyways, for overall though, this market, what do you got? Right back into the middle of the range. Here's one thing I will say though. The one opportunity this does present after this pullback is if we got back up to 40 and we failed. Like let's see like a 5-point bounce, right? We got all the way back up to 40 and we actually tapered off and came back into like 37, 38. I might be open to the idea of actually going for the short. And this is pre-Fed.
Okay.
There's a small window there where the people obviously take risk off the table. I'm trying to catch that small window, and usually it's like an hour before the market, like before we get to the Fed.
That's clever.
It depends on the timing.
Getting out of trades.
Yeah, it depends on the timing. Depends on like the way I like to kind of take it as well. If I can get it, is that I like to take it, and then if it starts going in one direction and it's far enough away, and I have a proper way to trail it, I'll take it right into the Fed. It doesn't happen often, but I'll take it right into the Fed because at that point, they can do one of two things, go up or go down,
exactly,
right?
Yeah.
So if I can get that lucky shot where it's in the direction I'm already playing.
So you got resting orders, I'm assuming, at that point to take profit through some levels.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
So I'll like take it right into the Fed and see if I can actually work that direction, and maybe the Fed helps me out. You never know. But that's only in play if you're deep enough in the money on the trade.
Right.
If you're sitting too close to even or break even,
goes against you,
it's
you're
a 50-50 shot based on what the Fed says. That's not a type of risk I want to take, so I just leave it be.
I agree with
so that's kind of how I play it. But yeah, I mean, futures market obviously there's a potential trade here. Let's see if in the next 2 hours we can get a bounce back up towards 40 that fails up, and hopefully loan this time around. Maybe we can. I can jump on board. I can jump on board and get that trade of yours as well, because that's a sick short. I mean, profit taking is profit taking. You take your money on a day like today, because you know you're going to need that for later on when you take the big shot, whatever that shot is. Whenever it comes around, you're going to need that ability and capability to take that shot later on. So take your money, go have some lunch, come back. Keep the show on, just because, you know, we need the viewers, we need the likes.
Yeah.
Keep the show on, but go have some lunch, enjoy your time off, get a break in. Then the weather's nice, go take a break. The weather sucks here, by the way.
What do you mean, bro? I'll take this 8-degree day
No,
any
it's not
day.
8. No.
Hold on,
yesterday,
it's 4, yeah.
Yesterday
High
was
7, yeah.
8 or 9 degrees.
We're talking
Celsius,
people, yeah.
not Fahrenheit, Celsius. 8 degrees, and we had sun, so it was much warmer, right? But today, a little bit colder with the clouds coming in. All right, well, I mean, with the clouds coming in, let's go to Brendan with volume leaders.
Hey guys, as we await 2 p.m. this afternoon, let's get you up to date on what is doing the most volume right now at this point this morning. Very equal board showing so far today, 4,140 listings in positive territory. This is 10,227 U.S. listings, 4,837 downside versus 4,141 upside. There's 1,250 there, basically unchanged on the day. Currently, 129 new lows on the day versus 48 new highs. 126 million there from Mullen topping the list today. It's down 9% on the session. Close second, Box D. We used to trade this during the pandemic, I remember. BOXD back to the upside today in a big way, 40%, 57 million. FRC, Credit Suisse still on here. Tesla, GameStop, obviously, Zila, VORB, VTGN. And TQ's rounding it out, but just the one so far in the 100 million club so far at this point this morning as we await Fed Chair Powell coming up at 2, guys.
Yep, Papa coming on soon. All right, just quickly here, when I talk about the Google trade, I'm still leaving this to knock on the door of the $0.50. I'm left with 35% of the position that I originally had. So letting this one run, but I've also got my eye on another trade, and that's my very good friend Meta. There's been a rinse and repeat level that you could have had 3 times around today, and that's yesterday's close at 202.15. You get the initial move down. Yeah, look, it's wicking below it, but look where the closes are. They're all above it, right? So you're going to have to give this one room if you're going to play this level. The 202.15, it comes back down there at 10, right after that big move at 9. We get that move back down again at 11. It doesn't quite make it down there, but if you take the first green candle to make a new high on the 5, then you're printing. And here we go, back up towards the high on Meta. Now, I want to say one thing. Technically, the high is 204.40, but the real high here is the seller that keeps stepping in at the $0.75, 203.75. There's a clear seller stepping in there every single time. I've been watching this one on the tape as well as the price action on the chart, and it's very clear that there's a seller in and around there. So if we do get up there prior, I want to say prior to Fed, because, you know, Fed, we get something bullish on the Fed, it blows through that level. But prior to Fed, keep an eye on that $0.75 at 203.75. I'm going to keep my eye on a possible retracement into the close of yesterday, and I'll be looking to take that trade again. We're consolidating sideways here, just like we did at the whole dollar. We're doing it again at the $0.50, maybe for not as long. It's more micro on Google, and we're looking to take that 50. We're printing above 50s. Technically, the high is 52, but you know, we are at the highs. Finding a bit of a reprieve here on the market. I'm seeing the first 5-minute candle that turned green. It's just made a new high, 40.37. Could we possibly find some support? You'd have to assume so on an inside day at yesterday's close of room.
Yeah, I'm going through the chat. There's a question from Darwin there. Would I ever consider SPXL, the triple levered, versus the ESs? And the only thing I say, I gotta say, this is, forget the triple XL, just the spiders versus the ES is like a different feel for me. I'm so used to the movement and flow, and I can read the ES futures a little, like way better than I can read the spiders. So like even I have a hard time even trading the spiders because there's been times where we've had like CME issues with our on our side. So CME wasn't available, so I had to go to spiders. I'm like, oh, this feels so weird. Just it says almost the exact same thing. Right? I can take 500 shares for every contract and make it the same thing. It's the same style of trade, same chart. I can trade right off the ES, so it's all going to move the same, but the feel is so different. So for me, forget the SPXL, just the normal spiders I'm already having an issue with. It's just a feel thing, right? SPXL, the triple, I would be involved in the triple if they have a triple futures, like a triple levered futures. That's obviously an ETF thing, but at the same time, that'd be an interesting thing if they ever got frisky with it and actually put up something like that. But I don't think that's the direction they're heading in on the CME side. I think they're trying to get more people involved, not taking a ton of risk like that. But the micro is available for a lot of people. For everyone who can't follow on the S&P side or the ES side of things, the micro is the MES, which is a tenth of the value of it in terms of margin and also in terms of just overall point value. So instead of $50 a point, it's $5 a point. This is where you should be learning. If you haven't traded futures before, this is where you should be learning. It's going to have the exact same chart, but it's going to cost less when you lose. And we're going to lose. It's bound to happen. We're bound to lose as we come through and kind of figure out, do you want to trade the spiders? Do you want to trade the futures? Again, based on feel, I'm on the future side. I know some people like the spiders or even the triples, the triple levered stuff, but it's a feel thing.
If someone is actually trading the SPY or trading, should they be charting off that particular whatever?
I mean,
or can they be looking to levels on the ES or other, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
but like,
how does that work?
Here's the problem. I don't know the answer to that question because I also, like regularly, I'm always talking with another trader and he always has the ETF available, like set up beside the future. So the QQQ with the NQ and then the spiders with it. And he'll start throwing, it's getting to this ES level, or not the ES level, but at the same time, it's getting to a spider level that's a little bit further. And I'm just like, he respects both.
I see.
And I'm just like, that's confusing. I don't know the answer to that. Which one do you pay attention to more? I just like try to keep it as simple as possible. So I'm always looking at the one chart. But there might be some validity to keeping both. Like, what do you do if the ES, because there's always a slightly changing situation in terms of the math on ES, when the contracts roll over, is like if the ES tops out at 50, but the future, the ES tops out at say 50, but the spider level, if you did the math on it, is like 52 or 53. Like, which one do you respect, right? So. You guys can do the
more questions to mull over.
You guys can do the math on that. Maybe give us an answer to that. ES is delayed by 15 minutes unless you pay for it. Yep, that's how it is for all
on
data
streams.
On all data streams, really. If you need live market data, you got to pay for it. Of course, if you want free data, it's available on any website, right? It's well delayed though. So hopefully, if you guys are trading live. And not like portfolio stuff. Portfolio stuff, you can be a little late to the party. You can set your stops and whatnot. But if you're trading live, get some live data for sure.
There's a question for you. Grant asking, Arun uses e-signal charting software, but what broker does he use as a Canadian for U.S. futures?
Okay, so through our system here,
Daytrade the World.
Daytrade the World, I don't know who our clearinghouse is, but anyways, it's all handled through Daytrade the World. This is a Trader TV, but it's all backed by Daytrade the World, so everything goes through their platform. And the software we have is also PPRO 8, which is built in-house for this company. So it's not going to be available elsewhere. Personally, you use it as well. I use it as well for my portfolio, my futures trading that I do as well on my own. It's Interactive Brokers.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no other alternative. To be quite honest with you, if you're like a serious day trader, I mean, I think E-Trade is okay. I know that Thinkorswim is supposed to be good, but in Canada, you don't have default access to Thinkorswim. If you have a TD account, you actually have to put, I think, a minimum of $25K before they give that to you free, or $50K.
You know what it is, though? Like you know what it is? That's the...
Fact check me on that.
The $25K is the...
PDT. But we don't have a PDT rule in Canada.
Not for Canadian equities?
No, not even for American equities. No, we don't have that. We can, unless if you have a margin account, you don't have T+2, and you don't have. There's no pattern day trading rule.
Even if you're executing American equities as a Canadian,
100%.
really?
Yeah,
I
and,
never really executed that many trades in a day on an equity
Yeah, I know.
side.
That's
I'm just
not
like,
your style.
that's
Like,
not my-
exactly.
Well,
that's not
especially if it's your
style.
own account too. It's like, okay, well, this is future side because it's CME and Globex. You're just like doing your own thing.
Right.
But then on the equity side, you're like, oh, I'm gonna buy this for a little bit, or I'm gonna buy that. So I don't know. I mean, future side, yeah.
There's really no other better brokerage, to be honest with you. It has at 4 a.m. open, so if you want to get out of swings early, it gives you access from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. Anyway, guys, Google is knocking on the door, baby. Here we go. We're knocking on the door of 70s. I'm sitting at, and there we go. We get the fill. We're going to spend the money. Right there, we've got 15% left on our friend Google over here, and I'm going to let this 15% run. We are now over $1 in the money, and that's not something I thought I'd say on Google. You know, it's not really a multiple dollar type stock to be, for me anyway. I don't know. I feel Google is like one of the slower movers, like Tesla is a multiple dollar kind of name, or Microsoft. Anyway, happy to be in this trade. I think it was a good trade. I'm letting it run.
That's a sick trade.
15 more percent.
That's a great trade. The fact that you're managing, you're still working your exits.
Still taking a little bit.
I don't know about what happened earlier when you have all those like clustered exits though. Like,
this one here?
Yeah, you got a little
De-risking.
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 The-
It wasn't staring at the
Jittery
screen.
Jerry came out of me there.
But you guys, you're still carrying. I think that's what it is.
Still carrying a little piece,
There
letting
you
it
go.
ride.
Let it go. Keep as long as it's following that trend line, and
we go, man.
you're good, right?
Yeah.
Until-
Sean kind of gave me a look there when I said I didn't expect Google to be a multiple dollar winner. I guess I need more practice with these big caps, man. Not much of a. I know you don't trade small caps all that often, but it has been like very, very dead for small caps lately, guys. I mean, my
You were telling me
scanner's
about
been
that earlier.
dead.
Remember you were comparing the indexes,
Absolutely.
the
Yeah.
Russell versus the
take a little bit more out
NASDAQ
here,
as a
bro.
whole. It's been quieter. It's been.
Yeah, let's
it's
look
obviously.
let's show what we're talking about,
Yeah.
guys. This is what I was talking about. So on my indexes chart here, this is the Russell up into the middle. That's the Russell. Proudly, can you take my face off? And then, perfect, thank you. And then this is the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ, look, we're almost back at that late June, early Feb high. That was 12,880, okay? And right now, we're at 12,796. So we're about to break the highs on the NASDAQ that we made in late Jan, early Feb. Look at the Russell, middle over here. We're not even close. We're at over 2,000 on the Russell. We're at 1,700. The recovery hasn't even started on the Russell. And even less, I don't want to say less so on the S&P. The S&P is about halfway retracement from the early Feb, late Jan high. But the NASDAQ showing tons of relative strength.
And that's rotation, right?
Right.
That's just overall rotation as you move from one asset class to a different one. And you're seeing the tech getting, obviously tech's up big. So they're getting all the cash right now.
Yeah.
And you're seeing these individual names. I mean, we saw AMD this morning, just overall, forget overall as a, like, you know, the last few months, just today. AMD, NVIDIA getting hype, getting a lot of hype to the upside. And then you have these other names that aren't as much, right? You've got like, Google's obviously still running
It's
too.
flying, man. We're
Right?
looking at
Tesla's
106 in
having
the
a rough
face
day.
here, guys. What's that? All right, Eduardo Sharif, where would your stop be on GME? All right, so I'm in the money on GME, but it's kind of like one of those trades where it's a little less important because just about the size that I have. So this was a dip trade. I set it up. I'm looking possibly here for a 26 retracement. We're kind of moving, stair-stepping up. This is kind of just to wet my beak a little bit here, you know, just to get involved with the GME trade. My out possibly is at 26, and my stop will be at, this is just a bit harder. I need to see the 5-minute here. Give me a sec. Let's zoom in there. So the first will be a little bit below the, I'm going to say, look, 25. If it breaks below 25, I'm long at 25.05. If it breaks below my 25 area, you know, this one is a little bit harder for me to give you an exact assessment of, to be quite honest with you. I think, yeah, it's got to hold 25 here. It hasn't respected whole dollar levels all that well. I mean, it even broke through 24 right over here. Bless you, Neil. To the high side, it has. It rejected 26. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm just letting this one run. We're 20 pennies in the money on this. Let's let it run. Meta's pumping to the high side here, guys, as Google comes back in. Meta's going. It broke through that 75 area that we talked about. Now it's knocking on the door of 204. Oh, that rhymes. Knocking on the door of 204. 204.40, technically the high, so 40 pennies off the high of day. Look at this weirdness. Here's some tin hat conversation, but we got to get to some super chats, which I will in a sec. This is the 8 a.m. spike, right?
Yeah.
The institutional order spike. That we're really not.
But it's not. That's misleading. It's not even an order spike. It's just like orders being entered into the tape.
Being entered into the tape.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It goes up to 204.40, and then we actually get a legitimate print after the bell at 204.40. So I wonder if there's.
Question is, did we actually travel up that high, or was there just one random print up there?
This
again?
one?
Yeah.
So if it shows up on IBKR, it will actually be a legitimate print. It doesn't show any dark pools on these charts.
What is this? Meta?
Yeah, Meta. Have a look to see if it jives on your chart as well.
Because the fact that they're yeah. Okay, yeah, we traded
what
up
I'm
there.
saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so it was a bit of a
Got up there.
coincidence that we got up there. Usually I don't make much of those institutional wicks, but in that case it was interesting. All right, let's get to these super chats here because they're coming in fast and furious, man.
Ooh.
All right. Michelle A. Bear, $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Good friend of the show and an avid viewer. I had a good feeling about GME last Friday. Bought a few April 20th, $20 calls. Cashed out 500%. This is a good day. Have a beer for me on Friday. Thank you very thank you very much, Michelle. Appreciate you.
So,
and we definitely
the
will.
thing with that is, Michelle, if you can't do 500%, you shouldn't be doing it at all. So you did a good job on that
There
one
you
there.
go.
So
There you go. You
damn,
got approved from the big
500%. 500%. That's a crazy move, and that's all you want. Maybe we'll take like 50%, but
Yeah.
you had to go 10 times on us with 500%. That's a crazy move. That's a great trade, by the way.
Good trade, dude.
Yeah.
Momo Pro, integrated stock scanner and screener, $10 super chat. Not the first time I've seen this. Thank you very much. Looking good, guys. Keep those good vibes flowing. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, as we appreciate all our viewers. Thanks, guys, very much for the super chats on that. If I'm missing some ads, I'm sorry, guys. Tag me again. If you've got to tag me multiple times, because I'm always looking to the left, which is where Arun is sitting, and my chat is to the right. So I'm going to miss some of those. And so tag me again if you really want to have your question answered. We're doing well on 3 big cappers here. I want to say maybe even 4. Tesla's really the only one I want to say that's asleep right now. It's asleep at yesterday's lows, flat at the day. Sorry, yesterday's close. It's flat on the day. Apple is kind of near day's highs a little bit, 160.41, a bit of a top brewing there on Apple. Amazon continues to pump to the high side, 174, the high there, or 160. I already told you the case on Meta. Microsoft, though, this one got going early, and it was like up straight, not even up and to the right. It was just up straight. Made a 277.30 high, retraced back a little bit below 276, held the half dollar at 275, and now we're curling back up, looking to test those highs. We're like 35, 40 pennies away from the high of day on Microsoft, so that looks good. 1.1%. Man, I'm losing it. 1.16% to the high side. Arun, action.
Yo, what up?
Look at this. Want action. Can't help himself. Arun's a handsome fella.
I mean, I'll take it, man. I'll take it.
There it is.
I mean, this guy himself, he doesn't need to look over here. Look at the camera. Look how fly you look, man, with your
I thought you were talking about the dude in the one action.
with your. No, I haven't seen that yet. But I'm just talking about you. Look at you in the camera with your fresh cut, fresh haircut. At least you got hair. That's the only thing. Well, how do you have hair in the one spot that I don't have hair? What is going on here? It's like if we combined our heads, we'd have a full head of hair. Yeah, look at that right there.
Hey,
okay,
baby,
anyways.
there's stuff you could do about that, and I'll just leave it
No,
like
no,
that.
I don't
Yeah.
care enough. This is all gone in about 6 months, anyways. Yeah,
I feel you.
it's going down the drain. It's all
Guys,
good.
Meta's moving. Meta, Microsoft are moving. They're both moving. How are the chips doing? Both the chips are doing well. I can't believe I haven't talked about this. AMD just took VWAP as well off that 96.50. I think Sean's in. Are you in this? He's in this 96.60. We're at 97.72 right now, so over $1 in the money. Look at our friend NVIDIA as well. We're knocking on the door of that 271.25. We're back up to 271, taking it from the downside here as we kind of held that 269. A lot of consolidation at that 269 area on NVIDIA, and then look at that. It takes the top there through that 2 70, 50, Arun, and we're marching to the high side on a lot of these big cappers.
Yeah, I mean, we're creeping back up, and I'm starting to see AMD creep back up as well, like you said. They caught a nice little bid, though, just south of 97, which is interesting, because all these levels that we're marking off now, these are going to come in handy later on. Obviously, we're talking about AMD being, doing its own thing on a day like today, but let's not forget, AMD is still locked into a range here. We talked about this yesterday, $100, right over the top there. Let's see if we can get that breakout post-Fed. 100 break that confirms with the strength that AMD is showing today and 100 even break on a day like today. I think that's going to be your play to the north side if we do make an aggressive move to the north side on AMD. So for now, the initial trade is done here. We hit that resistance level or that resistance zone, came back in. Now we're starting to creep back up. The problem here is when you're stuck into a range like this, do you step in and go for the long? Knowing that your upside is severely limited before we hit that top end, right? So use this time to identify levels or zones or even breakaway points or breakouts that you can work with after the Fed. Like set it all up because you know it's going to be quieter. So use this time to actually set it all up for post-Fed movement and then work with those levels and those zones. This is like your window to set everything up and be prepared for what the Fed might bring. The last thing you want to do is get chopped up, right? So you want the levels to be far enough apart, but at the same time, you want to have some sort of reference point on where a breakout could be. So I would just definitely use that. And there was a question earlier about, in terms of like books, what books. I only ever mentioned 2 books, and this is just from all the years where I've spent time reading books, and I'm sure all you guys are watching that. You guys are watching YouTube videos, and which now exist that are helpful. No. Hopefully they know what they're talking about, though. I haven't really spent a whole lot. Credibility issues. But at least even with books, I mean, there could be credibility issues. But anyways, the 2 books that I really spent time with that I was like, oh, you know what, that was very valuable, is not necessarily ones that teach you strategies. Forget the ones that teach you strategies. The ones that teach you why the market moves the way it moves, like the reasoning behind stuff, right? So the one I remember is the one with Steve Neeson, the Japanese candlestick charting techniques. That's like the OG of like bringing Eastern techniques over to the West, right? Okay. And he's got a book there, that book, the Japanese candlestick charting techniques, where he goes and is like, okay, this is, the only thing I don't like about that book is that he identifies names to patterns. I don't really care about the names to the patterns. The way I thought about it is like, okay, why is it doing what it's doing? It's like, oh, drying up a volume, that's why the market's turning. Like, do I care if it's like marching 3, I don't know, and there's like 3 marching soldiers or something. They have all these names. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, everyone's gonna have their own names. You create your own names. I create my own names for some stuff that I see. But at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter what the names are. It's just like the reasoning for it. It's like, oh, this is happening because volume's drying up and that's what the candle's showing me, or the tops and the bottoms are showing me. So that one by Steve Neeson, and the other one I think a lot of people know is gonna be the one, Trading in the Zone.
Yeah, that's.
I think that's a very popular book. That's just psychology.
And you got to read that multiple times. I don't know if you're a first-time comprehender. I'm not.
Yeah.
I get the gist of everything the first time, more bigger.
It's always
picture.
good to read it a couple times.
Yeah. And that one, I still have not read it second time around, but I did read it first time around. Shout out to Wayne the Brain for hooking me up with a copy of that. But huge reads. The one that I would also add to that list is Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets by John J. Murphy. I know that's mentioned a lot.
That name sounds familiar.
It's kind of like just one of those, really entry-level technical analysis, but covers all the main things that you really need to know. Yeah. It gets into point figure charting, it gets into Elliott wave theory, and it gets into the main stuff. But
it's too easy. I feel like that's not entry level if you're getting to all that.
It's not entry level.
Okay,
that's the thing.
So you can't start with that.
It touches upon the subjects. And then when you open up the CMT materials, you realize how, he really kind of summarized it in, because the CMT materials really opens up into that kind of stuff. But anyway, I'm looking for this to use these tools, these CMT tools, not to day trade. They're more for like swing trading and taking long-term positions. I don't think that, I personally probably can't use them as of yet in my day trading. I think day trading is more psychology and a lot more picking out certain levels rather than looking at chart patterns and stuff like that. So
I mean, you can make it work, but it's just like the speed at which you have to operate. Like the further you go out, like day trading or even scalping, it's like you got to move very, very quickly.
Exactly.
You go to swing, you have a little bit more leeway and
Way more
space,
decision-making
right?
time.
And then you go from swing to portfolio, you have a ton more space.
Way more.
Right? So like, which level are you at? And not everyone's at that
Absolutely.
day trading speed that you're going to be most efficient at, right? So you might move back to the swing, or you might even do portfolio if you have a full-time job. So you might be watching this, be like, oh, maybe I want to get into day trading. Well, you can try to do both, right? You can do swing and still keep your full-time job. And once you prove yourself, you know that guy.
It could just be another source of income.
It was this. Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
It could be. There's that guy. Japanese. Was it a Japanese guy or not? Anyways, he's a billionaire.
Okay.
And he was like known for his art collection. And
Okay.
he made all his money while he was, doing his own thing as a job. He made all his money, his billions, from the investment side of things.
Really?
Yeah. And now he just goes around collecting art.
Good for him.
Right?
Art's outperformed the market.
Yeah,
For the
so-
last few years. Fine art, watches
Wine.
have also outperformed Rolex.
Yeah, watches. I just.
Yeah, so it's been funny to see what's outperformed the market, guys.
Yeah, as this market comes back in. Oh, you know what a lot of people are asking? It's like, remember at the end of the show yesterday, we were talking about like how we met before the show?
Yeah.
We never
Oh.
really got into it after that.
So this is funny. So I've been watching this show since December 2020. Okay, so just before that turned into 2021, I really only started trading every day in August, and I would always see the guys on, and obviously Arun, as he still does the futures and did the futures at the time. So I just switched gyms. I'm like, I'm done with Good Life. I'm going to LA. I want hammer strength and stuff because my Good Life was kind of limited. And then so I go there a lot, and then I go at a completely different time than the time that I usually go. And then out of the corner of my eye, I'm like, I recognize this person. This person is someone I'm like, this is Arun from the Futures and More. And they're like, Arun. He looks over. Obviously, he doesn't know who I am, right? He's like, just looking at me. I'm like, hey, man. I'm like trying like not to scare this guy off. I'm like, yeah, I'm a big fan. I like how you come on. You do the futures. You have your own little niche. And, I'm looking at joining this and that. And I start talking to him. And again, randomly, I go 5 in the morning because I would trade in the pre-market. I see
That's
this
where
guy
I'm at.
there.
That's
And
where
I
I'm
see
at.
him every day. This
5
guy's there.
a.m.
5 a.m. every day.
Yeah.
He kills it in the gym.
It's a weird feeling too to be on the receiving end of that, because you're like, yo, I just come in and do something. I'm just minding my own business. And it's like all of a sudden it's like, oh, yeah, I know you. I'm just like, that's such an awkward feeling. Like, we're just random people on YouTube, man.
Yeah, man. Well, there it is, bro.
We're just like normal people, just trading and working out at 5 a.m. and whatnot. And then all of a sudden, you just see somebody like, oh, I know you. Good job. Blah, blah. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. It's funny. Somebody ran into me at Costco too, in the Costco parking lot. Yeah.
Yeah? They do you were Arun.
Yeah, he came up to me, and it was a cool experience.
Yeah?
I'm just
Good.
like, it's such a weird thing though to
I hope
have
it's not
people.
off-putting.
No, it's not off-putting. It's
Okay.
just weird. Be like you're not a celebrity. I mean, we're just on random.
man.
You're on YouTube, man.
You got
We're just,
influence, clearly.
I mean, I just want to trade and just.
All right, guys.
do my
That's
thing.
it for me on Google. 106. That's my last out. I let that one
You
run
done?
to the end. I'm done on Google.
That's it?
Yeah.
You're giving up
That's
on the
it.
trend?
I'm giving up on it.
Oh, you might regret that.
I know. It's $1.25. $1.25 is all right. We'll take
$1.25 is
that.
not as good as $2.
It's not.
Michel Lebert will tell you that.
Michel Hebert will tell me that
He's
because
like,
he's
why
up
is
500%.
Why is this not 500%? Is what they're
know.
gonna ask.
Yeah,
Come
I
on
don't
now.
know. I don't got that kind of guts, man. I'll tell you the truth. But there it is, man. Took Google through that 105 top break, and it runs $1 plus. So we front ran it a little bit by having a nice dip trade at the $0.75 at 104.75. Yes, that's where we got in. 104.75 was the ad right here, and let it run up. Anyway,
The question is, how much are you going to regret it is going to be what we
it
need to
depends on
answer.
how many times you mention it.
I'm going to mention it all. Look, when I see a trend that's going and not breaking,
I know.
and I'm just like, I'm going to be like, you're regretting it by force. And what's your actual
Here's
exit?
what I'm
What's your
regretting.
actual exit though? Like 99?
Exactly.
99?
96.
96.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're regretting it by like 10 cents.
I'm
right
already
now.
regretting 10 cents
Okay,
right there.
all right.
This is my bigger regret. Come to my screen, Padley, for 1 second. What you said was the accumulation of exits here. I
Yeah.
wish I hadn't de-risked as much.
Well, you always
on
wish
that
that.
pullback.
You always wish that when you see the trend happen.
Yup.
But like, here's the thing with Google. What was the price on that one?
On the in?
No, where you got a ton out.
I got ton out. The price action was 105 and a quarter.
So like 20 cents off the 105 break,
Yeah.
right? This is where like having the bigger chart comes into play. It's like if you're making that trend break on a bigger chart, then you're gonna give it that extra little bit of time. So that 105.20 break, or like the 105 even break right here, this is a 30-minute chart. They were building up to that.
Right.
So the fact that they were building up to it, it going like 10, 15 cents away, sets up either two scenarios. It comes back into 105, catches a bid, or it fails.
Fails completely.
It fails completely, right? But like you want to let that play out. The reason being, if they've been setting this up for like a day and a half now, the breakout when it actually carries forward is going to be much bigger.
So more often than not, what you're saying is through the break of that key level, especially if it's been setting up, it's likely to retrace back to it to test.
What I'm saying is you let it.
You let it.
Like you don't take the quick win because of what you're looking at from the much bigger picture.
So then the begs the question, do you add at that position?
So
You see what I'm saying? Because
So I have this whole thing against adding. I'm not adding for the sake of adding.
Okay.
I will only add if my trail stop moves, right?
I see.
So if my trail stop can move up, I'm locking in the previous entry. So let's just say on the futures, for
Okay.
example, I got in, let's go on a day like
Meta's
yesterday.
pumping,
Let's
yeah.
just, for the sake of saying this, if I got in at, say, 10, right? Because
Okay.
we did have the 10 early, but then we gave up on it, and then it ran later on. So going back to yesterday, I don't know why it doesn't show it, but we had an entry at 10, which we were flat on. So let's say I had 10. Waited, it finally got going.
Okay.
Right? And now my trail stop is moving. My trail stop is, I'm long 10, and now we've broken 30 to the upside, and my new trail stop is like 20.
20, yeah.
Right? So if I now have a new trail stop, my initial entry is 10, that's locked in. So
Yeah.
whenever it gets stopped out, I'm out. So that's locked in. But if there's a new trade available north of 30 and that's a breakout as well, I can step into the 30 and use the 20. So now I have two trades. I call them two separate trades. It's not really an ad for me.
Okay.
It's just two separate
It's
trades.
just I got it.
The 10 long with now locked into 20,
Okay.
and then the 30 long with the 20 stop. So for me, the
got it,
ads
yeah.
only make sense if the trail stop moves up.
see.
We're essentially setting up a brand new trade.
You're parcelizing it. I see what you're saying, yeah.
Because the way you do it is like, if you do it the other way, which is like, oh, it's getting cheaper, let me just get some more, you're initially going from a set risk on that trade to a much larger risk because
Yeah.
you're like, oh, it's cheaper, so I can just take more.
Your
But
cost
at the end
base
of the
has
day,
gone
if the
up,
trade doesn't work out, it's just costing you way more.
Yeah.
So that's the way I go about managing the trade. So I won't step into new entries unless the stop initially moves out, locking in profit from the first entry. Once I get that, and I have a new reason to get into another batch of trades,
Yeah.
then I can do that.
Okay, I just want to mention something because Meta's absolutely flying. Guys, 204.79. For some reason, I had that up on my chart. That's not a level, though. 205.76. That'll be a yearly high from January onwards. That was done March 16th. If we take out 205 and 3/4, that'll be the yearly high. Let me move this because it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, we're at day's high right now on Meta. Very, very strong name. It started off not so strong, but that VWAP hold was absolute money. Okay, so we have super chats that I have to get through here because we missed them. The Hayes Records, 199, baby. He says, wine industry taking a hit from SVB or so SVB Bank. Lending problem. Okay, interesting. I haven't had a look lately. What I'm telling you is from the New Year, or from New Year's Eve or New Year's Eve area, because they were talking about what had outperformed the market, and it was watches, wine, etc. And then Nicole Harris, another very good friend of the show's, $5. Thank you very much, Nicole. Thanks for earning update yesterday. I purchased options, 21 calls and 23 calls. GameStop, love y'all. Yeah, we let her know yesterday when the earnings was coming, baby. That 405 release. Good job, Nicole. You're printing today.
21 calls? When's the expiration on that, Nicole? Please provide the update, because that would have been, that's money. I'm assuming it's going to be a Friday expiration.
Probably.
But damn, that's like a week,
job, Nicole.
weekly. That's a crazy move. Like that's a great one. Especially if you got rid of it this morning. Even then,
Arun.
Like even now, what's up?
Dan wants to know something. He asked this earlier, and I forgot to ask him. Dan Butterworth, Arun, anything you do pre-market or through the day to help not make mistakes, etc.?
Okay, so the thing with mistakes is obviously we all want to not make mistakes, but human nature says you're going to make mistakes. All you can do is really minimize it. So the way I start my day, I come down. I sit down. I start trading at 8 a.m. So for me, I get here. Like if I'm in the office, I'm here at like 7:45. That's just the easiest. Even if I'm at home, I'll get around like 7:55. I'll sit down at my desk. Let's go to my screen and kind of go through my process for the day, right? So this is what this is the chart that I'm dealing with. Let's set something up. Let's delete these areas that I'm working with. So because I'm doing on the futures, it's much easier for me. I have to look at one thing, but at the same time, if you're doing multiple stocks, it's gonna be a little bit more work, but it's gonna be the same process. So I essentially have this. This is what the market ended like. Last I looked at the market, mind you, I don't look at the market all day throughout the night if something's moving, if something's not. I'll deal with it in the morning, right? Obviously, there's gonna be special circumstances if the ECB does something or does something at 4 a.m., and you know it's about to happen. Election nights, those are nights where you sleep. You sleep after the market closes. Election nights are like once every 4 years. So every 4 years, you sleep at 4 p.m. and you wake up around like 9. Really? And from 9 p.m. It's not even 9. The 9's a little early.
Exciting.
Nine's a little early.
Okay.
So like you can even go to 10 as the results start getting more finalized, right?
Forever.
So like 10 makes more sense, but I want to be there just in case.
Yeah.
9 p.m. and then you essentially have a 24-hour day from that point on. Essentially.
You
right?
gotta be in front of
you
computer
gotta
a
be
day.
prepared. There's been one time where the market, I remember this one, where the market went nuts to the downside. This is back in 2016. It was 2016,
That's a
2016,
while.
right?
Yeah, it was 2016
election.
Hillary and Donald.
Yeah. So it hit limit down at one point.
What?
It hit.
What was it? 5% or 10%? What's the limit down?
Overnight is 5, I believe.
Oh my.
It hit limit down,
Okay.
but never stayed. It never stayed limit down.
Okay.
That was a day where you had a massive drop and then a complete reversal to the upside, and it ended
Took that long?
No, man. Like, I'm not going long into a limit down. Like, that's nuts. But at the same
I thought
time,
there was some climax to the story. I was getting excited. I'm like, this guy printed 100 points.
No. 100 points.
Yeah, I know.
Yo, that's
more,
yo, you're underestimating that day. Yeah, it was nuts. But anyways, it went limit down, and then that day, from the time it hit that limit down marker, because remember, it can keep trading, but it can only keep trading to the upside. It can't. They just can't. They just can't drop it lower. But they can go in the opposite direction. So if you hit that limit price, you can stack the offers.
I thought it would just stop.
No,
like a halted trading. Okay.
It allows you. It allows you to go in the opposite direction if someone's willing to come in and buy it up.
So it's kind of like a modified short sale restricted in the
Pretty
sense
much.
that you can't print down.
You can't trade down.
You can't trade down.
You can't trade down, but you can actually get out of the limit by buying it back up.
Okay.
So that's essentially what it hits limit
Wow.
down and
All
then
new
ran
stuff
up,
for
and
me,
then
man.
that day, obviously, I'm sure if you guys look at that day, it was a nuts move to the
would
upside.
love to
It was
look
a
at the
huge
intraday
day to the
reaction.
upside. It was like a reversal overnight. Anyways, so apart from those days, you get this kind of a situation. This is what the market
It was a
dealt with.
reversal to the high side?
Yeah.
So the market was pumped at Donald won?
Yeah, because
Essentially,
they essentially reassessed what that meant for overall policy, right?
Of course, yeah.
Initial reaction was negative, and then market's like, that's actually a good thing. Never mind.
Bump it.
They ran it up to the upside. Anyways, I sit down, I look at a market like this. I'm like, okay, this is what I saw last time. Then I go on the larger chart, whatever your time frame is. I look at the bar for bar movement. I'm like, it gives me time to think. I pause. I'm like, what did this move do? Okay, did absolutely nothing. Maybe that's not the best example. Let me go to a different day. Let's go to this day here. Okay, this is going back to the 17th. We were negative. Let me delete all these old levels because they're not going to be there. What's up? Yeah, go for it. So this is kind of what you're dealing with here. And you're like, okay, it was a negative move to the downside. Let's see how this market flows overnight. I go bar for bar, spending time like, okay, we could try to get up. We failed. We came back in and just keep doing that. Like, oh, we're going negative. Are we going to hit that support? Are we going to catch a bid? And I just go, oh, we broke through. There's going to be a problem. Now I know there's going to be a level here. And I just start going through like the bar for bar action on the bigger chart and then just develop how this chart is playing out. I can stop to think about what this means, give myself time to actually think of what this action is, and then go from there. And we kind of just figured out. Obviously, things moved around. We double bottomed around there. I believe the long for me that day was at 40, right about here or so. And then we broke through to the upside and whatnot. We kept going. So that's kind of how I sit down and start my days. Like, I go bar for bar, give myself time to think. Obviously, you're not going to think at the same speed the market's operating. So by being able to go bar for bar, you can stop, think, what does this mean? Do I need to move levels? Do I not? Could this be a double bottom? Could this not? That kind of situation, right? So that's how I start my day, and then I go on from there, and I just let it be. So hopefully that helps the question, because how do I start my day? That's pretty much what it is for me. And then once I'm done that, I was like, this morning, I came in, I'm like, okay, I know 50 is going to be a problem. Why? Because we failed overnight a little bit here at the 40s. I also knew 20 was going to be in play based on overnight action, also from yesterday afternoon's trading. So I figured 20 by 50 was going to be the level I was going to work with. And then I went, okay, we're coming back in. Is there a trade to be made here? And we were coming back. This was about 7 o'clock, 7:15. I was like, do I want to go long at 35? Not the best risk for me. So I chose to ignore that. And obviously the market came down to 30 and then did that quick pop, and we're still intact. We still haven't done anything that makes me think, you know what, we're going to break through the range. Do I want the short? I was thinking about it. I was telling you guys about it too. I wonder if we can get through 35 and maybe work a short on a bounce back up into like 36, 37. Flip side of this is it's also European closes in about half an hour, so we got to keep an eye on that as well because there's volatility that pops up through there. So quite a few options, but that's kind of how I go about my thought process on trading and setting up trades and whatnot. This is the 30-minute chart though, but at the same time, 30-minute isn't really like set in stone. Just because I'm using it right now doesn't mean I'm always going to be using it. It's all I care for is structure. I can go to the 60 easily and do the exact same analysis on it, or even I can go one level lower. So I'm going to go with either the 15, the 30, or the 60, depending on what's happening and what the flow looks like. But for now, it does look like 40 to 50 could be a short with the target maybe south of 30 with I don't know, maybe a target or so. Google. Oh, I see you guys. Like, did Google break trend? Sharif, maybe he's not going to regret it. He's 30 cents up on this because he got out fast enough against that 106. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking over at his trend line or his moving averages. Is hitting the furthest moving average.
50.
Is hitting the 50 on the 1 minute.
That's a red one, yeah. I'm done with that. Yeah, you know about that.
Yeah, so I mean, like, you look at this.
So bad now, Arun.
I mean,
it don't look that bad.
You don't feel too bad now,
No.
but at the same time,
Maybe later. I'm sure you'll remind me.
You can't hold it forever, though. The only thing I will say is I'm looking at this even on the 1 minute chart. I'm not a fan of the one.
Sean.
I'm not a fan of the one, but at the same time, that 105.50 looks pretty good as a trail spot. I don't use the moving average, but I would use horizontal levels, and to me, that 50 looks pretty good as the 105.5 looks pretty good as the potential trail spot. So if you're okay with the idea of giving up that 106 to 105.5, then you're using this kind of a trail. If you just want to capture as much as you possibly can and hope that it doesn't go any further so you don't regret it, then you just get out around a round number like that. So that's that's just kind of what it is. What else you guys got in terms of questions?
Unilever. What's the ticker for Unilever? Anybody know?
UNL.
I can check here. Go like this.
UL in Amsterdam. UL in Amsterdam.
Yeah, Unilever. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna go smart.
Oh, you're doing the ADR? Okay.
Yeah, I'll just do the ADR. We'll go to the daily. Here we go. Okay, it's having a good day. Relatively speaking, because this one doesn't move all that much. It looks like the low 50.57, the high 50.50. So, bit up. I want to say $1 day so far in terms of look at the analysis here. The market since November has been up and to the right, and this has been completely sideways, save and except for the break of this 50 here for, I would say, a period of maybe a week and a half, where we got to 49, and then we immediately reclaimed 50. So for all intents and purposes, we have a very defined range between 51.50, or you say 52, to that 50 area. If you want to get real gangster with it, you can say 49. And 49 goes back to here too, guys. So 49 is a clear level of support that goes back to here. It was re-articulated over here when it held 49. And we have a very clear level of resistance at 52, if not, 52.50. So that's where it is. I don't know the macroeconomic situation for, how it performs during these times. I don't know the fundamentals of the company. I can have a look quickly. UL, I can tell you, obviously I'm not qualified to give you any financial advice, but here we'll have a look at what it says here. The PE is 15. The industry standard for other competitors in Unilever is 27, so there is possibly a value play. Usually if it's down below the industry standard in terms of PE, there's a reason for that that analysts have looked at. You can look in the analyst ratings here. Hello?
Not today.
Yeah, I know. It just doesn't, it's not interested in what I wanted to do. There's also an interesting Trading Central thing here. Hold on, social sentiment. There's one that shows you the case for the bulls and the case for the bears. And I actually really appreciate that. It's somewhere new here. I'll have to find it. I don't want to waste time on air looking for it. But it basically makes you, it says in a very simple way what the bears are saying and what the bulls are saying. And then you can kind of decide what you like in terms of whichever side you fall on. I'll have a look for that in a second, but in terms of it's range bound. Technical analysis perspective is it's range bound until it decidedly breaks below that 49 area or decidedly breaks above that 52.
There's a good question here. I actually wanted to answer it. If Arun was a Sesame Street character, which would he be?
Oh, baby. Did you see what Luca and I did?
No, I didn't.
It was very good for our dignity.
I saw it when they came in, though. Those Sesame, what was the Cookie Monster and...
the Big Bird.
Big Bird.
Yes.
Which character would I be? I want to say...
Oh, can we do this?
A poll?
Possibly
as a poll?
As a poll, yeah. Bradley's not.
But you got to put up Oscar the Grouch was a guest.
Man,
I was thinking about that, but at the same time, I was thinking like Cookie Monster, man. Like give me the cookies.
Yeah, well, here's why we put Luca as a Cookie Monster.
Oh, what's that?
Because the Cookie Monster's always like yamming down cookies, right?
Yeah.
So and he's always eating like random cookies. So Luca, he's a scalp demon. He's taking scalps
I'll take that cookie.
everywhere.
I'll take that
cookie. Cookie. Quan Tran, big friend of the show and an avid viewer. Thank you very much for your $20 super chat. He says, love the other replacements for the midday, but Arun Pewmaster is the best fit for the midday as a sub. A mix of stories and education during market slowness is money, money, money. Sean, secure the bag for the Pewmaster. The Pewmaster was offered many bags. The Pewmaster has decided not to accept any of the bags because the Pewmaster has other things to do at the moment. You can answer that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here for you guys this week. While Luca's back doing what he does, which is trading. He's on the floor there, so they're gonna roll through different people. We had Fahad on Monday. I'm here to kind of hold it down until you guys find who's gonna be up next. I know you guys are trying to pull one of the other traders up. So I don't know where that's going to go, but I'm just here to kind of fill the space until these guys get somebody on, and then I'm back to doing what I do, and hopefully that that goes well.
Yeah,
that's all I can really hope for. So I'm just buying you guys a week or so, and we'll go from there. But
and I'm getting an education lesson being here every day. Yesterday he said to me, he's like, "You're gonna learn today." And if anybody knows where that's from, it's from the what's it called, Kevin Hart stand up with the checking savings and stuff.
That's
like
what we were talking about. Yeah, we were talking about that, so like the checking, like Kevin Hart. There's some things. There's some comedians and some specific skits that you remember, and for me, Kevin Hart is like not everything. I don't remember everything, but like you gonna learn today. That one, and also the checkings and savings account. That one,
To me, it's Chappelle. Like a lot of Chappelle stuff, and Neil loves Dave Chappelle, and he knows exactly, the little bits there from stand-up. But here we are. We're at an inflection point on our friend Google. You saw Arun earmark that $0.50 level for you as where he likely has
As we're
his trailing
broken?
stop.
Yeah, we're
we
gonna
are
break.
knocking on the door of that break. It hasn't broken
That's
quite yet.
the question. This is where this market will answer that question for you. It's like,
Yep.
or are you okay with the idea of giving back 50 cents to be able to stay in the trade until the trend breaks?
Right.
Or do you want to get out at the top?
Is there a right answer, or is there?
It depends
a
on
personal decision?
no. I think that's a personal decision. That
Yeah.
depends on the type of person you're going to be.
Right.
Like what
trader,
type
yeah.
of trader you're going to be. Right. So if you want to lock in as much as possible and hope it doesn't continue.
Right.
For me, I'm always going to give it a chance to, we don't know if it's like for me, it's always an unknown, right? You don't know
Right.
if this market's going to keep going or not, or if Google's going to keep going or not.
No.
So I will give it. If it's going to cost me 50 cents to give it a chance,
Find out.
then I will give it the 50 cents to find out. And now, if we break 50, I know I'm done.
Yeah.
Right? I'm more comfortable with that
Holding.
versus saying, I got my 96 out, I'm good now. Like,
Yeah.
I don't want to have to deal with the regret of giving up on a trade when it's still trending.
And there's a lot of that when you get out at red
Yeah,
levels,
and that's the thing. Like you feel like you're on top of it, and then it takes a little dip and then continues on. So it depends on the type of trader you're going to be, and if you're okay with that, that idea
Yeah.
of it could keeps going. Lone, I'm looking at you, my man. If you're okay with it, keep going. Like if you want to maximize your current entry and maximize the cash on that current entry, then obviously you're going to have to give up on the idea of holding on to it if it keeps going. If it keeps going, then there's a different style of management to the trade that you're going to have to figure out. I think that's an answer you got to figure out for yourself as a trader.
All right, some more super chats. The Hayes Records again dropping some more cash. $1.99 super chat. Can we get Brendo on the Midday Madness?
Midday Madness.
Yeah,
he's on there. He just comes in with the.
He comes in with hot fire.
He comes in with the
Yeah,
info
yeah.
when we need it.
I don't know, man. Sort of maybe. I quote Chappelle Show every other day. Shout out to you. Yeah, you got to add me in some of those quotes, man. If you ever putting any on. Jonathan R. $4.99 super chat. In anticipation of the Fed this afternoon, is there a specific thing you would look at in each scenario, like no increase or 25 bips, 50 bips?
Here's the issue.
Plan it out.
Here's the issue with trying to plan it out. You don't know how the market's going to handle, or what the counter argument for everything is going to be.
Right.
Right. If there's no increase and we're expecting a quarter, on the face of it, that's positive. But on the back end, people are going to be wondering,
Why?
well, why? Mm-hmm. If there's a quarter and it's expected to be a quarter, are they going to be disappointed?
No.
Because it's only a quarter.
It's priced in.
If it's a half, if everyone's is going to be like, oh no, we were expecting a quarter, it's a half, but then it's like,
that'll tank the
well, the Fed thinks the market's strong enough to handle a half, that kind of thing.
Oh,
You know,
that's,
it's very hard to kind of go through and figure out how you're going to react to when you see, oh, it's a quarter, it's a half. There's more to it. I think the algos move through that very quickly.
Oh yeah.
So leave it up to the algos to tell you what the reaction is going to be. Knowing that it's going to be one thing and then seeing how the algos react, because I like to avoid the first 10 minutes. That's all I'm going to say in terms of Fed trading. The actual results of what comes out or what actually ends up coming out, I like to give it 10 minutes to digest. The very first little batch of movement is all going to be aggressive algos parsing through,
no question.
parsing through the statement, seeing, this is a hot word, or it's like a word that
Keyword,
it's a keyword that they're trying to scan for, and it's just going to move through, and the market's going to react accordingly. It's not going to settle down right away. So I would like to wait for it to settle down, see what market participants think. Forget the algos. I want to know how the market participants think in terms of what we're seeing. Once they parse through it. So I've seen in times where the algos do one thing, and about 10, 15 minutes later, after everyone's digested the statement and figure out what this means, they do a complete reversal on what the algos have done.
Huh.
So
Yeah, of course. I've seen that too. Yeah.
That's the way I would go about it, is give it 10 minutes, see what the market wants to do with it. That also gives you time to digest, figure out, okay, you know what, we want a quarter. What does this mean now? Play both sides. What's the positive of this? What's the negative of this? And then you go from there. I think obviously on the face of it, there's very easy movements, like, oh, you get nothing versus a quarter. That's positive on the face of it. But there's more to it than that. I think it's very hard to figure out all of the different possibilities that you can possibly set up for. So I just like to, as a trader here, I just like to let the market tell me what it wants to do.
All right, Arun, I just gotta interrupt here.
Yeah.
ZURA. We said that small cap crappers were not moving. This one is up 220%, guys. Very dangerous to trade. It's halted up once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times. All up halts, all holding VWAP. Very, very, very spready. Let's get. I'll show you guys here on my. This is my sim account on IBKR. Here we go. Look at this. Spread is 25 pennies right now. It's a very dangerous stock to trade, but you know, and there's no levels to look at. This was obviously a SPAC. It hovered at that $10, $10.30 for the longest time, so I can deduce that it was a SPAC. It's probably de-SPAC now, and it's going absolutely haywire. I don't know what the reason for it is. What's today, 22nd?
What is
I'm
this?
not getting ZURA.
What is that? SPAC?
It was a SPAC. I mean, like, look at the price action. I don't know if it's still a SPAC here. I can look at the fundamentals on it. Here's the Fundamental Explorer on it. What does it say? I got no information. Company overview, company profile. No, I'm not getting anything on this. IBCare, not showing anything. This one is absolutely going wild to the high side. 26.28 the high. Maybe I should just punch in here on the sim. Let's go nuts. Let's go punch in 1,000 shares here on the sim. No, I'm kidding.
That's nuts.
Yeah, are you getting anything on this?
No, I'm not
ZURA?
seeing
I'm not getting anything on it either. Chat, if you guys know why this is moving, Brendo and the other guys are at the production meeting. So Brendo cannot help us at the moment. It's moving. I think it may halt at 26. No, it's not going to halt at 26.
Let me pull up my news service. No, mine's gonna be a little delayed. Brendan's got the icon.
He's got the icon.
He's got the icon terminal. That's gonna be on top of it like in seconds.
Like, I'll tell you the truth, man. IBKR is not bad with this news item. Oh, this is why.
What's up?
I don't think it's showing ZU. It's not company specific. I have to fix this window. All right, here. Let's go back into watch list. Okay, it's halted, guys. Halted 2682.
Acquisition or merger?
2682. Yeah, here it is. I've got it over here. Zura. No, I don't. I don't got it, guys. It's halted. 2682. So we'll talk about that one when it pops back open. We watch this one move up from 22 to 26 that quickly. Super dangerous.
I mean, I see you guys in the chat saying acquisition or merger. Maybe they completed their deal, but at the same time, it's halted. So you got time to figure it out. As of right now, too, it's halted with the projected open down, which this number will change and the name will change. Let me double check that's a volatility halt and not a information halt. But for now, it is clearly halted to the downside. Crazy move, though, from $8 all the way up to 28, 27. And the market's breaking through 30 as we get into the European close coming up in about 30 minutes, 13 minutes.
We got some more super chats. We're getting a lot of super chats today. It's for a Wednesday. Happy hump day, everybody. Said Judd, I guess. $5 super chat for Tony. Thank you very much, Tony. Pepperoni Tony, to put the beer back in the fridge. Love his elaborations and depth. Shout out to Tony. I haven't seen him in a while, but yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for that, my friend. And then another super chat. Zion Lala, $9.99 super chat. Thank you very much for that. Says, I had shorted SVB. The stock halted. I think you mean the stock, STOCK. My broker is holding it. In your opinion, what would be possible outcomes since the company is bankrupt and I'm stuck in short position? Very good question. I'm assuming it's probably a good thing because it's unlikely. I mean, look.
We don't want to give set expectations because to be on the face of it, we have no idea. This is not a situation we've been in or I've been in where I've been in a position where the stock just disappeared off the market.
We're going to do this.
It's one thing for a market to, for a stock to go from the exchange and then come back on the pink sheets and everything is rolled over.
Right.
That's a possibility. But to completely disappear from the market as it didn't exist is
something I've never really kind of seen. Are you gonna go ask Chat GPT? Oh, no,
We're gonna talk to
He's
AI
gonna go talk
right now.
to Chat GPT to see what the answer could
Log
be.
in. I gotta log in.
Clearly,
no, get off my screen because I'm gonna log in. Yeah. No, get off my screen.
Yo, just move it off into
Yeah,
a different
he's a
screen so it's
punky.
not like showing there. Do
Bradley,
that.
he's always
But
trolling
yeah, it's gonna be 100% gain. Yeah, it could go to 0, so 100% gain. That would make the most logical sense to me.
Yeah, that is
But I mean, your broker will let you know what it's priced at, if it's priced at 0, or if it comes back on the pink sheets and everything's rolled over into the pinks. Because I'm sure there's a lot of brokers holding trades that they need to figure out how to deal with, right? It's just it's not a common thing for that to completely just disappear. So your best bet is as good as ours. We appreciate the super chat, though. Sometimes those questions are so. Call your broker. I mean, yeah, that would be a good idea as well. I imagine they're also getting a ton of calls. Like, what do you do with this? Call your broker. Since you can't cover, hopefully they're not still charging you interest on that short. Are you? What's happening now?
It's like giving me trouble logging in because I haven't logged in from my actual Google account. It's my work
Sorry,
one,
guys,
so.
we can't do chat.
Yeah,
GPT.
we'll do it. We'll do it. But it's just like, I'm going to check quickly here on some other names. But, okay, let's get back to some of these market movers because we are at an interesting point here, Arun. Looks like that 40-28
That 0 should be opening up, by the way.
Look.
A 0 should be, because the halt,
Where is it?
the halt time was 12:16.
Where'd it go?
12:16:08. So 12:21:08 should be the opening time on this if it's a 5-minute halt. It is a limit up down halt, so it's a volatility halt. And the projected open is pretty much where it closed, right? It closed at 81. As of right now, the projected open is going to be 82. So
Yeah,
a penny higher
exactly.
is what the projected open is. We'll keep it here. Keep it on me for. Actually, no, keep it on Sharif. Actually, he's got the chart up. But it should be coming online in about 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, here we go, baby. So 26.93 was where we're at. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what this one does. Tyler Normandin, Zura tap. Yeah, we just answered that for you. So that's the tap theoretical auction price is exactly as what I'm seeing on my screen. 26.82. Here we go to the downside. We go, baby.
It opened up and it's going to halt down.
Very.
It's the way
gonna
it's
halt
moving.
down. Yeah, let's see if it accumulates
14.
here.
It's going to halt at 14.
Here we go. Here comes the ask accumulating. It's got to hold here for at least another 5 seconds or so. Lots of green prints coming in, obviously, because you can't print any more down. And there it is. So get that halt again. Right, where
That's
we halted.
ugly.
24.14. And here's the scary part for someone caught short. I see a tap of 1980. What's your tap right now?
1980. It's the same one.
1980. It's not accurate. Last time it did that too, right? Where it opened, the tap was much lower.
But here's the thing, and because I actually worked on I worked on the system when we were actually I know how the back end system works.
Right.
So the way we get the tap is it's the theoretical auction price. So the exchanges send a token. Each token has a small piece of information for different parts of the system.
Okay.
The tap price itself is a token that comes from the exchange, right? So when that token comes in, it's obviously going to be updating what you're seeing on the screen.
Right.
Right? So as the token comes in,
It's changing.
It's changing, but those tokens come in right at the last second.
On purpose, by design?
Like the
hide?
last update can come in right before it
Oh, I
opens.
see what you're
So
saying.
it doesn't give our system enough time to update the price.
Oh.
So by the time it comes on the back end, our servers process it and then put it on the front end for us to see.
Yeah.
It's already too late. The stock's already open.
Yeah.
So like that's the issue with like all the pieces of information that we have, the taps, the theoretical auction volume, all of that is like bite-sized pieces of what they call tokens. I just remember that when I was
Interesting.
working with the development guys.
Something new every day.
Yeah, it's something I learned too. It's like I didn't know this, right? But like it's one thing when you work with different guys from different parts of the system,
Right.
And that's just something I learned from the development guys in terms of how the auction price works. Yeah.
All right, Daryl Finch saying Google at 105 again. Yeah, good call, dude. Let's have a look here at the 3-minute. Look at that. That's very obvious that you do have a level of support at that 105. I don't know if I'm willing to take this one again at 105. We are at a good level here for a possible balance on these futures. That 40.28 level, it was kind of, we've touched off that level, I think 3 times today. Let's bring in the 5-minute chart here on the ES. Look at that. We touch off it initially at 5 a.m. That's 6 a.m. because it's Central Time. Again, at the open, we go down to 429, we hold, and we're right back there. We're right back at 429. So if we do bounce on the futures, there is a good chance, a very good chance that Google holds that 105. The other thing is we can just kind of consolidate here at these lows. We don't necessarily have to bounce. But a good eye, I see that. I'm mulling the trade over. It looks like we are getting a bit of a bounce here off that 40.29, moving back into 40.31. You'd like to see it ideally get back above the yesterday's close, which is 40.35. So technically we're like 4.25 points negative on the day, but essentially flat, really. And the reason is, in case you're just joining us, is we have Papa Powell coming on the mic today. First, we're going to get the interest rate decision. That's going to come at 2. That's going to be accompanied with his notes. The algos typically read those notes. Here's what I'm looking for. Perfect segue, guys. Now, this, we kind of already have it telegraphed to us that it's likely to be a 1/4 basis point. Now, they may deviate from that, but let's take that as our base case. We do a 1/4 point, all right? So then what is the variable? The variable are how, they're multiple. But the big one that I see is this statement that's been regurgitated and rephrased in every single letter or notes that's come out with the interest rate since March 2022 when we started hiking. The committee anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range will be appropriate in order to attain a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive to return inflation to 2% over time. How many of you guys on the stream have heard him say that or read that over the last year? I can't even remember how many times. So it's basically what their future outlook on what interest rates have to be going forward. In addition to that, we get the projections of what they believe the rate will be at the end of the year of the committee members. I'm assuming they do that every quarter. They did last one in December, I believe. And that's every member basically writing, okay, by the end of the year, I see rates being at XYZ. The other person writes ABC. And we get an idea of where they think that rate is going to be. I don't think it's the terminal rate. I think it's the rate by the end of the year that they're jotting down. So that should be very interesting to see what numbers come out of there as well. So many different variables that I'm looking for. Obviously, I'm not going to be looking to read them because the algos read them much faster than me and the market reacts. So simply by looking at the chart and how it reacts, you can usually tell if the market's digesting it as bullish or bearish. So,
And that changes too.
yeah,
Right?
as you said, throughout the day.
Not even just throughout the day, but like just within minutes.
And that it does, yeah.
Right?
yeah,
Because
you're
if
right.
the algos are parsing through it and the first keyword they hit is positive, it runs up.
Goes up.
And then they're still going through it, and all of a sudden they get another interpretation of the word, goes down.
Yeah.
So you're going to see some whipsaw action.
Yeah.
I told you, was he yesterday? I told you one time I've seen this market actually go in one direction, like off a Fed.
Yeah, it was, what was it?
It was a while ago.
telling me,
it was
yeah.
It was just straight move to the upside, no
yeah.
downside whatsoever. It was just run, and they never stopped. That's
And-
from 2 p.m. until 4 p.m. They never stopped, and they just went in the upside
Yeah.
in one direction. So I've seen that once, but that's not a normal occurrence. When they parse through it, there's positives and negatives, and they go through back and forth, and that's why it gets whippy and messy. You avoid that.
Yeah.
And then once everyone's kind of gotten into, okay, this is what this is meant to mean, and then we can
Right.
kind of go from there and try and make a run for it. But Zura, are we getting close to that open on Zura again?
I don't know.
It's still
I've been
that
sitting
1980
waiting for
projected
it.
open, by the way. Let me take a quick
that
look
10
at that.
minute now we
halt.
got?
No, it should probably still be
We're
5.
still in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, unless we open in the next 30 seconds or so.
No,
it
let me
should-
find the exact time
Yeah,
on
okay.
the open. It's gonna be the halt time on that was 12:21:29. Oh yeah, it's not 5
It's
minutes.
a 10, yeah.
12:21:29. So the open should be 12:31:29. So which is just over 3 minutes from now. If it's a 10, it's still a limit up halt. So still a volatility halt. So I guess 10 minutes. We'll wait and find out.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been 5 minutes all morning, and then now it's actually a 10-minute.
Yeah, it's been, well, first down haul, all of a sudden they go 10, right? TBIO, I want to say it was moving on maybe a sympathy to ZURA because it was second one down on the percentage uplift, so the second most popular up, you could say, not doing enough volume anyway. It made a high there of 332. Nothing I'm going to trade, guys. Just talking it out here. The better level, though, again, is on these futures that we just held. 40.28 held again, and then again, shout out to Daryl Finch for mentioning this. Google comes back in to 105, and it's holding. It's not popping up, but it's holding. Where was Google? There we go. So this is the obvious top on Google, and then we're right back at those levels that were initially resistance, now support. What do we do here? Meta is at a similar inflection point where it's retraced into VWAP after doing an obvious topping tail candle. And this is going to be an interesting area of support if we get it. What we've seen with Meta is consecutively higher lows. Look at that. At 9 a.m., we have a 201. At 10 a.m., we got a 202. At 11 a.m., we got a 202.30, and now at 12:30, we got a 203. So consecutively higher lows, in fact, higher highs too. So it's actually a channel, to be honest. But let's see if we hold up. If these bottoms, I want to say if the bottoms on the futures don't hold up, the market tanks. But quite frankly, Google ran against the market. Meta ran against the market today, okay? While the market was trending down, Google was trending up. So I don't want to be so confident as to say, unless the market goes up, these big cappers aren't going to move. No, they could, because they've shown their propensity to do that today. Taking care of business. Sharif, didn't Brendo say that the duration of the halt is by percentage it goes down? No. That's not accurate. I don't think Brendo would say that either. The duration of the halt is, number one, is it a volatility halt or is it a news pending halt? If it's a volatility halt, the standard is 5. Sometimes that's extended to 10 and onwards. I've seen 15, 20, more than that. But they're usually in increments of 5, okay? Again, the standard one being 5, then if they really want to cool things down, and I don't know what the requirements are for a 5 or a 10, but the standard is 5. Now, if it's some random time, then it's usually pending news, and then the exchange has basically reached out to the company to explain the why the volatility is taking place in the stock, and then basically that's not resolved. It's not tradable until that matter is resolved with the exchange. So that's where we are. I hope that helps taking care of business. AMD now, it's moving to the high side again. It's held VWAP, and now it's, what's this 97.85 level I have here? That's a random level. Let's remove that. Yeah, a good move here on our friend AMD, as it looks to possibly here move to the high side if we get some good market moves, you assume, and test that 99 level again, 99.08. That's the high today. A big boy move down, holding the 50 period on the 5, and then retracing up, not really respecting VWAP all that much. So, it's not a level I'd be looking to base anything off with AMD. It looks like it's just kind of sporadic in its actions. We're looking to see maybe where we can glean any levels. But obviously today's high and yesterday's close are levels that I'll be looking at for AMD. Google still holding that 105 level. Here's what we're going to do, guys. I'm going to take a baby long on Google because I don't want to get back any of these profits. So we're holding these levels for now on the futures. And so I'm going to try to participate in this. Here we go. So we're going to go long Google here, holding into 105. And then where's my out? I think I'm going to give 105 maybe like 10 pennies. So let's say 104.90. That's my out. Probably won't keep it at 90, probably keep it at 89 because I don't want to be bamboozled by these algos that are stop hunting. Taking care of business, perfect. That's it. Thank you, my friend. For some reason, I thought it was a link to percentage it moves in time. Didn't mean to throw Brendo on the bus. No, Brendo is good to go. Yeah, so GME, please, Sharif. Okay, Mohammed, let's have a look at GME. We were looking at that one earlier, but we switched to Zura because that was all the hype. Let's switch Meta over here, and we'll go to GameStop, which is a New York stock. What are we doing with this one? Come on. Well, we're kind of just stair-stepping down. Looks like we're holding the 200 on the 5. There's been a lot of, I don't want to say a lot, there's been a couple of good bounces off the 200 on the 5. Here we go. That initial hold, it's holding again here. Do we see a hold of the 200? It also happens to be that 2350-ish area. I believe Sean got in at 23. Was that your level today on GME?
No, I'm 24.
24, okay, 24-ish. So yeah, it's doing that dance around 23 and a half. Anyway, so if you're interested in a long, I think that maybe you go long here because you missed that 2350, but that's your out. I think that the break of the 200 should be your out, but I don't like this long. I want to make that clear. What I see here is, look at this. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. Break this trend line, show me a higher high, then we can talk. Or not just the trend line, show me a higher high. Show me a 2550 break, right? I want to see continuation. So I'm not taking it around here, but if you're hell-bent on taking the long, I would say that, keep your stop just a little bit below the 200 on the 5. It looks to be respecting that level quite nicely. So that's my look on GME. And what else we got over here? It's popping now. So here we go. I'm on this Google long. I'm long 14s. So we're like, look, I took a quarter position, and I'm looking for that 105 hold. I see.
Gotcha.
This is a clear level of resistance. So do we have support here? So far, we haven't really flushed on the futures. We're at lows, right? And I like I was saying to the show, I don't want to say Google doesn't pop without the futures because it popped without the futures today.
Yeah.
Does it do it again though?
It's got its own reason for moving, right?
Right.
So you're going to see that action play out in some of the other names as well. AMD doing its own little thing, going back towards the top end of its range. But we also got to keep in mind AMD, although it's been strong, let's not forget that AMD is still boxed in underneath this 100, right? There's like top end resistance level. We got there once. We dipped down to 96.50. We're going back up there again. This is one of those trades where if this times well with the Fed, then this might be quite the trade here. Breaking 100 with a positive Fed move, you just got to set it all up. With European close now out of the way, so any sort of selling that we saw aggressively in the last few minutes, I'm going to chalk that up to European action. From 12:10 until about 12:20, there's some action there on the sell side. So we are sitting now at 30 with the futures market and not doing a whole lot. AMD obviously doing its own little thing, but it still hasn't broken out the range. Do you even trust the range breakout this late in the day? I see you in another position. NVIDIA.
Yeah, I know. Look, here's what I'm doing. I'm taking the VWAP hold on NVIDIA. I see AMD pumping to the high side. I see NVIDIA holding VWAP. I'm late to the party. The party was at 269. I didn't show up on time. So I took a quarter position to the high side. And then, again, like he was talking about yesterday, and by he, I mean Arun, averages down, they could be troublesome unless you're planning for them. So here's the plan. I'm looking to average into VWAP. That's where I'll be looking for the hold. If it doesn't hold VWAP, I'll be out. It'll be a simple trade. It'll be a loss, but it's a simple planned trade. So we'll see if we get continuation on NVIDIA. It's AMD's time in the sun right now because it's pumping to the high side. It's looking to test the 99.08 high because it's at 98.55. So NVIDIA, wake up, man. You're being outtaken here by AMD, so let's go. Same business here as we do the dance with no pants on Google at 105. So we see if that can hold a room.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat was asking, is there a short on the futures from here until 22? That's such a tight window. There might be, but for me, I like easier trades. I'm not going to try and squeeze trades in there.
Oh, here we go. 105 break, I'm out of the Google.
This one, 105 break, you're out?
I'm out of Google.
All right, that's a tight risk out on Google, but it's just one of those trades where you want the easy trades, right? You don't want to waste your time or even your mental capital trying to just squeeze after everything or go after everything. So for me, the easy trade on this is going to be when these ranges break out. That's the easy trade, 20 or 50. And here's a caveat, that's the easy trade. A little bit more complicated is going to be if I can range trade this between these two areas. Would I go for trades in the middle? Not necessarily. The reward might be there. It's just like at this time when the market's going quiet, although it is trickling down through these 30s, you don't know at one point they might catch a bid. Now, we were talking about this earlier. Remember, it was like, roughly before the Fed, there's usually some sort of a wave of selling, right? As people de-risk, right? Yeah. Now, that could have been a position where you could have
like I was looking for it. I was like, oh, is there a reason for me to take a short against these 40s, right? Or take a short at the 40s against the 50 high and see if I can take it down. I never saw it. At that price, I would be open to it.
Okay.
But at these prices, though, when we're trading sub 30, what's the trade here? The only trade I can think of is potentially a long if we set it up, but do I want to step into a long going into a Fed?
That's because of the risk reward.
It's a risk reward.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a
you explain to
scalper,
me
I'm sure
yesterday,
you see the path forward to making 6 points. For me, I don't see that path forward, so I don't take that trade. But again, it fits into the category of the type of trader you're going to be and the type of trader you are. So for me, I'm okay. I can pass on this. There's a lot of trades that I do pass up on because something doesn't match up well, right? It's either the risk doesn't match up, the reward. Oh, zeros are open again. They did open
it's been open
at the 19. What is it, like 1930 or 80 something? That's what they were projected to open?
The open took place at, this is the open here.
1980?
18, yeah. 19, yeah, something like that. 19 teens.
All right,
Here we go, baby.
Back to the upside. They're trying to get back into that 25 area. We saw that being a problem when they gap down. Usually with these gappers, anytime they're coming back into that gap spot, it tends to be a problem. The reason why it makes a big difference on these names specifically is because think about it. When you go to gap, when you go to halt, all the offers stack up, right, at a specific price. We saw that stack up at 14 or whatever it was when it halted here. What did it halt? 14, yeah, 24.14. So you know that somewhere in there, there's going to be a ton of volume waiting because of the fact that it's halted there and then opened down.
Yeah.
So those spots are very interesting to watch when they come back into them because of the amount of activity that there was before it halted there at those prices.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. The halt levels are something that we talk about a lot. Like, so this is a halt level over here, right? I don't know if you mentioned this, 2170, 22-ish level. Okay, it was an up halt. Look at this next wick. It comes back all the way down. Yes, it does end up eventually halting, but it wicks up and down. Like, so if you had a resting order sitting at 22, it wicked up like $3 to 25. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of risk here because it can go the other way. But it's something that I see over and over where you have these huge moves up and then moves down that eventually immediately pop back up, and they pop back up at very specific levels. Those levels are the halt levels. I couldn't agree more with that. Mohammed sending a $20 Swedish kroner super chat. Thank you very much. Swedish kroner, right?
No, you
SEK?
said, yeah.
What I said-
STK is, you said $20. It's 20
Swedish
kroner.
kroners. I'm losing it. ZW wheat future is at 52-week low. So lower inflation. Interesting take. You know, a lot of these food suppliers, they hedge their bets 6 months a year down the line. So
It's also weather dependent, especially crops.
Right.
So, I mean,
and I know that Russia and Ukraine they extended the deal to allow the flour or the wheat to continue to pass through there. So, yeah, that's your world right there. So I'll let you go through that.
yeah, but I don't go that hard into commodities.
I know.
Here we are mostly index futures.
Right.
Well, we have oil and I guess index and energy futures. So for me, it's going to be mostly S&P. I go into this world where it's just very just one thing. I just look at one thing. I've looked at pretty much everything we have, and I'm just like, this is what I like.
Right.
So I just stick with it, right?
Yeah, fair.
Even we have NASDAQ futures, and I don't really spend a whole lot of time with the NASDAQ futures because I'm an ES guy. Why? Because I don't like the movement of the NASDAQ. We had that conversation yesterday, where movement and feel for something, it makes a big difference. And for me, the NASDAQ, and it's all falls into the type of trade you're going to be. If you want that NASDAQ volatility and you want those 100-point moves, then yeah, NASDAQ is probably where you're at in terms of volatility and being able to get in and out. Right. We had that conversation with Dan Emmons, right, about how he prefers the NASDAQ for the same reason I don't prefer the NASDAQ. So it's one of those things where it really does make a difference when you go see what's available and see where you kind of fit the best, and you go from there. But I see your trade there. I see your NVIDIA trade creeping on up, taking profit on the way up.
Yeah, we're talking. The liquidity is a bit of an issue, guys. It's crossing and I'm not getting filled. So I'm having some issues here, and I'm at J too. So Here we go to the downside. It's riding the coattails of AMD. Let's be quite honest with this. AMD is the catalyst right now. It's the one that's knocking on the door of the highs. NVIDIA is just kind of riding the coattails. The move is anemic compared to AMD. AMD is the one right now, 99.08 high, 99.84 is where we're at now, so we're knocking on the door of that high of day. Not to be said that for NVIDIA. The reason I went long NVIDIA was because it was a VWAP bounce, but I don't like the strength relative to AMD. AMD's all the hype right now. Where am I long? 91, so right back into break-even trade at the moment. I didn't get filled at that $0.25, but I'm going to let this one run. We're holding the lows here on the ES, so there's really no reason for me to panic and get out of this right now. And besides, I have a planned trade to add into that VWAP area. I'm looking for a VWAP hold on NVIDIA, so we shall see. I'm not going to get shaken out of this one. Ponzi Fonzie, give me a shout out, bro. Well, there's your shout out, dude. You're so funny.
There you go, man. Get your shout out on.
Shout out, Ponzi.
Who else wants a shout out? We can shout out everybody.
Yeah, we can shout out everybody.
Oh, we can
absolutely.
try. I mean, I don't know about everybody. I think I might have 6,274 people. I don't know what we can do.
Oh,
everybody.
baby.
We can't do everybody.
No, we're not doing that. I mean, we're not.
I take that back. It's going to be a problem because everyone's going to be like, give me a shout out. And then all of a sudden, we're not going to get everyone. But someone's going to feel disappointed. So that's it. That's the last one. Sorry, guys.
Shout out here. Adam. Adam's a good friend of the show's, obviously. So we shall see. Zura halted again. Beauty. Up to the upside. Wow. Zura. 2302 halt. We've been halted like 4 minutes. So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, unlike the other previous one, then we got like another minute and a half to go on this one. AMD continuing to go. I think I might got shaken out of my Google trade though. It was a very small position and a very small loss, but we're still holding that 105 area. So yeah, this might be another one. You're long? Sean is long 104.97. So basically he's looking for that 105 hold. And the high of day, 106.13. So there's another $1 in it for you. Possibly here to the high side if we're to run into resistance. So Google still holding up. I got shaken out of that trade. I'm going to consider getting back in to this one. Oh, Pitch Bull. How about everybody that hit the like button gets a shout out? How can we prove that? You'd have to send us videos of you liking, and we'd have to independently verify. That would be a logistical nightmare. So I'm going to pass on that one. But yeah, smash a like anyway, guys.
Okay, hold on. I got this hold. I got to deal with this question. Not even a question, it's a comment. He said, shout out to Canada.
Shout out.
Now, I get that reference, but do we really say oot? Like, maybe we say it and we don't know it. Because I hear people talking, I'm like, I don't hear it, but like.
Toronto, no.
Toronto, in the city, no.
You go outside, you go to Wasaga, you go to like northern area. And
I mean, this is what happens. I'm stuck in the city, so I'm like, I don't know what the reference, like I know what the reference is, but I don't hear it. But I guess I'm just stuck in the city. I'm a city guy.
When Michael Noss came too, he had like
I'm a city guy, too. So unfortunately, it's not an boot situation in the city. But for us, do we see it?
Google's moving, guys.
That's all we're going to talk about. All right, let's take a look at Google. Go for it.
It's moving. All right, so you know what? I mean, this is just a boneheaded way. I should have not been getting out of that. That should have been a hold. It went to 96s. So what? It went to 96s. Obviously, it's going to break 105. That's a mistake on my part. I looked for a 105 strict hold. That was not the right move, but here we go. Let's get back into Google. We'll add a quarter position again like we did last time. We're not going to go full boy here. There, we're long at 16, so it's got to move here. But here comes NVIDIA right back down into my buy area. Do I get filled? Again, there's liquidity issues here. I get filled at that area at VWAP, so I'm looking for a VWAP hold. If it doesn't hold VWAP here, I am gonzino on this NVIDIA trade. But so far, it's holding. We'll see. We also want to see if it's going to hold 69 as well, because that's a whole dollar level. But I'm looking for a VWAP hold. And AMD making its way back down as well. What I'm concerned with is I see lower highs on the chart on NVIDIA. So that concerns me a little bit because, you could get, a trend down below VWAP and then start giving back the goods. You're up 2 3/4% on the day, so you've got ample amount to move back. In fact, yesterday's close is 262. We're well extended off that. So, you know, it's a tough one. We'll see. If this one breaks, yeah, I want to see. I'm going to give it a little bit room below 69s. If it breaks 69s, I'm going to have to take this one out. So that's just the long and the short of it. If it breaks 69s by decisive amount, I'm going to get out of this one. But I am looking for the futures to hold. We shall see what happens.
I'm still looking up. Yeah.
What are you still looking
I was eating, so I had to mute it, and now I'm talking, so I have to unmute it. Thanks for the reminder, Pat. It's just, I was looking through the comments, and I was just like, okay, well, I guess we do say it in some degree. We just don't notice it. Yeah, I guess so. Based on what they're saying, I guess we do say it.
Really? Okay, so
but
we don't
I know
notice
for
it.
a fact that what we actually do say, we do say it a lot.
I know
I say it a lot. It's like,
certain I do
yeah,
that,
that's, I think that's just a normal Canadian
yeah.
place word, like just a placeholder word,
yeah.
just like what we're thinking, yeah, that happens. But
when I go visit my sister in California, and like I talk to her friends, or we meet like family from down there, immediately like my A's come out, and then they start mocking me for it. They're like, "Oh, A, Canadian A." I'm like, "Okay, yeah."
let us be, man.
Yeah, I know, man.
Let us have our words here at least.
It's like there's so many variations of the word A. Yeah, they all have different accents. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think if you had somebody with like a straight up like hardcore East Coast accent, I don't know if I'd understand on the face of it if they're trying to tell me something. It's hard at
It
times.
is. Yeah.
You drop somebody with like a Boston accent.
Oh, it's tough.
It's tough.
Yeah.
Unless you know exactly what you're looking for, I'd be like.
Remember Ted? Right. It was a boss. Remember that?
Ted,
Mark Wahlberg and the teddy bear,
right? And the bear, right?
There was a lot of Boston accents in that, guys. So.
All right.
Here we go.
Brandon.
We got some interesting stuff here. We got Google long. We're in the money on Google. I'm happy I got back into this one. I'm in a bit of trouble here on Nvidia. We're gonna have to see if this holds. I'm seeing lower highs and lower highs. Here comes the test of 269. So this one might actually be an out. I'm seeing a lot of good VWAP holds. Meta's one of them as well. Another one is Microsoft. Another one is Google. Will Nvidia be one of those names? Do we get a pop off this VWAP? It is not looking good at the moment. We're printing lower highs, lower lows. So I'm concerned about this trade here. We shall see if we get a pop or not. I'm not going to give it too much more room. But Google flying to the high side again. Where are we here? We're long 16s. Where are we? 33. So nicely in the money on this one. Should have held that initial one. Should definitely not have gone out. Where was it? Here. This is what it was, guys. I got in exactly the same price I got in earlier, and then I got out through the break of 105. That was the wrong move. Okay. I still lament that. D-Loaf, we're at in Cali. Lived there for 2 months. Oh, she lives in Laguna Niguel, so in Orange County. Daryl Flinch. I've been calling you Finch this entire time, and it's Flinch. Here we go, Google, nice look, a little profit here at 105.30, holding the rest. I like it, dude. Let it run, baby. T-Daddy, NVIDIA rug, 20-point drop. No, don't say that. I'm in it. What else we got? Mr. Impel. If you could pick any accent, which would you pick? Or what's the hottest accent? It's definitely Australian for both. I guess you're Australian. I have no idea. Where do you go? Where do you land on that?
I mean, Australian and British is, to me, like, I get why it can be considered the same, but I do notice a difference.
Yeah.
In words.
Okay.
I do think, don't hate me, guys, but I do think the Australian's a better accent than the British accent. That's just my opinion. That's,
heard it here.
That's just my opinion.
And there it is.
That's just my opinion.
Controversy embodied, live on YouTube, baby.
I'm sorry, but that's just my opinion. In terms of that style of accent. Obviously, you go anywhere, everyone's got a different accent. I appreciate all types of accents, man. It's always interesting to hear different people talk.
Oh, no question.
As it goes up. Okay, there is a question, a great question I've been looking to answer here from the chat. Obviously, we're just spending time doing random things here as we wait for the Fed to come out in an hour. But this was a great question in terms of trade management, right?
Okay.
And I think this goes into yesterday's trade. And I can use this yesterday's trade as an example. Okay, what do you do if you've got a target in mind for your trade? It hasn't gotten there yet, but you don't want to give back all your profits.
Okay.
right? So like AMD was the trade that we had yesterday. This was the long I had on the show. It was AMD long 95. I set my target to be 97.50. Lofty target, sure.
Okay.
We never got to my target. But at the same time, what I'm doing is I'm locking in profit along the way here by moving the trail stop up.
Right.
Where does the trail stop go? Well, initially, when I took the trade at 95, the stop was down here. We're putting about $3 in risk to see if we can get at least 250 back, close to 1-to-1 risk reward, and then we'll trail it up. So clearly, it's starting to get going here into 96s. We're getting closer, but at the same time, I'm moving that trail stop up so that I'm locking in profit in the event that it turns. And I think that goes with what you were doing earlier with Google, where you move your trail stop up and you want to let it get to your target, but at the same time, you have to prepare for the just in case situation.
Right.
What happens just in case you don't get to your target? You're not going to be always precise with where you get filled in terms of thinking a stock's going to go a certain distance, it doesn't get there, and what do you do in that situation? So you prep for it in advance, right? For Google, for AMD, I just ran out of time. I think Google's a better example here for today's case, is that 105 break. You get that long, great. What are you looking for targets? You may not have any. You may say 106 is the target, but at the same time, as it's moving up, all I'm looking for is on the smaller chart, whatever your smaller chart, in this case it's a 5-minute chart, where is it hesitating? Like where does it go, come back, and then go again?
Of course, yeah.
So for me, I noticed that around 40 to 50, they were having some issues there. So I'm like, okay, as we pass through that area, now if we come back here through here again,
that's where
I'm out. That's done for me.
I like it.
So you keep going, and that's why I was like, oh, 105.50 would be where I would put the stop.
Right.
Now you have to be okay with the idea of giving up that much of a difference from 106 to 105.50 if you want to play this game. But at the same time, if you're taking profits along the way with a target in mind, the back end of this is moving your trail stop up so you're locking in more as it's moving. You don't want to move it up too quickly. You want to be honest with yourself, because if this trade is at, let's say, 105 right here, let's go to my screen there, Brad, 105 right here, and it's just going sideways, there's nothing to do.
No.
It either needs to start moving or it needs to fail. It's a binary choice. You either win on the trade or you lose on the trade, but you got to give it the time to figure that out.
Right.
But as it starts moving, now you can start moving your stop up too, to a place that makes sense.
Well, yeah, exactly. And you explained how to choose that by looking at areas where there is obviously.
Exactly. So that's how I would go about locking in profit. Obviously, you want a target in mind, but it doesn't mean you're always going to get your target. So you have to protect against the possibility that you don't get to your target by moving your trail stop up in a smart way, not too aggressively, but at the same time giving it enough of space to move around and actually let it go. What's happening now?
The market.
NVIDIA?
That's
coming up.
Lows,
yeah.
So interesting here. What do you see on the market right now?
I mean, we're
Just
still in a range.
inside, right?
The entry window for that trade was up here at 40 if you were going to take it. Let's go back to the 15-minute chart of the futures here. After they failed.
Still inside, yeah. There you go.
After they failed trying to run up into the 50s and then came back into like the 35 around 11 o'clock, and then we kind of just bounced around. If you were willing to take a trade, that had to be the trade.
That's the one.
Right, it had to be. The risk is about 10 points. You could try to get 10, maybe more. Now you're obviously seeing more than 10.
Yeah.
Like that had to be the window for the trade. And if you don't catch that window, then it's gonna be hard, right? Somebody else was talking about 28s or just underneath 30 all the way to 22. The trade could be there. It's just the risk reward on the trade isn't like favorable for that type of a trade. So I would just let that one pass. But this one would have made more sense. And I was looking for something, but I just never found what I needed in terms of setups and whatnot. So we're going to leave it. We're going to leave it as is, and I guess we're going to take it into Fed in about an hour and change, and we'll go from there. Arun, does your firm permit trading BTC? We have.
Aren't we getting BTC or crypto?
We
soon?
have crypto access to crypto futures.
Oh, nice. Okay.
But nobody trades
On
it.
the AM, on the AMX, you're talking about.
No, the actual futures contract, I believe. But there's no volume on it.
Oh, I know.
I know we
Is
had
that
it.
a new thing?
No, we've had it since it came out. I just got to figure out exactly where it's at. I'll look into it. Anyways.
All right, Google, hanging out at that 105.40. I took a piece out through that 40 break. It was a small piece. I want to hold this one. It's holding VWAP quite nicely and printing green when the market is showing me red here on the 5-minute chart. We shall see what happens. The other trade that I'm more concerned with, though, the NVIDIA trade, as we do hold 269, but it's becoming more ominous every time we come down and test that level. I defend 269 again. So this was my initial dip trade entry, which was planned. We come back to 269. I decided to add another quarter position on here to defend that level as we did bounce off it again. We're getting a move up on AMD again and another anemic move on NVIDIA. Now, I had an opportunity to get out of my trade, break even here. I didn't take it because I want not to paper hand the trade. We're defending 269. We're defending VWAP area. We're up 2 3/4 percentage point on the day. So if we can execute the plan the right way, definitely prefer that rather than just, deciding not to give back any money and kind of paper handing the trade. Meta also moving here nicely off the up. Oh my goodness, what's going on?
31, bro.
Pumping to the high side. Oh my goodness, here we go, bro. Here at 32, we're about to break 32. We're seeing all sorts of resistance at 32. So there we go. Now we're printing 32s, but I don't see any prints above it. Definitely a hidden seller sitting at 32. They're blocking the move up. I couldn't see the size reflected on the book. There we go. There it goes. It just flies up, and we're about to test 33. I think we whipped. There comes 33 now. Resistance at the whole dollar level again. All sorts of insanity here going, baby. What's that?
Yeah, the spread's $1.50.
Yeah, it's not tradable for me.
So obviously the hidden seller concept is obviously icebergs for anyone who knows the term. Essentially, what you can do with an order is you can send a display size of like 100 shares.
Yeah.
So you can show up the market at 100 on the offer, and then behind it you can iceberg like 10,000. So every time it goes to that price, all you're going to see is 100 on the lit market, and they just try to hit it for 100, or someone thinks it's 100 shares, they hit it, and then it's the 100 still there. Someone can hit 500,
yeah,
it's 100 still there.
Yeah.
Because on the back end,
and that's how you can tell.
They're trying to chew through the 10,000 that's actually there. Now you can do that iceberg. We have that ability to iceberg orders as well. It's available. I don't know if all brokerages do it.
But keep in mind,
Mike, yes. Okay, so what I was trying to say was iceberg orders.
Okay.
Iceberg orders, they can show 100 shares on the front end,
right?
And behind it, you can back up
way more.
10K or something. It's just it's a smart way to get in and out of shares. But I mean, you gotta, like, if you're taking 10,000 shares on a stock like this, you gotta do it quietly anyways.
Yeah,
it's a useful way to do this kind of action.
And for anyone wanting to use it, oh, it's your mic, I think.
No, I fixed the mic.
Yeah. Anyone want to use it, you should know that there's a logistical issue with icebergs as well. And IBKR gives you the opportunity to do it as well. Is that you get put to the back of the line in terms of order execution. So you're not going to get the best fills. Here comes
you know what it is?
269 again.
Regarding the mic, that's on me. Probably because I'm like eating.
Here comes.
I'm eating. Unless you wanna hear me eat, I'm always muting the mic. As I'm saying this, we were just at 31 on Zura. Now we're at 34.5. So it's accelerated. For a stock that actually halted down, that's when it was like in danger, right? When it looked like it was rough. It halted down at 24.14, opened back up sub 20, halted up, and that was just running to the upside. So yeah, it is going to be an interesting one to watch. If you wanted some action pre-Fed, you're getting it in Zura right now, as it just in the last, 20 minutes, half hour, it's gone from 19 to 34 after starting the day off at like 8 or 7 something. So quite the move on Zura. What do we got here? Oh, we got futures coming back to 25, bottom end level on the futures. Okay, we're starting to get into that zone here. Are we going to set up a bid is the question, and the other question is, do I want that bid? Here's the issue with having these zones very close by, is on the Fed, when they're very close to each other, it's too easy to get whipped in and out. Like, I would prefer levels that are much further apart from each other, because that way I don't get whipped in and out right at 2 o'clock and I can still use the levels. But for now, it does look like futures market sliding. After putting that earlier high, it is sliding towards that 20. And we might actually break this before we even get to the Fed here. So
quite an interesting move. Let's set up the next level. This morning I came on, I said 39.75 was the next level. That's one to watch. And then on top of that, we've got 39.15 as the next one. So I'm just starting to list off all the levels that I could potentially use today as we make a move, whether it's to the upside or to the downside. But for the time being, this close range is intact. But I don't expect this to be the area we work with. I think it's more likely that we work closer to 4,000 or somewhere below if it does crack on down. This is kind of the action you're going to get here. De-risking, we talked about this there, Sharif. As we get closer to the Fed, a lot of people, if you are carrying longs, you're probably just taking money off the table here at this point. If you've been running the long for the last couple of days, you probably got in around, what, 3,900? Now you're sitting north of 4,000. It makes sense, right? If there's some headline risk coming out, you might as well take some money off the table. As I say that, quickly pop over to Zura. Zura halted at 34.90. Quite the move, damn.
I think Brendo's ready for us, though. I think he's at the big desk
let's
with
go.
the energy update.
Hey guys, 1 o'clock, 1 hour to go before we get Fed Chair Powell on the mic. Keep in mind, 1:45 we'll be back on to get you ready for the decision coming up at 2 p.m. In the meantime, positive day for crude oil and energy markets overall. Zoom in on this maybe a little bit. There you go. 1.5 for both Brent crude and NYMEX crude. 70, 73, 76, 47, all ahead of what is to come this afternoon. Weak dollar helping with this, some inventory issues as well. If you missed it at 10:30 this morning, data from last week showing a smaller build. It was a build, but smaller build than expected for inventories week over week. So here we are, 1.15 on the K contract there. So back to, just made a day high. Bit of a pullback right now, back to 70.5. But nice bounce after a couple of weeks to the downside here, up 1.2. For oil, guys, back to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, Zura, wow. What do we do with this one?
Nothing. You just watch it for entertainment. That's what you do.
Oh, my God. Okay. Newly public Zura bio stocks rocket as high as 273% after lackluster debut.
Wait, this is new?
This is SPAC, right? So remember we saw it was like the $10. It was hovering at $10 forever.
Yeah.
Zura bio limited shares are trading higher as the stock begins trading on the NASDAQ following the closing of its business combination with JAT Acquisition Corp. So de-SPACs with JAT, and I guess that's enough reason for it to fly to the high side. But you know,
quite the move, man. Damn.
Yeah, geez. I'm not getting any information as to what it is. Let's have a look here at what Trade Ideas says about it. Let's pull in their platform. Shout out to Michael Noss and the Trade Ideas team. I don't have on stuff on IBKR. Let's see if they've got it up here. No, they don't have it either. They don't have the short float. They don't got the float. Yeah, so it's a new one because, it just de-SPACed, right? So we're not going to have all the information that quickly. So stay tuned for what we are able to gather about what ZURA is and what do they offer. Because, price action is one thing, but it's nice to know what's going on. Arun, AMD
what's happening with AMD?
is
Still going
back up to 99.
That's nuts, man.
It's looking to take that 99.08 high.
I think it'll be more impressive if they take the 100. I think the 99 is like, we've seen it before. It's been at resistance.
Oh, for
but 100? You do that before the Fed.
Can you believe that?
That's going to be quite the move if you can get that done before the Fed. Obviously, futures market came all the way down to hey, whoever said that 28 to 22 trade, spot on, because that was the market bottomed out at 21.75. So I hope you took that trade just because it won. I didn't see it. I still don't see it. But at the same time, everyone sees something differently. So if you saw that trade, you took it. Good on you for sticking with your guns and making money on that trade as we run through to the upside. What do we got? I see we have a super chat there.
Super chat. Passover dose. $2 super chat. He says, or they say,
go long.
Go long, thank me later. Okay.
We might have to thank you later, but I don't know if I'm going to go long right now because what's going to happen if you're not right? It's going to cost me a pretty penny. So I might go long, but I might be late to the party there, fashionably late to the party. But we'll come. We'll come in later. North of 40.50 to the upside. Given where we're at now, we're at 40.25. I think that's far enough away that if this is going to be a long,
that this should be a fairly easier long to work with. That's AMD. This should be a fairly easier long to work with.
Yeah, rejecting off those highs for the minute
Yeah.
is AMD.
AMD, well, we're in that zone, right?
Yeah,
That top
we're
end
dead.
zone.
Yep.
So for me, futures far enough away from that 50. That 50 can be respected on a breakout now if we do get that. If that long does come into play, we got to definitely step on that at that point.
Meta showing.
We have another super chat too, right?
Do we? Oh no, that was earlier. That was
Oh,
for
that was earlier,
beers
okay.
for Tony. I don't know why it's still on there. Meta. I mean, we're moving down 40.21. We keep stair-stepping down here on these futures. Maybe we'll test 4,000. Who knows? But Meta not really reacting at the moment. Holding VWAP, holding that 203.75, knocking on the door 204. It's 204.75. That's the high. We're really not that much up on Meta. We're up 0.8%, $1.62 on the day. So it's held up well. It's presented a series of higher lows here. And to some extent earlier it was a series of higher highs. So there's a bit of a channel brewing on Meta, but we haven't seen the higher end of that channel at least for a while after this topping tail candle, but holding VWAP. So I'm looking for some good, strong names to possibly take long here off maybe either a market bounce or the Fed, because once the Fed starts coming, 2 o'clock comes, guys, and it's bullish, you know, some of these stronger names are going to get going. If it's bullish.
Somebody's like, have Fahad paper trade and give him a handful of ES contracts. He's just waiting for the moment to do that, man. He like
Punched
maybe
in 100,000 shares. He's got
he told me he's got that monopoly money on lock, so he will be in. Possibly, hopefully, he is. I honestly think he'll be a great fit. He's not. He stepped out for the day.
Okay.
But I do hope that he actually ends up here because I think he'll be a great fit to actually trade beside you. Because you guys know him. You guys have a great rapport with him. So.
Shout out to Fahad.
Yeah, he was trading the futures yesterday on Sim as well. After our show ended, he was in your seat here and logged into Sim, and he was trying to trade it. Fahad, you're 0 for 1, buddy, on the futures. But you know what he told me? He's like, I'm still positive because he made some money on AMD.
He did.
He's
Yeah,
like, I'm still positive. I'm like,
he was amped up with those 20 bucks.
he was feeling good. But keep him in check though. He did lose money on his first attempt at the futures.
That's okay.
It's not as easy as he thought it was going to be.
Guys,
So,
Zura halted again.
To the downside,
surprise.
though.
Yeah,
To the downside,
this
though.
time.
Ooh.
Where are we here, guys? We're halted at 29.57. Hold on to your hats, because the tap says 25.55. Now, we've seen that over and over with this one, where the tap, you know, has been overstated or understated. So, you know, let's not lose our cool quite yet. 24. I just saw 24 prints here on the tap. The tap over here, guys, that's where I'm looking to. Now it's moving back up 27, 24, 25. It keeps moving. So you get Arun explained that to you guys earlier in case you're wondering. Tickets come in through the exchange to our brokerages. So from the brokers, you said? Tokens, yeah, sorry, I said tickets, yeah, tokens come in from there, and then they're trickling in. They can trickle in right into the last minute before, or
Last second
before it opens up. So, you know, it's constantly changing, constantly new data coming in there. What else we got today? How's banking doing today? Schwab's down 4%. It caught a downgrade today. Schwab caught a downgrade earlier, I believe, from Barclays or something like that. Yeah, banking's a little quiet. USB down 4%. What else? Some big movers here. Just Schwab and USB. Not seeing much else in the big names anyway. I'm not talking about the FRCs and the WALs. Nope, not talking about those. Talking about the big name banks.
wondering how
Arun, we just printed a newer high on AMD.
Of course we did.
99.15. NVIDIA's frustrating.
It's doing its own little thing. I can only imagine what NVIDIA and AMD would do if the Fed, like, it was positive. Like,
Can you imagine?
If with this kind of strength already in AMD, you give a positive Fed move, it's going through that 100 like it's butter, and it's going to take off to the upside. You know what's funny is I'm looking like, oh, what's hot? I'm looking at the scanner here for me. This is a trade rate scanner. So based on how many trades come in per whatever however they count it. But right now, at the top, AMD was at the top in terms of like trade rate. It was running hot. Because it was at its high, right?
Right.
And then now it's like we have oil. I've never seen, is that the oil trust? No. Barclays Bank PLC tracker. I don't even know what that is. It just barely trades. I don't know why it's
It's got barely any volume. Anyways, ignore that. Tesla was there. Oh, there's AMD back up. So Tesla, AMD, and Spider seem to be the most active at the moment with an hour and 45 minutes left before the Fed. It makes sense. Spiders, you got the index.
Yep.
Tesla, let's take a look at Tesla. I know Tesla was moving today.
It's dead weight today, man.
Is it?
It's dead
earlier though. It was
weight.
moving earlier.
It
though.
moved big boy to the downside, and then it's been very consolidated between 198 and like 196
All right.
for the better part of the day. But yeah, hey, it can get going at any minute. You know that's possible. Stress.
It was it was moving earlier because it was at 200.
Yeah.
That's when it was volatile. So now it's gone a little quiet. This is where I was talking about this crazy action here between 200, 201, and 197. That was nuts. Now it's gone a little quiet. It is at the bottom end of its pre-market range, though.
Yeah, it is.
I wonder if we're going to catch a bid here.
Yeah, 195.34.
This resembles the futures too, though.
Pardon me?
This chart,
A little bit, right?
Somewhat like the futures.
Yes,
Where
yes,
they're
I
near
see
the
that.
bottom end of the range, and they're far enough from the top end that
I
if they
agree.
actually broke the top end after the Fed, this will be a nice little move to the upside. So I think we definitely have to keep an eye on, you guys have to keep an eye on Tesla, because I'm going to be looking at the futures the entire way through.
I want to talk about something. So
What's up?
Let's go through some scenarios
Yeah.
here. So say he comes out and he does, Papa Powell comes out and does 25 bips.
Yep.
What could he really say as the reason for the 25 bips instead of the 50 that were priced in up until the bank crash? Well, I'm assuming the reason is going to be, well, we're not doing 50 bips because we have to kind of weigh the inflation, the fight with inflation that we have, versus the responsibility we have to keep the financial system intact. He's not going to be saying that we're not doing 50 bips, we're only doing 25 because we've seen positive inflationary numbers. It's not like he's going to come out and say, hey guys, I'm going 25 bips because of the good news. There's no good news here.
Yeah.
What's the good? We know what the good news is because it comes out every day in economic releases. So nothing's a surprise to us.
Yeah.
So it's not like he's like, that's what I'm thinking.
But that's what they want, though.
What?
Like the whole thing is like the reason why they give you the wording they give you is so that it's not a surprise. Like
I know they try to telegraph it.
They
so
try to
the-
telegraph
The
it.
market doesn't have these fluctuations. I get that.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying for the bull case there is I got to be cautious with respect to the bull case. Just because we're getting for 25 bips, not 50, it's not because of any good thing that's been a reaction to their tightening. It hasn't.
It's going to be the
job market
expectation.
cool.
Yeah.
We haven't seen yet. You know what I mean?
It's going to be the expectation
Yeah.
that we were going to be, we're not getting 25, or we're thinking 50. Now we got 25. Like you're absolutely right. Is there a positive way to spend this? There
I don't see
might not be, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if we do have a rally.
Yeah.
An initial rally, whether it follows through or not, that's a different story. Initial rally, like, oh, that's a good thing. Remember I was telling you about the day of the election day, where it's like we limit down, and then next thing you know, we're straight up from there. It could be a situation where you do get that reversal. It's like, oh, this is great. Let's go up, and then like, oh, hold on, wait a minute. Is this actually a good thing? We don't know. And then you might have a reversal after that. So I think that's what you got to be prepared for. Is just like any other day, be prepared for both sides of the trade. Prep your levels, like we are prepping our levels here. 20 is still there, 50 is still there. Far enough away from either side would make the trade better. When the levels get too close, it gets more dangerous. So for now, the market's respecting the levels that we've got marked off for it. So we'll leave it be. But I think you're absolutely right in terms of like what is the positive scenario for this. I bet you if this market rallies, like it doesn't stop rallying, we will find out what the positive case for it will be when it's explained to us mere mortals.
I know, right?
Tomorrow. It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, I
we're like,
know.
why did this rally? Oh, this is why it rallied. Thanks for the explanation,
Yeah, I
guys.
know. Oh my God, that's
We're just not
hilarious.
smart
Yeah.
enough to figure that out
Mere
just
mortals.
yet. Yeah, mere mortals. But we will figure that out tomorrow because there's always going to be an explanation as we say that.
Oh, yeah.
Damn it, Zura is not giving us any explanation as it is now at 36 after halting to the downside.
My goodness.
Zura decided that it wants to do a U-turn and go right through the top now. This is where we halted, sub 30. Now we're at 36. I guess people aren't done buying. Clearly we're not done buying. If you want the excitement, you want the activity, this is where you're gonna go have that fun. Play that casino game until it
kind of burns out a little bit, and then be prepared for the Fed.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
But it's also very bankrupting potentially. So, yeah, you know, obviously size it. And there we go. We're just talking about it, 36.5, and now it's down to 33. I mean, come on. I don't know. As much as I love my small cap crappers, as much as I don't like trading halting stocks, are extremely hard to manage risk on, and they're just terrifying because they just move and makes your heart pound, and I don't need that kind of stuff in my life. So I'm not touching this one, but what I am looking at, and I'm kind of, you know, upset that I didn't punch into, is this relatively strong move on Meta. It holds VWAP. It holds at 203.25. It curls back up, and it stays within that channel that we've drawn. So if you know, if this channel is any indication, we're probably going to touch up 205 today. Most especially if we really get a bullish move here on the market. So Meta, very strong again. 204.25 we're at right now. High of day 204.75. So very much near high of day. Much more closer to high than low, despite the fact the notional move today has been somewhat, you know, muted with about again 204.75 high, 201.84 low. So not much of a move on our friend Meta. With respect to this NVIDIA trade, I'm still holding it because we're still holding VWAP. So that's my move on this one. I was in the money. I could have gone out break even, but I'm just too stubborn to want to get out here. I've built a good position in front of this, so hopefully we'll break through the $0.50. We got right into the $0.50 there. I have a fill waiting at the $0.50, I think at 51s. It didn't quite fill. We shall see if I will be laughing or crying after this one. But you know, it's been a tougher move up. Let's no doubt about it. If I had to do this all over again, I'd be in AMD, not NVIDIA. I tried to take NVIDIA as a sympathy to move kind of in tandem with AMD. I also liked it because it was a VWAP hold. VWAP's held, but the move has been anemic, and as a result, I'm annoyed. So, you know, I'm going to have to let this one play out and see what happens. Putin, that's hilarious. Putin, P-U-D-D-I-N, not P-U-T-I-N.
It's Putin.
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 No,
Putin. It's Putin.
Putin to me,
It's
baby.
Putin.
Sharif, he says. Sharif. AMD about to break high of day. Yes, sir. Absolutely. It is pumping to the high of day, 99.25, and NVIDIA is knocking on the door of that $0.50 again, not filling me again. I'm in the money now, but I will not break even because it's just not the right thing to do. I want to let this one run. There we go. We get the fill. Do we get continuation through this $0.50? Because last time we stopped at the $0.50. Maybe I just need to exercise more patience as we are curling. I'm seeing a bit of a curl start to show up on the 5-minute chart here on NVIDIA off that VWAP bounce, but you know, we're seeing gradually higher highs and higher lows here, but nothing really to write home about. The main story is this AMD trade. It's locked in a battle here at 99.25. There it goes. 27's now the high, and we're up into the 60s here on our friend
Creeping up to
NVIDIA.
that 100.
I hate NVIDIA.
Creeping
The
up to
liquidity
that
on
100.
this is absolute bupkis. I mean, I crossed by like 5 pennies. How did I get filled? Very frustrating. But,
Well, I just realized something because somebody's like, "Oh, he said anemic," and then I'm just like, "Wait, we didn't get the word of the day today."
Oh, I use that a lot. I know we haven't used it.
What is the word of the day? Teach me a new word there.
I don't know. You're putting me on the spot.
Come on, okay, think about it. Think about it.
I'll
But we
think
do
about
need a
that
new
one.
word. We need a fancy word, a word that I'd be
we've
like,
been
"What?"
Struggling. I've personally been struggling on word of the day, focusing more on trades and. Luca and I were dropping a lot, and then he'd always make me define it too. He'd be like, "Define it." I'm like, "Uh-oh."
Well, yeah.
And
If
then
you
the
if you can't define it, then you don't know the word of the day.
You do because
No.
you look. If you ask me exactly what I don't know, modicum means. I mean, I know what modicum means, a small amount, but it's like a more technical term to say small amount, probably specific to like. I don't know, some sort of setting, like a sign setting or something like that. But it gets used
So you're
in
saying
everyday parlance.
You're
you
saying
know what I mean?
your knowledge of modicum is very modicum.
It is. I like how you used it. The irony is not lost on me, my
Yeah.
friend. But yeah, it
All
is.
right.
That's funny. I like that. Look at
okay.
this way to twist it. I like that.
Yeah,
This guy's mine, bro. Let me tell you. This guy's mine.
Yeah.
All right,
with
we're
that.
moving to the high side here on the futures. It looks like we held that 21, and we're knocking on the door at 30 a little bit there.
Word of the day, moist.
Moist?
Oh, no.
Why?
I don't know. It's just a word that just cracks people up. It does crack me up. It's like it's like cake. It's a moist cake, but
I
yet
like
it
moist
just
cake.
feels so weird to say.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah. It's like, you know, I get it too.
It's a
we don't have to go
complicated
through
word.
the sociological reasons.
It's a
yeah.
complicated word that evokes very different feelings based on. But to me, I hear moist, I hear cake, I see cake, I'm like, oh damn, that's a good cake.
That's a moist cake.
So I'll take it. But bamboozled.
Bamboozled, yeah, that was. If we were going to use that word as trader today, I'd be hitting it all the time because
always
there's
bamboozled.
bamboozlement all over the market. I mean, especially with these algos. Luca liked to say digital warfare. It's a lot of digital warfare. Shout out to the Italian stallion. All right, what do we got?
What do we got? I mean, apart from AMD going towards the highs and futures market just bouncing off the 20s, still stuck in a range. I mean, we're just going through the chat for the most of it.
Come on.
I'm still going through the chat trying to figure out exactly what you guys are talking about. Obviously, we kind of opened the door we opened the door a little bit to the word of the day, and everyone's coming in with theirs.
I like that. Hey, that's good.
I mean, yeah, but then everyone's gonna come in with words like I got like super long words in here. I'm just like I'm not even gonna try to spell that or even try to pronounce that. So it's great to see you guys involved. It's great to see, you know, that's what we want, especially at this time of day. We want some engagement. We're at 2.6K likes. Still 6,500 people watching, which is pretty good.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah,
I mean, the drop off. I expect we expect a
you're
drop
on.
off.
That's why
we expect
that's
a drop off from the morning show till now because not everyone's going to be available to trade the entire day. So for everyone who's still on and for everyone who's still running the stream when they're working out, thank you so much. I know a few guys are like, oh, we're going to go work out, but at the same time, we're going to leave the chat or we're going to leave the stream on. So we do appreciate that. If you guys are still watching and you haven't hit the like just yet, hit that like, and maybe we can move up in the algos, the YouTube algos, and get this show out to more people. Hopefully, that is a more helpful thing.
It is an absolute print fest here on NVIDIA. Arun, there we go. We'll take some more out there. Where are we long? We're long 06s. We just got some 80 prints. So this one, moving to the high side. The VWAP defend ends up working, despite the fact that it did annoy me because it really did take its sweet time. And you know, the fact that it annoyed me gave me more opportunities to add and defend into it. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword there. There we go. Pump to the high side, baby. We're going to spend the money again. Let's go. $1 in the money. Okay. I'm still holding a very large position, which is why I'm de-risking at these levels, guys. So that's going to be my last little out for a while. See, look at the liquidity. It passes my... There we go. Okay, so... liquidity is a bit of an issue here. The bid-ask spread, a bit of an issue on NVIDIA. I've been noticing that some of my orders get crossed by 4 or 5 pennies. I'm not getting filled, but we are now knocking on the door of 260. Sorry, yeah, 260. Sorry, what am I saying, man? 270. Wake up, bro. We are knocking on the door at 270. We're not close to the day's high. 271.83 the day's high. And sorry, AMD though, it's at day's high. 99.40, it's at 99.30. If we can get some 90 prints, I'm going to hang out in the 95s area on our friend NVIDIA here. There we go. We're seeing high 80 prints, 88s, 89s. If we can see some 90, there comes 95 again. It pumps. We drop that cash for it, baby. Let's go. Let's take another little out there. NVIDIA flying to the high side. I'm very happy with this trade. I was very irate by it earlier. There we go. We get that break through the 270. We're holding a 55% position now. Guys, let this one run. It's a second banger for me today. Google was a banger, NVIDIA's banger, and then I have a loss on GME. Only traded 3 stocks today. So that's what's going on at the moment.
All right. I see you guys, a lot of you guys asking, where's Luca? Where's Luca? Well, Luca's somewhere over there. He's focusing on his trading, so that's why he's not. It's hard to be on the camera and constantly trading, and it's a tough thing. And Luca wants to spend some more time trading, so he's going to be over there. We're going to get somebody else in here.
Well, he's on vacation. He just came in today for the CPI.
Oh,
right, he's on vacation.
Okay, he's taking time off, and then he'll be just focusing on trading. So we're going to get somebody else in here to take this spot.
Yeah,
and it's going to be Sharif and blank.
I think the chat would say Sharif and Arun. Let him know how you feel, guys. Look, he turned down the contract. You talked about the contract earlier. We don't have to get into that. But let him know how you feel in case, you know.
In case it'll change my mind. I'm not my trade. I'm looking for one specific thing.
There you go,
We're
baby.
good. I'm focused. And that's the other thing for me too. It's I got to focus on my trades too. I mean, it's great to be on the show, come in once in a while, but to make it a regular thing is I think it takes away too much from me in my focus on what I do. It's great. And somebody was like, "Oh, you know, would you ever do a futures like broadcast or a futures show?" You're not going to like it. I'll tell you that much because it's going to be a lot of this, which is a lot of waiting for the right trade and then going, okay, it's time to make a trade.
So
and then
what?
if somebody's like, oh, waiting for the Fed is like watching paint dry, watching a ruined trade is like watching paint dry.
I think some people would get a kick out of that, though. Because some trading is boring. I mean, we tried to liven it up by talking about macro issues.
But that's the thing, though. Real trading is boring.
Yeah.
Like, you can find excitement, but like real trading for the most part is boring. It's like the real money's made when things are moving, and you know you can make a big show of it, but at the same time, like real money's done in the shadows, I guess. It's done quietly, to say the least.
No.
So I think it's not going to be an entertaining thing. It's also going to be weird to sit there and be like, I'm waiting for my trades. I'm doing
Have
my
you
Spanish
watched some of
lessons and
these
watching people
streams?
watch me.
No, man. Some of these chess guys.
Chess?
There's a lot of people right now, for whatever reason, it's a thing. They live stream chess, and they're on 8 hours a day. You think they're talking the entire time? No, man. They're quiet a lot. They're thinking about moves. A lot of the people who trade as well also don't talk. I'm not going to mention their names, but they stay quiet a lot of the times. And you know they'll throw in a couple of words here and there. I'm in a position. Oh, here's what I'm thinking about. You know they'll look at the chat every now and again, but they're not always staring at the chat. Like there's different ways of doing it.
There's many different ways of doing it. But given how the production, I don't know if you guys, you guys have seen what this studio looks like. The production value or the production setup here is nuts. So it's not gonna work out that way where I'm just sitting here in front of a camera just looking. It's not me at home.
I hear you.
Me at home, kind of just do my own thing.
I respect that.
Listen, I'm also a fairly private person. I try to keep everything on the down low. I try to keep everything quiet, regardless of whatever happens. So for me to be on camera, it's already awkward as it is. For me to sit in front of a camera, trade while people are watching me, and I'm just like, this is weird. So here we are. What is that? NVIDIA?
Look at NVIDIA, baby. Ooh. This is now, we're too long, 268.90. We just got up to 268.90, guys. We just got up to 270.40. That's a $1.50 winner. Let this one run, baby. That VWAP hold was absolute money. Like that 105 break on our friend Google. Both have held up, man. Look, I'm holding 25% back here. I got to take some through the 50 break. I'm sitting there. Where am I sitting? I'm sitting at 48s or something like that. Come on. Don't turn me down now. Let's go. Let's run through. I'm trying to take a little bit there before the $0.50. If we can get that fill. It's area of illiquidity, man. It's been doing that over and over. So I'm going to have to wait for this fill, it looks like, in front of that whole $0.50 level. I get the fill. We ring the register, now holding 15% of the position. Let's let this one run. I'm gonna be honest with you, the net's not at the highest this week, but I feel like some of these trades they're just better than the other ones because they're kind of like your style trades where I'm not gonna get in unless I see the level. You're already having influence on me. Look at this guy. Okay.
What's that? You're holding.
See, no, not just holding, but waiting for the level.
This is what I do.
Yeah.
You can be, you can do whatever you want, but I rub off on you.
You rub your
like,
aura.
It's like,
you have an
slow
aura.
it down. Slow it down, man. Slow it down.
Yeah, I know.
Let it run. Let it run. Next thing you know, what do you got on your hands? $1.62.
It's pumping.
In the money, it's still going up.
Yeah,
moving
if we can
strong.
get that fill.
But to be fair, these ones though, I will. I can understand your exits and why you got out.
Come to my screen.
As many as you did. Because it makes perfect sense. Like, time of day,
it's not
going up into that 270 is going to be a problem. This one, I'm not going to give you a whole lot of flack for it.
Okay.
I get that one. I get those exits.
Yeah,
but last time, though, I think it's like the trade was just getting started.
I shouldn't have got out.
And you got out way too many, way too early. Like, you can aim a little higher instead of like the 20, 30 cents that you had on the first run.
I know, it's a jittery jerry.
But I think this one's a great exits there going into Fed. This market obviously getting right back into the 30s and not doing a whole lot. Yeah, we got about 10 minutes, 10, 12 minutes before these guys come back on and take you into the Fed there. So it's, So
Yeah, we shall see what.
I don't even know what I was going to say.
No, that's all good. Yeah, we're still running here on NVIDIA. I'm looking for that 60 break. We get the fill. I've got 5% left on this position. 268.90 long. We're about to be, 30 pennies. We're going to be $2 in the money on this. So let this one run. 271.83. Pardon me.
I'm on Google. I was hoping you were talking.
No, yeah, Google. It's still holding 105. Google's still holding 105. So yeah, I'm looking. I'm not gonna take out 5% for no reason here. Let this one run, guys. It means nothing if it goes against me. 271.83. That's a high a day on our friend NVIDIA. That's where I'll hold. Right. I'll get out near high a day, so I'll probably get out 271.50-ish, 271.60-ish. That'll be my objective. We're pumping to the high side, looking to take out 70s. Finally, AMD and NVIDIA are running together. It was the bane of my existence earlier because it really, did the dance with no pants at VWAP, but finally it continued to run. It really held. It respected VWAP as I anticipated it would because it was up 2 3/4% on the day. And, chips have been all the thing, right? JP Morgan throwing upgrades their way like, nobody's business. Back to AMD because I want to talk about this one in addition to NVIDIA because AMD is at a very important level here, guys.
100? Oh,
We're knocking
boy.
on the door of 100.
That's a dangerous place to be before the Fed. That's like the break spot of. That's exactly where
Bradley
Brad wants
wants
it to
it there.
be.
He's looking for
Because
blood.
You're thinking breakout on AMD to the upside, but do you want to take that breakout with the Fed is the question. Before the Fed is the question.
No, thank you.
I mean, it's a great spot to be if you're long, much lower. But right now, I mean, it's a tricky spot to play
Let's
with.
look at
but
this
right
daily,
now,
Arun.
what's
Look
up?
at this daily.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we're up 100%. We're not quite yet. The October lows,
Yeah.
55.46. So we're not 110 will be 100%.
Yeah.
Right? It's almost. 110 will be 100%. Proudly. Chill. All right, yeah, we got interesting resistance levels coming up, though.
We do.
What do you think about this peak over here at 105, clearly?
I mean,
And
you
then
can
you're gonna
definitely bring
see
those.
another-
You can definitely bring those into play after 100 breaks. But I just think 100 with the Fed, the timing of it all, pretty crazy.
No question about that. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not surprised, though, that these chips have been relatively strong, man.
Yeah.
Chips are like, they're all the rave right now. And it's funny because today Intel comes out and like they make it sound like they're doing all this cost-cutting stuff. And I said to Brendo this morning, I'm like, dude, they're building a $7.5 billion to $9 billion, which is probably going to come over budget, facility in Ohio, the
chips.
foundry.
Yeah.
I'm like, how are you going to cut
Neil was all
costs,
over
bro?
the foundry play. I think he changed his mind about the foundry play on Intel. But
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
okay. One thing I do want to do before the show ends, GDX. Let's take a quick look at it. Sometimes when it comes, well, not sometimes. Most of the time when it comes to the Fed, the cleaner move you're going to see is going to be straight through the treasuries or gold, right? And I think GDX, it's the miners, sure, but I just like the miners over the actual gold, the GLD ETF, is that you can actually work with this pretty much just like a stock and try to kind of just find the breakout points if there is a trade to be made here. This will move first, and this will most likely move cleaner than everything else you're going to see on the screen, because everything else has to digest how this rate change affects different stocks in different ways. Financials take it differently than individual names, right?
Right.
So you do have to kind of parse them out. And because they're all components of the index can get messy by up and down movements through the individual names. So GDX or the gold plays or even the treasury plays are going to be much cleaner in one direction. If you have a way to play treasuries, if you don't, go to the ETF on the gold side. I'm going to look at the miners and say 29.50, 31.50 boxed in. If we break either side, there's a potential trade. It's far enough away that whatever break we do get should be clean. But I think this would be a smart way to approach Fed, right? Yes, you can look at the futures market too, but I think GDX and gold and treasuries are a smarter way of playing the Fed movement. Just think about it.
Absolutely.
We still have
No,
to
I agree,
digest.
100%.
We still have to digest a quarter point, right?
Yeah.
As a market,
Right?
but for treasuries, a quarter point is all they need.
Right.
Like
right, yeah.
quarter point or whatever the move is,
Whatever
all
it
they need.
is, 'cause they're
Now
interest
they know
rates
what to do with it. So that's why the moves tend to be cleaner
Interesting.
going into the Fed or with the Fed movement. So GDR or gold, treasuries, much cleaner moves than the equity markets, but obviously you're going to have individual names go absolutely nuts after the Fed does come out.
Oh,
Financials are going to be a hot name to watch, so watch all the big banks, the Citigroups, the BACs, the Wells Fargos, and the JPMs. Those are going to be the big ones to play as
You
well.
got to assume he's going to be talking about those during the press conference.
For
You're going to
sure.
be asking him a lot of questions.
So
They're not going to leave him alone.
Yeah, for sure. And the way to approach this too is that I think it's like a 2 to 210. At least my personal opinion, 2 to 210. You let it do whatever it wants to do because
Right.
it's going to be extremely messy.
Right.
Right. Then you have a 20-minute window, 210 to 230, where this trade should be safe.
Okay.
And then once he starts talking, pretty much 2:30 until the close, it depends entirely on what he says. This market can keep going and then all of a sudden do a complete reversal because all of a sudden they don't like what he's saying. So there's a 20-minute window to get in position. This is the way I like to play it, is 210 to 230. If I can find an entry point and I can get on the right direction of it and it goes far enough, then I'm safe for 230 because I can trail it. Right? If he says something that helps the position,
You're
it
good.
keeps
You're in the
going.
money. Yeah.
If
You got
he
cushion.
if he says something that comes back, I get stopped out. I still lock in some profit. I walk away from it.
Trail
right?
it, yeah.
But if I'm forced to now find a position after 2:30, you can't structure a trade. You have to just scalp it as fast as you can.
Very interesting.
So it's different
It's a
approaches
scalper's
depending on the time of
nightmare.
day. Yeah.
Very interesting. All right. Yeah, you guys, Sean and Neil and Brendan will be starting the closing show 15 minutes early today to take you into Papa Powell. That is going to be the CPI, come on, get it together. The Fed rate decision is going to be decided at 2 o'clock. Released along with it is the notes. That's what the algos read and base their trades off of. As Arun explained earlier, they kind of look for keywords. So initially you see a spike up, then you may see a spike down as it's digested. And then, like he was just explaining, kind of build your position into there if possible. And then 2:30 comes and it's the complete wild card because it's the reporters asking him questions and he can go off in areas unanticipated by market participants earlier on. All right. Quick, let's get to this NVIDIA trade here because we've got a 5% position left. I've got my out at 270.90. That'll be exactly $2 from where I got in, 268.90. The long on here, so that, kind of a random area to take it out, not really price action dependent, but, it is in front of that 271 level, which we're kind of rejecting off, at least for the moment. So it was a very aggressive ascent up, not to be, to be expected. Shouldn't say not to be expected. That, we're going to consolidate and slow down around here. We got up above 90 from where we're at, but we wicked up above it and then immediately went down. So we shall see what that brings. What else do we have here? We have Meta continuing to knock on the door of that 205. It's funny. I just got a very interesting email. 204.25. How many times are we rejected off there? This is the 5-minute chart, so kind of, declutters a lot of the price action. Look how many times we've rejected off that exact same level today. This has been an interesting area. Earlier I said that this area, yes, that 203.75 had a hidden seller. And that's what I saw in the book. Now we're kind of getting that same thing. Maybe that seller's moved up a little bit into that 204.25 because it's kind of the same price action around there where we're finding a bit of a random top. 204.76 is the high. So to recap the day, trade on Google, 105 break, and trade on NVIDIA, VWAP hold at 269, excuse me. So there it is. Those are the trades. Not much more to talk about. We've got like a few minutes left. Go for it.
There's a question that I actually want to
go.
answer. Every time I see these questions, I'm just like, these are the types of questions I really want to answer.
Okay.
What's your advice for a person that has a problem with overtrading? What do you think is a good daily goal? So in terms of overtrading, I think the reason why you would overtrade is because you're probably running a much shorter time frame. So one solution to that solution is to just make your charts a little bit longer. So if you're using, say, the 5 and the 1, I can see many reasons for seeing trades on the 5 and the 1. Maybe go with a much bigger chart on the 5 side, so longer term chart. So instead of 5 being your big chart, let's make it, call it a 15. And then your smaller chart, instead of a 1, go to a 5. That's going to dramatically reduce the amount of trades you see. right? So the further you go back out, the bigger the picture, the less trades you're going to see.
Right.
So I think an instant solution to that is if you notice yourself overtrading, the very first thing is to identify it. Obviously, you've done that. So the very next thing to do now is to find the way to actually reduce the amount of trades that you see, so you're not always taking it, is to just slow the charts down.
Yeah.
And that should naturally help progress into better quality setups, I think. And also in terms of daily goal, I mean, I can't give you dollar percentages.
No.
I always tell you in terms of performance execution, I always care about if you see a trade based on your system, as long as you execute it, your job is to sit down and execute your trade as much as you possibly can, your plan in place. For me, if I execute my plan every day, even if that means no trades on the day, then I had a good day, right? So that's kind of my approach to it. It's not a dollar value goal. It's in terms of getting the process in, getting the repetition in on executing your ability. Like, I don't care what's happening. If I see a trade, I'm taking it. And sometimes that means, like, you may not feel good about taking that trade. Like, oh, I don't feel too good. It doesn't matter. Someone said this earlier. It doesn't matter what my opinions are. I also don't care how I feel. But if my plan is staying, take this trade. If I have a solid plan, I trust in the plan, then I take my trade.
Yeah,
right. I think that's what I care about in terms of goals. So slow your charts down and worry about executing your plan that you've kind of put in place for yourself. And then I think everything will take care of itself after that.
Stick with the plan, baby.
Yeah, man.
And have a plan, definitely. I guess that's
have a plan.
number
Definitely
one.
have a plan.
Yeah.
If you don't have a plan, you should be able to write down exactly what causes you to get in and out. So as long as you have it written down, that means you can quantify it. That means you can, actually execute it, and you can keep yourself accountable because you can see it written down as well.
Could not agree more, and that could not have been better timing.
Yep.
Because we are exactly at the, I want to say quarter hour, but
45.
45, whatever
Yeah.
that is. Guys, Brendo's at the big desk. The big kahunas to my right are ready. Let's get an early power hour session today. Take care.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. 15 minutes to go before the big event of the week. Obviously, the Fed decision coming up at 2 p.m. We'll spend a few minutes here to get you set and ready for what is to come. Great advice from Arun there on